check. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, check. Edo monitor debe. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, check. Hello, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, check. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, and all the brilliant minds gathered here today. Welcome to Tata Steel's Steel-a-thon 2023. I am Arpita Chaudhary. My gendered pronouns are her and she. I am your MC for this prestigious event. This year marks the 10th season of Steel-a-thon, and it has indeed become the most anticipated annual business challenge for premier B schools in India. A very warm welcome to everyone present here. Before we move ahead, let me tell you about the safety protocols of this banquet. There are 2 fire exits on your left-hand side that will lead you to the staircase, which will lead you to the lobby downstairs. And there are 2 more exit gates at your right-hand side. In case of fire, please do not use elevators and use stairs. Now let's move ahead, and as all of you know that today our media partner NDTV will be broadcasting this event on their network, allowing your loved ones to be part of this enriching experience. We will keep you posted on the date and time to tune in so that you can share the information with your family and friends. So let's dive right into the excitement, shall we? Steel-a-thon is not just a competition. It's an opportunity for students to tackle real-life business challenges and receive mentorship from Tata Steel's senior leadership and management. This year, we witnessed an overwhelming response with over 12,000 students forming teams from 28 premier B schools across India. These teams have the privilege to choose from these thought-provoking tracks. Business track, explore new frontiers, a journey for those with growth aspiration, exploring uncharted territories. The next track is value chain track, excel for the planet, a track focused on building a sustainable value chain contributing to a greener planet. And the last track is people track, expand your horizons and exploration into enhancing employee well-being and nurturing human capitals. Now may I invite on stage Vipin Sharma, Head Talent Acquisition, to set the context for Steel-a-thon Season 10. Let's give him a huge round of applause.
Good morning. It is a great delight to host all of you for Steel-a-thon Season 10. This is a very special season for us. We have completed 10 years of this journey. And when I look back when we started sometime in 2013, there was this idea that how can we experiment with this thought to involve B schools in a real life problems. At that time, Tata Steel was growing, and there was a need that how can we get a new idea and fresh perspective on our real-life solution problems, as well as how can we engage with all B school students better. And with that thought, we started Steel-a-thon sometime in 2013. And since then, every year we kept on reinventing this. We kept on making it bigger and grander. And here we are in Season 10. But looking back, this journey has been through various ups and downs. We had COVID period, we moved to virtual, then we again came back to physical. And it would not have been possible without the support of 2 our senior leaders, Piyush Gupta sir and Atri ma'am. And a great round of applause for both of them. When you look at the numbers, it got reminded me of a story of a Chinese bamboo tree. So there is this bamboo tree in China, which is typically a very specific variety of bamboo tree. And the farmer, they sow the seed of this bamboo tree. They nourish it with water, fertilizer. They do it day in, every day, without fail, for a year. and nothing comes out. There is no sapling. They do it for second year, nothing comes on the ground. They continue to do it for 4 years. They continue to nourish that tree. They continue to fertilize it. They continue to water that seed, but they don't see any trace of any sapling for 4 years. And on 5th year, that tree, in a span of 6 weeks, this tree grows up to a height of 90 feet. And when it's at its maximum, it grows up to 36 inches in a day. So almost 1.5 inches in an hour. You can see it growing. And that has been the journey of Steel-a-thon. We started in 2013. Over a period, we kept on working out the formats, kept on making it bigger and grander. And if you see our registrations in last 2 years, we have almost doubled our registrations. And this year, we had more than 12,000 registrations from B school students. So a great round of applause to the team who has been making it every year. Out of those 12,000 registrations, the first round, we had 1,600 entries, and then 1,600 plus entries. And the pre-finale, we had 80 plus entries. And finally, we have 16 teams after 2-3 rounds of shortlist we have here for the grand finale of Steel-a-thon Season 10. A great round of applause for all grand finalists of Season 10 Steel-a-thon. Few years back, we looked at the employee value proposition of Tata Steel. And we said that as an organization, if we have to articulate what do we stand for when it comes to people, what it would be. And what we came up with that as an organization, we inspire you to be more. And with that philosophy, we articulated that what do we really mean when we say you can be more with us. There are 3 distinct pillars on which the whole proposition lies. One piece is grow more, and grow more is all about growth, the kind of growth that you get in this organization. As an organization, we are growing and growing pretty fast. And with that, you also get multidimensional growth. And our first track of Steel-a-thon, which is business track, is aligned to this value proposition of grow more with us. The theme for this year is explore new frontiers, and we had 5 case studies on that theme. The second theme and the second pillar of our employee value proposition is do more. It's about how, as an employee, you can contribute more to the purpose, and how can you impact lives of people and make an impact to the society. And this theme is aligned to the value chain track of Steel-a-thon, and the theme for this year is explore the planet, excel the planet. We had 6 case studies in that theme, in that track. And the last track is people track. This is aligned with the live more theme of our employee value proposition, which is around how as an organization you get to pursue your passion. We strive for balance, whether it is your personal life or a professional life, how you get to live a holistic life when you are with Tata Steel. And the track of people track is aligned with this thought. And for this year, the theme is expand your horizon. We had 2 case studies for this. What is in it for you this year? So we have good rewards for all of you. Everything, there's something for all of you. So the winners, they will get 2.5 lakhs prize money and also PPO. And if you are from first year, then you will also get pre-placement internship offer from us. For each track, if you are a runner-up, you will get 1.5 lakh cash and also PPO. And if you are from first year, you will also get pre-placement summer internship offer. And for all national finalists, we will have PPI opportunity for all of you. So all the best to all of you for a great season ahead and for the great presentations ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vipin, for sharing highlights from the past season and sharing the scope for students today. Now let's move ahead and let me introduce you to the esteemed panel of judges who will be evaluating you all for the finalist presentation and deciding our winners today. These experts bring with them a wealth of experience and knowledge. Please put your hands together for Piyush Gupta, Vice President GSP and Supply Chain, Tata Steel. We also have with us Atrey Sanyal, Vice President HRM, Tata Steel. And S. Karthik Narayanan, Chief Marketing and Sales Tiscon Retail, Tata Steel. Thank you so much for being part of this event and a very warm welcome to all the three judges here. So now let's move ahead, and as you all know, with such exceptional talent, dedication and guidance, I have no doubt that today's event will be nothing short of spectacular. So prepare to be inspired, learn and experience the X factor of Steel-a-thon. With these captivating themes and dedicated teams, today's event promises to be a showcase of creativity, strategic thinking, and a commitment to positive change. We embark on a journey of information and transformation like no other. Thank you for being here, and let the competition begin. So before we start off with the presentation, let me tell you the ground rules for the presentation. Every team is getting 10 minutes to present. First buzzer will go off at 8 minutes and the last buzzer will be at 10. 5 minutes will be provided to the panel members for Q&A, and I would request everyone present here kindly stick to your timelines. Now let's get to the tracks. So the first track is value chain track. Our teams will be formulating strategic initiatives aimed at enhancing the efficiency and cost effectiveness of logistics, while also focusing on achieving carbon neutrality and reducing the supply chain's carbon footprint. Sustainability and innovation are at the heart of their mission. Can we please play the intro, AV?
Hi, come on in, have a seat. So good morning, everyone. When's the last time any of you drew a picture?
Past 5.
Today, we're here to draw a picture. So what you'll see here are some crayons, colors in each box. Choose your colors wisely because there will be another group coming in after you and making another picture with what you leave behind. So here we have the other group.
Everybody say hi.
Why don't we show the kids the pictures that we've drawn?
Yeah, sure. Bye.
So nice.
Wow. Yeah.
Why don't you show them what you drew?
It's all black. We all took away the bright colors.
I wish I wasn't this selfish, taking away all the bright colors.
Maybe we could have broken the colors and left half of them for them and for the next group.
What a thought-provoking video. Now let's move ahead and let me invite the first team on stage. The first team is Stars and the members are Muskan Raghuvanshi, Birendra Nath Kisku, Sachin Patel from IIM Mumbai, and their case study is Future Ready Road Transportation Management System to enhance delivery capability with minimal cost. May I please invite the team on stage. Let's give them a huge round of applause and all the very best.
So, good morning everyone. We are Team Stars from IIM Mumbai. Currently, the 10th largest global steel producer with an annual capacity of 21 million ton per annum, Tata Steel aspires to expand to 40 million ton per annum. However, this journey faces substantial hurdles like transportation challenges like lead time discrepancy, which is actual lead time is 1.5 times higher than the standard lead time, route interruptions, backhaul utilization, asset utilizations, and some of the critical case questions that is mentioned in the case, like capacity strategy, transportation cost model. Now coming to the roadmap of our case solution. So first we have conducted an in-depth analysis on outbound logistics. Then we have delved into the proposed solution and modeling strategies, where we have implemented a decentralized system for Tata Steel, and then backhaul utilization model and route and network optimization system. Then we have assessed some performance metrics where we have compared the current system with the proposed model solution, and lastly we have assessed the key elements of cost element. So in this slide we have done the value chain analysis using primary research for benchmarking with different industries. So starting with the contract planning. So in contract planning, we have evaluated the potential contractors rigorously by taking some of the factors like company and 3PL requirements, safety checklists and government norms. We have used the analytic hierarchy process and considered three main KPIs, which will be discussed in further slide. Now coming to the contract planning, we have considered three factors for coil utilization, like demand analysis, cargo mix, and driver to vehicle ratio.
Thank you, Muskan. So I will continue from here. So through our primary research, we had found out three major bottlenecks in the outbound logistics system. So first is get in, get out. The second is drivers in the transportation system. And the third is the city level constraint. That is basically a time slot. Coming back into the get in and get out. So this process starts from authorized transportation arrived at the get in. So it can be, there are two main components in this particular system. For example, the activities that are represented in a rectangular shape and the waiting time of the trailer in that particular queue. For example, the time contributions of the activities, it is around 35 to 40%, and the waiting time of the trailer in the queue is around 60 to 65%. Next slide, please. So as we have shown in the last slide, we have highlighted some of the activities that we have proposed solutions on the basis of using suitable sensor. For example, in the vehicle health monitoring system, we know how safety, is concerns about Tata Steel. So we have optimized that particular system with the lamp out. So this system basically takes care of all the lighting of the particular vehicle. Similarly goes with GPS and UTV. So this help us to monitor the exact locations of the trailer where they are stopping so that we can synchronize with the city level constant time. Moving ahead, ASP model. So ASP model we have suggested for the contract selection. So basically there are 3 KPIs that we have introduced in that model. The first is responsiveness and resilience, safety records, emissions, and digital capabilities and cost. At the same time, we also consider some of the criteria, the sub-criteria in that model to enhance the efficiency of that particular model. Coming into a driver-centric model for fatigue reduction, so we have proposed a relay model that ensures 30 to 40% reduction in the transit time. At the same time, this model also ensures the maximum driving times of drivers in a particular line. So the efficiency of this model can be enhanced through collaboration with the government program, for example, wayside amenities. So it will basically enhance the overall efficiency of that particular model. And the advantage of this model that it gives the opportunity for the drivers to, after completing their journey, they can come back home every day, which is the major challenges in a country like India. Next slide, please. So now coming to a centralized system. So basically each and every activities in the whole system will be connected into a centralized system where the real-time value, the real-time data will be coming into the centralized system. This will help us to take insight and take inside valuable decisions. For example, if you're talking about the safety of the material, at the same time the safety of the drivers. So we have encompassed some of the sensors, for example, proximity sensors for collision and all. And second, the measure fatigue level. This is in regard with the driver's safety. So along with this, the TCL dashboard system will consist of trip details, vehicle health details, driver details, and contractor details. So this will generate a report card of each trailer in every trip. So this report card will be sending in to both the parties, the Tata Steel at the same time to the third-party logistic also. So if you're talking about Tata Steel, they will enhance or benchmark the third-party logistic as per their requirement. At the same time, it will act as a feedback for the third-party logistic. Next will be taken care by Sachin.
In this slide, we will discussing the backhaul opportunities to boost the overall logistics efficiency. So basically, we will talking about the 2 scenarios. First one, internal venture synergy. Second one, external venture synergy. In internal venture synergy, we have focused on the Tata ecosystem, where the other Tata subsidiaries facilities located in the proximity of Tata Steel facilities. So we can get the backhaul opportunities from there. In external venture synergy, we have found the potential or dominant industry near the Tata Steel facility. Basically, we have divided the zone-based facility like east, west, north, south, and central region. But ensure that these transporters should register in this app like Vahak and Mal Transporter to get the demand shortly. So they can utilize their vehicle more efficiently. But we have challenge because in the steel industry, we are using mostly open trailers. So we can't ship the material directly. So this can be a breakthrough solution like collaboration with the container shipping company like Max Alcargo and Shipping Corporation of India. So we can transport the material easily in a backhaul. So we have designed the 2 strategies for different synergy. Like for internal venture synergy, we have done the rental model, and for external venture synergy, we have done the own setup model. So every stakeholder can be beneficial, like benefit of 3PL, benefit of container shipping company, and Tata Steel can earn both benefit in intangible and tangible benefit also. But we know that in internal and external venture synergy, demand is highly uncertain. So to standardize the demand and to stabilize the demand, we have suggested to use that as scrap for the backhaul material. So we have found the potential scrap processing centers in the proximity of Tata facilities, which can provide the demand in a standardized. So we have calculated whatever the carbon emission we can. There is opportunity for the carbon footprint reduction if we are using as a scrap for the backhaul material, so there is 24 million ton per annum carbon reduction of opportunity. So here we have drawn some outbound logistics value chain in which we have designed the two legs, first leg for both rail and road, and second leg for the road logistics. And we have calculated the backhaul opportunity for the future capacity, as mentioned in the case, 40 million ton, came around the 70,000. Although this data, we have taken certain assumption due to the data limitation. So in this slide, we will be talking about the route and network optimization based on the current demand. Modeling approach is like this. The objective function, we have set up the lead time reduction, and we have run the network optimization, and we got a result of total carbon emission of 40 gram per ton per kilometer, which is lesser than the industry average carbon emission. So based on this, we have done some strategies like maximize the inland waterways transportation and adaptation of route dynamically. Since we have two constraints, first one is hard constraint, which is city level constraint, which constraint we can't violate. And second one is soft constraint, which is long distance cause, which can cause the high CO2 consumption. So last part of the slide, we have developed the performance metrics and key cost element, through which based on the model we have developed, like we have considered the 6 parameters, performance parameters, and based on these performance parameters, we have designed the certain KPIs. Based on this, Tata Steel can easily assess the performance of the contractor. So at the end of the contractor, let's say there is 3 years of contract period. So at the end of the contract, these KPI will generate one rating card. So it will easily make a decision whether we should continue with this contractor or not. So we have considered the key cost element. Basically 3 types of cost we have considered: operation cost, value of the time, external cost. The major chunk of contributed by the operation cost, as mentioned in the cost benefit breakdown, and Tata Steel can do the cost benefit breakdown for each contractor, so benchmark the best one contractor. In next slide, we have added all the references and links through which we have done our primary and secondary research. Thank you. This is from our side. We are open for the question.
That was indeed a very wonderful presentation. Now we are opening the floor for our judges here. You may please ask them questions.
Compliments on a fantastic presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Just want to understand from your side, what would be the kind of investments which would be required for implementing the solutions? Did you do any cost-benefit analysis and return on the investments?
Yes, sir, we did that. Talking about sensors, so the most of the sensor that will be implemented in our solution is in Tata Steel part, and few of them, for example, that GPS and UTV is in the third-party logistics. So the cost of these sensors are not that much. If you're talking about the biometric system, so it will just it is costing around like 2,000 to 5,000. The main part is the integration part. That will be taken care by Tata Steel. So integration part is the main. So cost will not hamper for the third-party logistic. Talking about Tata Steel, for example, there is one sensor that is mentioned for the the registration part. That is basically collaboration with the third party, right? So right now the Revigo is also doing that. So we can collaborate with that. So the system is already there. So it's from Tata Steel sides. It's integrating with some sensor. The integration part will be there. Cost overall, if we are talking about like Tata Steel cost, the sensor that we have used is coming around like 25 to 30,000. In the opposite side of like third-party logistics, it's around costing around 15,000 only. And this is experience from my side also. So we have done a case study of South India, like where we have implemented sub-sensor to optimize the overall route consumptions in a mining third-party logistics in a mining.
So that's one is on the sensor cost, which is more hardware. What about the software investments?
Basically, I want to add there is a need of API system, which is automatic plumbing interface, because we are integrating the two parties. So there should be the proper visibility for both the parties. So there is a need of API system, which API system should integrate both the systems so they can easily access the information of each other.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
So, where is the challenge in the inbound materials for making 40 million tons or in taking the material out?
Sir, the case is all about outward logistics. The major problems are standard lead time.
No,
so,
no. So we'll come to that. So you looked at the inbound challenge also, and you finally said that we look at only outbound.
No, sir, case is all about outbound only. It is mentioned there, yes, sir.
No, no, I know that case was on outbound, but did it occur to you that
Yes,
there's
sir.
also an inbound challenge which could be there?
Yes, sir, we did that also, and we have researched some of the factor like.
So how much is the inbound volume movement if you looked at it?
The exact figure is not there, but.
Actually, we have not analyzed the inbound inbound movement. We have all over analyzed the outbound movement, finished product and semi-finished product.
Fine.
Yes.
So let's say on outbound, what's the problem to solve? You are producing steel and delivering steel to customers. We are okay. We don't end the year without having any major inventory. We make decent amount of returns. So what's the problem which you're solving?
Actually, the problem is like backhaul utilization, because if we are onboarding the third-party contractor to ship the material, but in the backhaul, they are not getting any demand. So these are the open tailors and very big capacity.
So push yourself. What exactly is the problem to solve?
Cost is the problem. Like suppose they are not getting the demand from in the return of the journey. So they will charge higher than their optimum price, because they are backing with the empty vehicle. So
how much in rupees crores or in million tons the problem? Currently, how much is road?
Road contribution is around, and basically Tata Steel in first leg road contribution is around 47%, and 53% is rail logistics, and second leg mostly 100%, not 100%, 95% is the road logistics using.
So if you take your number of 50%, what you are saying,
yes,
the numbers could be slightly different, but 10 million tons is what we are moving by road? If you take 50% of 20 million?
Yes, sure.
So what is the return leg problem? How much extra can we generate if you were to solve the return leg problem, if that is the problem which you are saying? I just want to understand what is this case really intended for you to solve. I understand your ideas, collaboration with other partners, looking at the backhauls or the return hauls, but what's the problem which you're trying to solve?
Sir,
is it cost problem or something else?
Sir, adding into the cost, so this will directly impact on the standard lead time. As it is also mentioned in the case that the current lead time that Tata is having is 1.5x as compared to the standard lead time. So backhaul.
Say more about it. What is the problem in the lead time?
So the problem in the lead time, the first is contract negotiation. The second is constraint in the city. That is basically city level time constraint. So at particular time, they were not allowed to go through.
If you are based in Jamshedpur or Kalinganagar or place, you are taking some time to deliver. And you are saying, are we taking 1.5 times that normal time? Is that the problem to solve?
Yes, sir, it is mentioned in the case.
So do you know what it is? How many number of days we take on an average? How much are we able to reduce if you were to do your ideas?
Yes, actually, as mentioned in the case, 1.5 times higher than lead time. So according to some, because we have done some primary research and we have talked with the contractors, if we will implement this model with them, so they can reduce the lead time up to the 1.2 times, because there is obviously
reduced by how much? 1.2 times.
Yes, sir.
So let's say normally we take 10 days and we are taking 15 days.
Yes, so it will be around 12 days to
12 days.
Yes.
So extra 3 days of reduction. But how is the benefit if the material is going to sit in the stockyard? It's either way, whether it sits on the truck or sits in the stockyard, it is going to cost us the same amount of money.
But as I have talked in the Tata will get an intangible benefit of responsiveness, because there is a daily demand.
So what is the problem of responsiveness?
Because suppose the third party contractor is shipping the material, so the negotiation time is high. Suppose I am telling that transporter, tomorrow we have to send the material, suppose Jamshedpur to Chennai. So they will take the time of around 3 days to ship the material. So this is the main time issue in the negotiation part.
So reliability, your time taken, and cost. And my last question, any other thing which you thought of to solve the problem of reliability or cost? Any other way by which it can be addressed?
Yes, as we have mentioned, like
You did collaboration, you talked about backhaul. Any other thing which occurred to you?
Yes, sir. We basically tried that creating an ecosystem within the Tata Steel part. So as shown in the figure also. So basically we have collected, we have found out the scrap processing centers which are proximity to a Tata facility.
That I understood. Anything else which you thought of?
Sir,
Backhaul and collaboration, I understood.
That will lead to minimize CO2 emission in scope 1.
It's okay. Any other idea which was there to improve the reliability, reduce the cost? Either way?
yes, yes. Actually, we have onboarded we have suggested the onboarding the container shipping company because they are moving throughout the pan India. They are working on the pan India. But we have talked with some of the container shipping companies.
It's still in the same space of cost and reliability.
Yes.
Any other thing which you thought of?
Business expansion is there because they will get the business expansion and we will get the responsiveness. So for their perspective, their business will expand. And for third party also.
Did you think of buying trucks? Like we have bought rails, we have bought ships. If it's such an important thing, we can also buy tricks.
But it will include the fixed cost. But initially stage.
Did you think about it?
Yes,
and
sir.
Did you do
yes.
the
We have
cost-benefit
yes,
analysis?
cost-benefit analysis we have done. Like if suppose we are buying the trucks, already Tata Steel is working on the green logistics. EV trucks, Tata Steel is also incurring. So it will include the fixed cost also. And these trucks industry, the fixed cost is very high. So it will take time to reach the break-even point. So that's why we have
But
taken
it is going to be high for your partner also.
So,
and he's going to pass it on to you in your rate per ton.
Adding into that, sir, we did
So
analyze.
I just want to understand, did you think about it or?
No,
Yes,
we have
sir.
done already.
Sir, in the railway side, we did analysis, and where what we found now, the rack having very high idle time. That is around 2 hours in the loading and unloading area only. And there are adding to that, there are other government norms. They basically charges if the idle time increases by 2 hours. So the additional cost is also there. And second, sir.
How much should be the unloading time? Did you study something to say somebody else is taking less time, more time?
No, sir. Actually, we have mentioned the time stamp also. So it's around 120 minutes.
Okay. You have to tell me when to stop.
So is the time up? Is the time up? Okay, a different question altogether. You people have studied logistics supply chain in your...
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Two parts. One is, did you apply anything that you've studied in theory in practice, or it's totally different? Be totally honest, okay?
Yes, ma'am, we applied.
Second thing is, have you studied any benchmark companies who do heavy transportation, okay? There is logistics networks everywhere, but did you find anything that you could study with other companies which you've brought in here?
Yes, ma'am. The first question is about what you studied. So we have implemented any logistics software. So that is in our curriculum. So we have used that. We have used that tools to optimize, to generate optimize network. Secondly, benchmarking. We did benchmarking from JSW, JSL, and ArcelorMittal. In fact, I had experience in JSW in the quality part, so I have seen that whole that get in and get out process, that where the time consumption ends, and what are the lead times over there, and what are the bottlenecks. For example, we also mentioned in the PPT also. So the basically, if we're talking about JSW, so they somehow they don't give priority to a safety as compared to Tata Steel, because we have benchmarked from both the side, and we found out that Tata Steel is more focusing on safety concerns. So these all activities are done manually. For an example, if I'm talking about inbound logistics, those dumper were manually checked. Literally manually checked in the sense they will ask the driver to lift up the truck, check
So
all.
since time is short, I would like you all to detail out 2 more slides on what you did on benchmarking and submit the report finally. Yep, it's not visible. And I didn't get a very good answer on what you got from theory, but probably you can also append that as to what models you studied which you applied here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much, team, for the presentation. So, judges will tell you what they think about the presentation later in the evening. But now it's time for us to get a reaction from the audience. As everyone have noticed that you already have a placard. So, let me know how you felt about this presentation from Stars. That looks amazing. We can see a lot of thumbs up. Awesome. Yeah, that's amazing. Let's move ahead. Thank you so much for giving us the reaction. So the next team that is going to come up on stage is the Wolverine, and the members are Utkarsh Raj, Tejas Shubhash Patil, Khushi Jain from IIFT Kolkata, and their case study is develop an efficient container logistics in the eastern region of India. Let's give a huge round of applause for the Wolverine. Come on, everyone.
So good morning, everyone. So as the case was already detailed by ma'am right now, so we took a four-stage approach for this case, wherein we first began by analyzing the overall maritime ecosystem of India, further on selecting the most suitable port for development in the eastern region, finally moving on to analyzing the industrial potential of East India, and ultimately we have given a detailed action plan for the development of the selected port. India has a long coastline of 7,500 kilometers, which is interspersed with more than 200 ports, and it lies strategically in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Out of these 200 ports, there are 13 major ports which handle 54% of the total marine cargo. And out of that, 23% is there for the container traffic in the country. The proportion of container traffic in the past 15 years has increased by almost 46%. And that has been due to various reasons, such as economic and infrastructural development activities. However, the eastern ports have not been able to follow this trajectory. The growth rate for the eastern ports in container traffic has been only 4.47%, which is almost half of what the other Indian ports have been achieved over the period of time. Now, why has this exactly happened? We divided the reasons for the same into 4 different categories, that is economic, geographic, competitive rivalry, and trade factors. Due to the lack of consumable and durables manufacturing in this region, because of the low per capita income, it has been devoid of containerized cargo since a long time. As for the geographical factors, the ports are located far away from the east-west trunk sea route, which in turn has led to increased transshipment rates from these ports to the foreign ports. And ultimately, the disruptions that have been caused by the emergence of various private and non-major ports over the years have eaten into the cargo pie of the eastern ports.
To select the most suitable eastern coast port to be developed as an efficient container handling port, we have followed a 2-step approach. Firstly, we have used the modified growth share approach, or the Heisendonk matrix, wherein we have identified the primary hinterlands of the respective ports. Thereafter, we have taken their average growth share of the last 5 years and the average growth share of the container traffic of these ports, and then we have categorized all the respective ports into 4 categories. Here we can see that Paradip, Dhamra, and Gopalpur are getting preferable position and are getting identified as star performers. But Dhamra and Paradip are closely competing, so their case needs to be further analyzed in the second step. Upon further analysis of these 3 ports, and on the basis of some select KPIs of port operations and their related indexing, we can see that Paradip is now comprehensively edging past Dhamra. Paradip is a matured port and has shown a very good management track record in its traditional bulk cargo. This progress can be replicated and emulated in the container cargo also if we have the right strategy, vision, and required investments. So we have chosen Paradip port amongst all the East Coast ports to be developed as an efficient container handling port.
Now, before giving the plan, we will just analyze some aspects of the port. So in the eastern region, we see that the 18% growth is there. So for this, the locations such as the East Economic Corridor has led to the development in this region. And also we have done the correlation matrix analysis between the number of TUs and the GDP. So we have come with a positive value of 0.807. So which tells us that as the GDP is growing in the sector, so definitely the import and export of the container is going to increase. And therefore we also projected that the number of TUs will be increased 1.4 times in the upcoming 5 years, from 2023 to 2028. But the inadequate number of CFS in this region can hamper the port productivity. For this, we have identified the 3 dimensions that are process, promise, and productivity using the landlord port model. And using this, we have listed down the 6 strategies need to be implemented in this port. So now, before going to the action plan, currently the Paradip port can cater about the 30% of the overall container vessels in the world. But if we go to the 80% of the capacity, that is 14,500 TEUs, if we are established this much capacity, then we can easily cater the 80% of the container vessels at the hub port. And definitely the main line of the shippings will be interested in this and making it as a port of call for them.
So before moving on to operationalize the strategies and implementing the objectification that we just did, we first need to identify the pain points of Paradip port and on the basis of certain appropriate benchmarking. So to develop the appropriate benchmarking criterion, we first of all listed down all the dimensions of port efficiency by dividing the entire continent into 3 different sections, that is hinterland, terminal, and maritime. Out of these bunch of dimensions, we selected a pool of key performance indicators and benchmark the performance of Paradip port with a set of identified standards. Upon analyzing this entire analysis, it was seen that the deviations were massive. For example, the turnaround time was as high as 42 hours. There was an additional 3 hours of dwell time, and along with that, there was absence of almost any kind of efficient container handling equipment on the port. Apart from these operational efficiency measures, we have also listed down certain sustainability KPIs which will have to be taken into consideration. Now, after doing this complete analysis, we move on to provide a detailed action plan for the development of Paradip port into an efficient container handling port by dividing the operational interventions into 3 different categories that would be hinterland, terminal, and maritime interventions.
For interventions regarding the optimizing hinterland, we have divided in 2 parts. That is the improving the connectivity on this port, and other is the warehouse efficiency. For improving the connectivity, we have developed an inverted funnel structure here to reduce the congestion at the ports. And second is the railways. We see that currently only 15% of the cargo are gone by the railways. So we need to work on this, as this is the most cost-effective and the eco-friendly way of cargo transportation. Other is for roads, we have to develop a central parking plaza to reduce the waiting time on their ports, to reduce the congestion in that area. And regarding the warehouse efficiency, we see that the number of ground slots and stack heights are relatively constant, but the dwell time is a variable factor here. So to increase the yard capacity, we have to play on the dwell time. For this, we have to implement the automatic traffic control in this region by implementing the ITG cranes for this.
Coming to interventions for optimizing terminal operations. Any port owner starts losing money the moment his port docks the berth. So the faster the port is able to turn around the vessel is what makes the port owners click and make that port a port of call. So for having an efficient terminal operations, we need to have state-of-the-art container handling equipments, most important of which is the ship-to-shore gantry crane with multiple moves per hour and multiple lifts per move. Moreover, terminal draft is a partially controllable factor, and it basically restricts the capacity of the incoming vessels. So if we are able to synchronize the incoming vessels, capacity of the incoming vessels with the high tide, so we will be able to achieve the docking of vessels which are generally of greater capacities. And in general, it is seen that the draft increases close to 0.5 to 1.5 meters. So presently, the draft height of Paradip port is 14.5 meters. So in case of high tides, it can grow up to 15.5 meters. So we will be able to achieve the docking of the Maxi Neo Panamax vessels of 14,500 TEU capacity. Secondly, the key length. At present, the key length of Paradip port is 300 meters, which is well enough to accommodate the classic Panamax and the Neo Panamax vessels. But if we have to start the docking of these Maxi Neo Pan Am Max vessels, so a draft needs to be of at least 366 meters. Now, for in all the operations, there is also a very important factor of dwell time of container. So it can be optimized using the container traceability using the state-of-the-art RFID systems. Now, coming to the interventions for optimizing maritime operations, basically all the various stakeholders of the port, they need to be integrated in a very efficient manner so that there is no delay in proper management system. We can outsource the port management to world-renowned port management companies, which are very efficient in piloting system and various marine port control systems. Lastly, we have also analyzed the cost structure and the fixed investment that will be required for operationalizing all these interventions that we have demarcated. And in the upcoming slides, we have attached the various annexures. Thank you.
Thank you. So can you say this presentation is to whom? Tata Steel or to Port Authority?
Sir, it is for the Tata Steel.
So why are we bothered about containers? We move steel, we move raw materials, bulk materials, none of which is so. Why do you think this case has come up? Why is Tata Steel bothered about increasing the container traffic in the eastern region?
Sir, here we have basically demarcated all the Tata Steel and its subsidiaries, and we have seen the distance from the 3 ports that we have shortlisted after the first step, Dhamra, Paradip, and Gopalpur. And we have basically developed our indexing model on the basis of this distance from the key Tata Steel plant and Tata Steel plant subsidiaries.
That's okay. Why are we so fussed about increasing container traffic? We have been around for 100 years in eastern region.
Yes, sir.
Why suddenly we want eastern region to have port with container handling?
Sir, basically eastern region,
it is low. I understood that.
Yes,
Why is Tata Steel interested in increasing the container traffic?
Sir, because at present, the container port in the eastern region, the only container port is Kolkata. But its capacity is restricted by its draft, that is 7.5 meters. So only small vessels, basically the feeder vessels and the classic Panamax vessels are coming,
Understood.
which is not cost effective.
Why is Tata Steel keen on increasing the container traffic?
So if
we are using dry bulk and everything, whatever is coming in.
So if Tata Steel, in the case it was projected that the container logistics of Tata Steel is going to grow by 4x. So in order to cater to that increased capacity, we need a efficient container handling port in the...
How much is 4x, in your opinion, what you saw in the case? What's the challenge in front of us that we need to worry about it?
Yes, sir. Sir, basically, the infrastructure of ports,
quantum challenge.
Yes, sir. Sir, first is the infrastructure and the capacity challenge. There is no port in the eastern region which will be able to cater to this capacity. At present, the Paradip port caters to just 10,000 TEUs per year, which is very less. If we are scaling to a scope of 14,500 TEUs per vessel per day, if we have to develop...
So, just 1 second. 14,500 TEUs per day is what Tata Steel wants to do. I just want to understand, like in the previous team, 10 million tons was the challenge as per that team.
Yes,
what is, in your opinion, number of containers which we need to increase from today to tomorrow, that we are fussed about it?
Sir, Sir, here we have done the correlation analysis where we have projected a number of TUs that will be required in the overall dimension, and it is increasing by 1.4x.
So 150,000 TEUs per year,
yes, sir,
going up to 200,000, 250,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's say.
Yes, sir.
So what's the big deal? 250,000 on eastern region, fine?
Sir, but
why are we worried? I want to ask you that. That was my first question.
Sir, there is no port which will be able to cater to this capacity in a cost-effective manner. At present, we are basically catering to the eastern region via Krishnapatnam and Vizag port, but they are far away from us. Okay. So if we develop in Paradip, all the surrounding regions of Kalinganagar, Jamshedpur, they will be catering in a cost-effective manner, sir.
Okay, and did you imagine why does Eastern region why don't we have a dedicated container port like Western region? You have a Nevasheva port. From Paradeep's port point of view or Dhamra's port point of view, why are they not interested in increasing containers? Fundamentally speaking.
Because generally in the eastern region, it is rich in minerals and all that stuff. And the industrial activities currently is also less. So for that, as the dry bulk cargo is greater in this region and the container is not there. So that is the reason that for increasing the container terminals, we have to develop this port.
No, I understand that. I'm asking you why a port is not interested in developing a container terminal like it has been done in Western region. There must be some inherent reason for a port authority.
The demand is not there currently in this region.
Is it? Or something more?
Sir, at present...
How much can you handle in a Panamax? You mentioned.
Yes, sir.
How much? 14,500 TEUs.
Sir, there are basically three categories of Panamax. The classic Panamax is from 3,000 to 5,300 TEUs. Then comes the Neo Panamax from 5,300 to 10,000 TEUs. And then comes the Neo Maxi Panamax from 12,500 TEUs to 14,500 TEUs.
And how much tons will that be?
Sir, in tons, the average loadability of a container is close to 10 tons. So if there is 14,500 TEUs, then it will be 1.4 lakh tons.
And what is the capacity of that, new Panamax?
Sir, that is for
a container.
No,
suppose you were to load dry bulk.
Sir, then the deadweight tonnage would be it would be close to 2 lakh tons deadweight tonnage.
So from a port point of view, is it advantageous for them to handle containers or dry bulk?
Sir, Paradeep port does have a container handling berth. It is the PICT, berth number 17, PICT berth, Paradeep International Container Terminal. But at present, they just use mobile harbor cranes because the demand is less. Since its inception, all these ports of Odisha have been developed as a dry bulk handling port. They have never been viewed as a container because container was always thought to be a thing of Vizag and Krishnapatnam.
Okay, my last question. As Tata Steel, if you have to make one request to Paradeep port or Dhamra port or Calcutta or Haldia port,
yes, sir,
what would be the request to improve the container traffic? What do you want the port to do? Port is a service provider.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like, for example, you go to an airport and you tell them create an additional runway,
yes, sir,
or improve the terminal size. Yes, what is your request to Paradeep port or Dhamra port or Calcutta Haldia port if you want to increase container traffic as Tata Steel? One request you have to make.
Sir, increasing the number of ship-to-shore gantry cranes for efficient container turnover.
That's the only one?
If one, yes, this should be the one because it will increase their turnover ratio and decrease the TAT.
No, I just wanted to ask you. One request,
yes,
you're
sir,
saying ship to gantry cranes.
Yes.
Along with it, the rail connectivity to the Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor is also one of the key reasons.
One. Think about it. Okay. Thank you.
Sir, sir, it would be certainly be efficient container handling framework.
Which is the gantry crane.
Ship-to-shore gantry crane with multiple moves per hour and...
You are as apart as the distance?
No, we are on the same line.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it was a very well depicted and detailed presentation, firstly. Secondly, I didn't get a sense of time. I mean, innovative solutions are good. Much of it is with the government. Some of it is with us. How much time, and is that money which you are talking about, the investment is Tata Steel's and it's good enough for what you're proposing?
Yes, because we are planning in the short term, so for the short-term goals, and generally for the ports, the short-term goals are achieved within the 5 to 7 years. So in the 7 years, if we do all this 16,000 crores of investment, definitely we would be able to pull off all the things we have said today.
Ma'am, basically there is
6 to 7 years, and what is the investment you said?
1,600 crores.
1,600, no?
Ma'am, basically...
I heard 1,000 suddenly,
yes,
so I was confused.
Ma'am, basically there are 3 port models that in the PPP category. There is one service port model, then there is a tool port model, and there is a landlord port model. We are suggesting the landlord port model, wherein the land remains with the government, because of course the government is the owner of the land, port's land, but the equipment and the operations is basically outsourced to the private parties. So here the cost of land basically decreases. We just have to lease the land. That's what we are suggesting, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, the Wolverines, for a wonderful presentation. Now it's time for a quick reaction from the audiences. Let's have a look. Okay, there's a couple of mind-blowing as well. Now let's move ahead towards the next team, and the next team is called Ops Champ, and the team members are Sumit Kumar, Surbhi Talwar, Ashish Kumar Singh. They are from IIM Raipur, and their case study is source diversification on strategy for coking coal procurement. Let's give Ops Champ a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone.
A very good afternoon to one and all. We are Team Ops STEM from IIM Raipur, and we are here to present on the topic Source Diversification Strategy for Coking Coal Procurement. Now, coming to the overview, we have identified and observed key challenges. Talking about, first of all, over-dependency on a single source, price volatility, logistics infrastructure, carbon emission, supply security. Now, when we observe the key challenges, we proposed few recommendations. Now, talking about recommendations, we have procurement cost optimization model, NSC inventory model, strategy for positive and negative marketing sentiment, strategy for carbon emission reduction. We have approach-based roadmap, and we have divided into 5 parts. First of all, we talk about identifying key challenges, and then sourcing alternatives, sourcing strategies, procurement optimization model, NSC inventory model, and strategy for reducing carbon emission. Now, talking about the key challenges. Once we have key challenges, we all have opportunities. We have jotted down all the opportunities and the possible implication if we are able to seize them. Talking about the first key challenge, over-dependency on a single supplier like Australia. Opportunity will be we can diversify our supplier base by dwelling and identifying cost-effective geographic locations like Mozambique, Russia, Indonesia. An implication would be we can reduce dependencies, risk and mitigation, and we can achieve long-term sustainability. Talking about next key challenge, we have price volatility. Now, when it comes to price volatility, what could be the opportunities? We can get into long-term contracts, strategy for commodity price and currency hedging. Implication would be cost stability and low landed cost. Other key challenges would be supply security, maintaining quality, and logistic infrastructure, and carbon emission. Now we have key performance indicators. Few are long-term contracts or MGT agreements. Getting and reading the ESG report, source mix optimization, freight or demurrage charges. We have process quality improvement, and we have categorized into 3 phases: planning, execution, and analysis. In planning phase, we will utilize a tool to estimate per unit cost of the blended coal. Next would be to design the trial sequence. And third, to determine the trial sequence. When it comes to execution, we make sure whatever we have designed gets executed in a planned manner, and to capture and observe all the observations and parameters. When it comes to analysis part, to capture and analyze the observations that we have achieved, and we have few key enablers: accurate blending, quality management process, and proper calibration of critical coal feeding.
now we have done scenario analysis to understand global scenario. So we have mapped global producer of coking coal, global importers of coking coal, India's major coking coal imports from which countries, like we have mapped 6 countries. Then we have mapped major trade flows. Then we have also mapped India's major coking coal import in last 2 months. The most important thing that we have observed that countries like Mozambique is planning to expand their capacity, export capacity by twice by the year 2028. So, and as per a recent research data, India would be a major beneficiary. So what we can do, we can forge a relationship with suppliers from countries like Mozambique, and we can focus more on countries like Mozambique. Then coming to sourcing alternative, first let us understand what are the challenges with our existing major supplier, that is Australia. So the first challenge is abrupt weather conditions, then high material and logistics cost, and our dependency, our huge dependency, 60% of dependency on Australia. The opportunities are, the Australian coals are of higher quality, there are abundant reserve, and the trade agreement between India and Australia, trade relations between India and Australia. We have also mapped FOB cost, ocean freight, and lead time for different countries. Now let's come to the sourcing alternatives. So we have mapped 5 countries, Indonesia, Australia, Indonesia, Mozambique, Russia, USA, and Canada. So let's talk about challenges of Russia. So first is higher insurance premium due to Western sanctions, then container shortage or vessel shortage. Also the opportunities are Russian coals are 15 to 30% cheaper. We have also mapped India's coking coal import of 2021 versus 2022 to understand the scenario. So we can understand that as a country, we are reducing our import dependence on Australia, and we are focusing more on countries that I have already mentioned earlier. Now, to take out the best out of the market conditions, we have divided the market into two segments. First, best on the sentiments. First is positive market sentiment. Second is negative market sentiment. For positive market sentiment, the situation is like the coal is available at cheaper price, and the coal is easily available. For negative market sentiment, we can call it as supply shortage or higher coal price. So for strategy for positive market sentiment would be, we can negotiate with supplier for forward contract, we can secure long-term contract, we can diversify supplier base, and we can take local sourcing initiative. For negative market sentiments, we can have larger volume commitments, we can consider price hedging strategy, and accordingly we have mapped risk and mitigation techniques for both the market sentiments. So I will talk about anyone like hedging ineffectiveness. We can mitigate it by diversifying hedging strategy and pricing and currency strategy. Ashish, you can take over.
Coming to the inventory model, we can see the basic flow from mine to the Tata Steel plant. We have considered only 5% through road. Since it is a costly affair, we have considered 95% to be transported through rail, and to meet the exigency and the short call notices, we have only considered a road transport. For that, we have proposed an NSC inventory model that is normal, scarce, scarce and critical. For that, we have calculated the inventory lead time, considering the order processing time at both supplier and the buyer end, so that there are 2 categories, that is coal readiness and the coal non-readiness. So based on that, we have got a 39 days of lead time if the coal is ready, and 50 days if the coal is not ready. So based on that, we have divided into normal, scarce, and critical. So this inventory model has been designed to keep in mind the zero stock out situation and optimization of working capital. So this can be linked with, this inventory model we can link with Power BI, and this is a sample dashboard that we'll be creating for the real-time monitoring and increasing the operational efficiency. So based on that, we can take the decisions accordingly. Now coming to the working capital optimization, we can optimize the working capital by having long-term contracts with the supplier and increasing the payment term cycles. So we can have optimization of working capital. Coming to the procurement cost optimization model, we have designed a model in which we have considered the countries as our recommendations, and we have divided the constraints and assumptions. So this linear programming model has been designed using optimization technique, that is optimal procurement from each country we will be getting based on the constraints, that is demand, availability, and the budget. So for that, we have 2 simulation models. In this, with the budget we have considered is US $2,500. And we are requiring a quantity of 100 metric ton of coal. So based on that, in the scenario 1, if we consider we have lead time of only 20 days, So the countries that are qualifying are Indonesia, Mozambique, and Australia. So considering the optimization calculation, we are getting the total cost to be around 24905 or against the budget of 25,000 US dollars. So for the consideration of scenario 2, we have lead time constraint of 40 days. So all the countries are qualifying in that. But based on the cost in the other scenarios, we are procuring from Indonesia, Mozambique, and Russia. This is just a value consideration for this model. So based on that, we have reduced the cost to 23420 US dollars. That is a saving of around 1580, not exactly saving, we have reduced the budget of $1580. Coming to the COP26 targets, India is targeting, as we all know, India is targeting net zero by 2070. Going forward a step ahead, Tata Steel has targeted to achieve net zero by 2045. So based on that, if we consider steel industry as a country, it is fifth largest emitter of carbon dioxide. So for this carbon reduction proposals, we have proposed there are actually three emission reductions, Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. Targeting on the Scope 2 emission reduction, we are promoting emission-linked pricing methodology and implementation of CNG and LNG-based vehicles. More apart, we can go for carbon offset projects. It is divided into two basic segments, that is avoidance and reduction and removal and sequestration of carbon. So we can also go into the carbon credit market to reduce the carbon dependency, and that's all from our side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think it was a very detailed presentation. Just want to understand, did you study the applications of coking coal?
Yes, sir, definitely we have understood the application of coking coal. Coking coal is primarily used by steel industry.
No, so one is steel industry. Yeah. So what is the contribution of coking coal in other industries other than steel? So if there's 100%, what is the contribution of steel industry?
Actually, for coking coal, we have researched about steel industry only.
Yeah.
We have not
because you need to also see what are the other applications in the other industries and what are the trends there and how is it going to have an impact on steel.
So that's it. Yeah. I know the problem statement was to come up with a model of purchase, right? Do you think one particular procurement model is good enough, considering the risks and challenges and the diversified geographies that you have? Okay, there are advantages of banking on Australia only. I understand the disadvantages. Is one type of procurement model, as you have done with various countries, good enough in terms of cost and reliability? That is one. Second is, I know it's not within the scope, but why shouldn't Tata Steel get into the coking coal business in any of the geographies like Mozambique or anywhere that you have studied? What stops us? Because we secure our raw material, right? So
coming to the model, we cannot rely on simple one model. This is just a basic model based on the details which were available with us. We can modify this model based on the other constraints and the real-time data that we are achieving. So we can modify and we can put constraints like geographic conditions and the geopolitical situations also in this model. So this will be a more diversified, and we can, considering this, we can also consider a probabilistic model that from this country we received this order in this many of days. Based on the past trends, we can get a probability that what is the reliability of this country and the number of days we are getting from that country, ma'am.
The second one?
Talking about second question. So I was recently going through the last interview of our CEO, TV Narendran. So he explicitly mentioned that we are not into mining business. We will not go into other country and we will not secure mines. So based on that interview, I would say that securing mines is not our core competence. And see, the main issue with mining in other countries, like there are various geopolitical scenarios, there are various local situations which will prohibit us from doing business like what we do, like what Tata is famous for. So because of those reasons, we are not getting into mining business. So we'll not go into securing mines in other countries.
So back to the same quantum, why are we worried about So much coking coal is coming in the country, 55 million tons. We just need how much? Out of 55 million, how much do we need?
Currently, we are at
20 million ton.
So why are we worried? World, you said abundant reserves are there in Australia. We are importing oil. Like that, we are importing coal from Australia, abundant reserve. World is not going to get vacant.
The point of
So
worry
what is the fundamental issue?
the point of
What
worry
is the, on your challenge page, I could not get, what's the issue?
So
What is the quantum of worry?
So the main point of worry is
Not
not
this
about
one, the first page.
main point of worry is not about we are majorly importing from Australia. The main point of worry is that currently we are having good ties with Australia, so our flow is going smooth. But in coming days, there might be chances like we have seen with Canada, the ties are like breaking. So in coming days, suppose if something happened with our ties with Australia, then what will we do? Like our operational functionalities will stop suddenly. Or
How
it
much
may
is the
hamper.
problem?
Because 60% of our import is
Million tons.
in million tons. We are importing around 5 billion tons of we are spending 5 billion tons on coal procurement.
Not dollars. Million tons, how much are we buying? You've got a very nice graph which says we are buying from 6 countries now as a country. We'll go.
We are importing 20 million tons for Tata
So
Steel.
what is the problem?
Sir,
Where is the issue?
Sir, as mentioned in the previous, over-reliance on a single source is our issue that we cannot completely rely. For that also in the procurement model, we have considered not over-reliance on a single source.
Is there anything unique about Tata Steel to use coal? Because JSW must be using, SAIL must be using. How much is their quantity?
We have not mapped about JSW because, but JSW is like number 1 in the market. We are number 2.
So they must
the quantity
be
must be around 25 million ton. They must be importing 25 million tons because we are importing 20.
So what is so unique about Tata Steel that we are looking at this case and we want source diversification?
I would like to emphasize more on like the main issue with over dependence on single supplier is risk exposure. Like our exposure will be more if we are focusing on only one country. So the main challenge before us was to diversify the risk. So for diversifying risk, you need to explore other countries. You need to source from other countries to have a balanced mix of risk. So,
Did you put Europe of Tata Steel also in the equation?
like for some areas we have put in Europe, Tata Steel Europe, but majorly we have focused on Indian operations only.
Did you add Europe or no?
No.
Sir, adding to one point, based on the recent report, for Tata Steel, we have procured about 35% of the coking coal from India in this financial year. So we are diversifying from Australia. We are coming to India also and exploring the options of procuring coal from India also.
We have secured a mine.
How much are we buying from India?
23% of
35 or 23?
23%.
23. So which means 80% is there, not 60%.
No. 23% of total coal requirement, and that 60% is of our imported coal requirement. So our imported coal requirement is around 20 million ton. So for that, we are procuring 12 million ton from Australia. That is 60% of that 20 million ton. But our original requirement is not 20. It is much more than that. So what Ashish has mentioned about 23% from local like BCCL and all. So that is about 23% of total coal requirement that Tata both calculate.
So why can't we buy more in domestic? What is the fundamental problem with the coal in domestic?
Sir, the main problem with domestic market is that the coal quality is not of that grade that we are requiring.
What? It's like, black in color.
No, it's not about, sir, black in color. There are basically 6 qualities that BCCL is supplying.
Say one quality.
Coal grade 1, coal grade 2, coal grade 3, coal grade 4,
quality-wise.
steel grade 1, steel grade 2. So basically, we will be focusing on steel grade 1 or 2, or else, like in case of exigency situation, we can also take coal grade 3 and 4.
What is the meaning of that? What is the property which is not there in India?
They are having more carbon content and less ash content. Like if you are focusing on good quality coal, they will be having more carbon content and less ash content.
How much less? What is the thing?
I think for Australian coals, I think 15 to 30% is their ash content. For Indian coals, it is up to 40 to 45%.
And you said about the working capital that you will ask the supplier for additional credit. Is that the only way to control working capital or some other thought is there?
Actually,
So, sir, this is one of the ways we can ask for a longer payment terms. So, when we can reduce the inventory carrying cost, that will help us in optimizing the working capital. Then we have
But they will pass on the cost to you. Nobody is going to give you free cost of credit. So, why would you want to ask from the suppliers? Any fundamental reason that you will ask a supplier because he or she will pass it on to you in any case?
Probably one thing we can do that, we can link our payment term to LC, or probably we can link
Stay on
it
the
to
first question. Why would you ask a supplier? Why not, take it yourself?
We are taking a step for ourselves also by minimizing our inventory, like optimizing our inventory.
Why would you ask your supplier to give additional credit?
We are not asking.
Why would you not? That's what it negotiate longer payment terms. So why would you ask a supplier? Why would you not ask yourself?
So this
to
is one
bank
of the
in the country?
This is one of the way through which we can optimize our working capital.
I see. So any other thought of optimizing the inventory which you studied?
For payment, regarding payment term.
That is one clear.
We can link it to discharge port NOR.
Anything else? Whatever is there is there.
Second is we have our NSC model, which will tell us like when to order the coal, and based on that we can optimize the inventory, and our carrying cost will be less.
On your page in 50 days,
yeah,
how much material is lying at the port in terms of number of days?
We have not mapped exactly how much is lying on
you
the port.
have mapped very nicely.
Actually,
everything is written. How much is the material held at the port?
We have taken lead time, sir. We have not mapped how much material is available at the port. Actually, what we have done, we have calculated inventory at plant, inventory at port, and inventory in transit. So based on that, we have got 39 days and 50 days. So we have mapped lead time. We have not mapped exactly what is lying.
This is aggregate inventory, not exactly based on the three propositions as you mentioned. This is aggregate inventory level for these NSC models that we have considered. Ma'am, if we have the aggregate inventory left for only 39 to 50 days, this is a critical condition that we have to take an action, or we have to procure coal or order coal based on that. And if we critical, we have to take a very short call based on that.
And the
this can be linked to positive and negative market sentiment as well.
Last question is on your emissions. Did you have anything for scope 3 emission, which is a big problem in any case?
Yes,
so
sir.
Did you think of anything in scope 3?
We can probably partner with vessel owners, like we have already done by having Australian coal fully fueled with LNG.
And how much extra you will have to pay on the freight?
So the freight would be a...
So all the benefit will go away?
But the thing is like...
how much did you find out, or what is the arrangement?
Sorry, sir, we didn't get into that detail. But we'll get into that.
But using a vessel, ship, using LNG is one idea. Anything else on scope 3?
We can probably link our carbon emission in contractual agreement. We can link our purchase order with emission-linked pricing. We can probably do carbon offset collaboration. Like we can do carbon credit also. So these things could be done.
Anything in the sea cargo charter which you've studied?
One more thing that we can do is we can optimize the trade route. Like we can optimize the trade route and we can have lesser emissions. Trade route in the sense we can optimize our local transportation, from where we have to take the supply, where we have to deliver. So we can optimize that route, and through that also we can reduce our carbon emission.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, Ops Champ, and also handling all the questions so eloquently. Now let's move ahead and let's get the reaction from the audience. Let's see what our audiences are feeling right now. I can see a lot of awesome and thumbs up. Okay, we have a couple of mind-blowing as well. So that was Ops Champ, wonderfully done. Now let's move ahead towards the next team. And the next team is Aloy Mura. And we have on team Ayush Bhargav, Shubhangi Joshi, Shashwat Patnaik from XIM Bhubaneswar. And their case study is carbon neutrality in purchased goods and services. Let's give them a huge round of applause and all the very best.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Mura from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. The dinosaurs never saw that asteroid coming, but what's our excuse? Today, we talk about Scope 3 emissions in particular. According to GHG protocols, much has been already spoken about Scope 1 and Scope 2 targets, and a lot of firms are putting in more efforts than needed to reduce them. But when it comes to Scope 3 emissions, not much is talked about it. We found out from our research that the major contributor to Scope 3 emissions is purchased goods and services category that contributes to 34% towards the Scope 3 emissions. Now, currently, we propose a solution, a detailed plan, which basically comprises of a green steel certification program from suppliers, which will be implemented in a 5-phase manner, which will have develop, segment, communicate, train, and incentivizing of suppliers. All the phases will be discussed in detail in the further slides. But before that, let's see how Tata Steel is faring so far. So Tata Steel has been acing the sustainability charter. Recently, it became the first steel producer in the world to join the Sea Cargo Charter to reduce its Scope 3 emissions. Not only that, Tata Steel's critical vendor performances have been tracked annually as per its responsible supply chain policy framework. And to add on to it, it has also launched zero carbon logistic programs in European operations. Next slide. We already know that steel is notoriously contributing to emissions, and 26% of those emissions comes from the Scope 3. Now, when we were benchmarking against external agents, basically, we understand that Tata Steel is so far doing great. But what we don't understand is where the goal post is at. So, when we talk about industry veterans like ArcelorMittal and ThyssenKrupp, currently, these are the firms that are not very much into the Scope 3 emissions. They do track their Scope 3 emissions, but they do not disclose their information on how much it comes from its suppliers. When we talk about Indian PSUs like SAIL, they currently are not at all even tracking the Scope 3 emissions. But when we come to Indian competitors like JSW Steel, it has been far ahead in the curve. It not only tracks it, but has also released numbers of how much emission takes place from its suppliers' end. But when we did benchmarking, we understood that Tata Steel has been doing far better than JSW in terms of numbers. Next slide. So, since we couldn't get much from the secondary research, we went on to some of the primary stakeholders to understand what really is the problem. So, while talking to a lot of engineers that are working in these industries, mine managers, and other researchers, they gave us 3 major insights into the Scope 3 emission problem. The first being cost reduction. Firstly, to reduce cost and implement it while striking a balance between these reduction emissions is a challenge for major firms. Secondly, currently, there is no data specificity. We do not know how much suppliers are tracking data. We cannot be sure whether that data is correct or not. And the third being, majority of people who are heading the Charter for Sustainability, they are doing so by incentivizing not just their internal employees, but also the external suppliers, which is how we will be implementing our goal plan, which is the Green Steel Certification Program for suppliers. Over to Ayush.
So we want to implement this program for top 20% of our suppliers who are currently contributing to about 80% of our procurement purchases. This implementation will be done across 5 phases. So who will be a green steel supplier? A certified supplier knows what its role is in the Tata Steel's net zero emissions. Secondly, he knows how to track Scope 1 and 2 emissions within the given standards. And lastly, he takes initiatives to reduce his Scope 1 and 2 emissions, since that is our Scope 3 emissions. So these are so the next phases are discussed in detail. In phase 1, we'll align our suppliers with our net zero target of 2045. In phase 2, we'll launch a series of third-party workshops. This will be facilitated through GHG and World Steel Emission Guidelines, so that they know, our suppliers know what the standards of measuring Scope 1 and 2 emissions are. We'll also demonstrate real-life case studies to facilitate how emissions can be measured practically. In phase 3 and phase 4, we promote a UN SDG-based link reporting like Tata Steel is doing currently for our suppliers. And we also want to have a tailored guidance, because our suppliers are from different domains. Some will be from manufacturing, some will be from bulk mining. So we want to have a tailored solution for all of them. And in phase 4, we'll provide them with the technological solutions, partner on providing resources to measure Scope 1 and 2 emissions. Lastly, we'll have an incentivization program for our suppliers because they are shifting to newer measuring standards. We prefer 3 types of incentivization program. So the least preferred is the financial rewarding system in which you directly increase their margins. But the most preferred rewarding mechanism is when you provide them training, help them build their operational efficiency. In that way, you'll also reduce emissions from the suppliers. How do we track our suppliers' emissions? So we are using a supplier-specific method in which you will have a hybrid plus spend-based method. So some suppliers are currently tracking their emissions using GHG standards and World Steel standards. So we want to directly incorporate their emissions, but some suppliers are not even tracking emissions. So for them, we'll do a spend-based method in which the amount of emissions they generate will be directly proportional to the amount of money we are spending on them. Lastly, we wanted to categorize our suppliers by a supplier emission performance scorecard, and we'll integrate this with our procurement team. So we'll have a performance score which will be a weighted average of 3 factors. That is whether the supplier has taken emission reduction targets, whether or not he's training his employees on emissions, and lastly, what is the reporting accuracy and standards followed by the suppliers. And we'll also mention the cost. This is a US survey for various firms when they implement the GHG analysis and disclosures. What does it cost the firm and what is the cost of training your employees on GHG standards? So this is around $325 per employee. We also demonstrate a use case scenario. So this is Fitzroy Group. This is one of our mine operators in Australia. We own a 5% stake in this mine in Australia. So as we can see, its scope 1 and 2 emissions have been increasing gradually. And in its sustainability and annual report, we also found that it has had multiple safety issues. So like this, we can identify what the problem of our suppliers are, and we can help them build operational efficiency on it in exchange for having a better emission measuring standard system. So how can our bulk mining firms reduce emissions? We'll focus on that.
So now we will see a 3-phase solution about how procurement can be used to reduce scope 3 emission. So in first phase, what we'll do is that we'll collect the supplier data and their emission data, and we'll create our own internal database. Now in phase 2, we will integrate this internal database with our own ERP system. Now coming to phase 3, as we know, we already have our internal database in place, and there are several other software available in the market like Sieve spend analysis software. So leveraging these 2 technology, we will generate greener purchase decision. Now these are the few steps through which our suppliers could reduce their scope 1 and scope 2 emission. The first is utilizing HPGR. As we saw in the last slide, that crushing equipment alone contributes to 20% of emission of mines. So we propose using HPGR because through this, the emission could be directly reduced by 43.5%. Apart from using HPGR, methane capture and implementation of IoT sensor in strategic location of mines could also be done to reduce emissions. Now we will look 2 examples of companies from different sectors and see how they have reduced their scope 3 emission. First company on our list is HP. So what HP has done is that it has identified its top 30 suppliers who contribute to more than 80% of emission, and HP has signed a disclosure agreement with them in which they mandatorily have to share their emission data, and HP organize workshop for them and also provide with technology to them to reduce their emission. After HP, next company is Mars. So what Mars has done is that it not only has incorporated collaboration with its supplier, rather it has performed collaboration with its peers in the industry like PepsiCo, as most of the peers have they share the suppliers. So what they do is that these big companies like Mars and PepsiCo, they push the suppliers to reduce their emissions. Now if major players like Pepsi and Mars will push the suppliers, then the supplier will also take this thing into seriously. Now we urge Tata Steel to take inspiration from these companies and form a collaborative partnership not only with suppliers but also with its peers. As we know, it's a highly competitive market, but if someone had to step in, and if it's not Tata Steel, then who will step in this market? So that's all from our side. Thank you.
That was a wonderful presentation, and I hope that Aloy Mura is ready for the questioning. Over to the judges.
Thank you. So in your presentation, I could not get what are you trying to solve? Is Scope 3 a problem for Tata Steel?
Yes, sir.
How much is the problem?
Sir, we are currently 34% of emissions from Scope 3 are actually from the purchased goods and services.
34% of Scope 3?
Yes, sir. And
overall, Scope 3 itself is how much?
12% of total emissions of Tata
total?
Steel. Yes,
okay.
Sir.
So, you are trying to reduce the 12% of total?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that is, 34% is what you're trying to do?
Of purchase.
So, with your strategy, what you have got, so first of all, is 12% of Scope 3 out of a total denominator? How does it compare to another industry, like an automotive company or aluminum company or any cement company?
Sir, cement companies have slightly higher Scope 3 emissions.
How much?
Sir, around 26%.
And how much is an automotive company?
Sir, we researched about mining firms.
Mining firms?
They actually have 75 to 80% of
Thank
emissions
you.
downstream.
So if suppose somebody has to worry about Scope 3, it should be some of these other industries.
So we did actually research.
Why do you think Tata Steel, which is already 12%, a good number, is bothered about reducing that 12% to something?
Yes, sir. So,
any thought?
Yes, sir. So while Tata Steel has been actively reducing Scope 1 and 2 emissions, when we have to achieve that critical net zero, the projection for Scope 3 is not currently there. We are not worried about how that 12% will go down to 0%. That is why the major contributors of Scope 3, that is downstream emissions and purchased goods and services, need to be targeted now so that by 25 we are able to achieve it. And this will also take a lot of time because it's not dependent on us. It's actually dependent on the suppliers. So this is not as easy as reducing a Scope 1 or a 2 emission.
So if suppose you are on that path to reduce that 34% of the 12%,
yes, sir.
Right? You will have to pay more, because if suppose some supplier is willing to give you a green product or a green service, or the previous group talked about LNG charter of a vessel, there will be an extra freight to be paid. So do you think Tata Steel will be, are you going to recommend that Tata Steel should pay more to its suppliers and therefore reduce it, or is there another model? How will you price it as a procurement team when you are buying the products and services? Suppose there are two suppliers, one saying, I will make it 34, other one is saying 25%. So how will you price it differently? You will have to do L1 behavior, right?
So that is where in European Union we have implemented carbon pricing system, which will soon be implemented in India as well. So we'll actually...
So what happens when you have a carbon pricing?
Sir, actually you can transfer your carbon credit. So let's say you have been given a target of carbon emissions this year by the country itself. So if you have carbon credits remaining, you can actually sell them, or you can keep it for the next year, so that in case you cross your limits at that point, you can use up the limits that you had saved in previous year. That way you can avoid fines. So once this system is fully implemented in India, we'll actually benefit, since we were the first movers in collaborating with our suppliers.
And when you saw, because some of the examples what you have got on the Mars chocolate and Mars,
Yes, sir.
things, they have a very high emission which is there, and there is an affordability. So in case of Tata Steel, with 80% of the spend, with 20% suppliers,
Yes, sir.
could you find out some major suppliers who can help you do this?
So we are focusing in this presentation on mining firms because we are bulk buying from them. So around, let's say 45 million tons of material is being imported. Out of these, 20 million tons is coke, and the other 8 to 9, 10 million is fluxes. So limestone, dolomite, fluorite, all of these import. So these are the suppliers we'll be focusing initially when we mentioned the top 50 suppliers part. Then we'll know what are the challenges.
What will you focus on? We have to still use limestone.
Yes, sir.
So what will you focus on?
Sir, ensuring that they are measuring their emissions using the correct standards, and then once they started measuring, because if
Suppose they measure or not measure, how does it bother you? How will you reduce your 34% by looking at limestone?
Sir, once we have a list of suppliers who are measuring their emissions, we can eventually procure more from the suppliers who are creating lesser emissions, and will penalize them who are making more emissions.
No, you are losing me here. How will you reduce your 34% of the 12% by buying from somebody who is measuring?
Sir, once you have measured, you will have a list of suppliers who are providing, let's say, Coke. They are providing Coke at lower emissions, but obviously the price can be higher. So you will have to choose and prioritize suppliers who are making lower emissions in their space, let's say coking coal, or an OEM like an ABB.
So is this the only thing? Because there are materials and there are services.
Yes, sir.
How will you handle the procurement of services to reduce scope 3?
Again, sir, we'll have to look at the list of suppliers who are taking initiatives towards, let's say, suppliers of green energy. So we have both types of suppliers who are using fossil fuels and then who are using alternative sources of energy.
What do you mean by green energy?
Sir, using alternative sources of
Like what?
Like wind energy, hydroelectric energy, which...
In Jamshedpur and Kalinganagar region?
No, sir. We are talking about suppliers. What energy
So
they are
suppliers
using.
are also in that location, Adityapur and other places in eastern region.
So these are smaller
So
suppliers.
where in India you will have wind energy and like green energy, what you mentioned?
Sir, in the coastal regions we can have, and hydroelectric energy is present in Odisha and Jharkhand predominantly because of multiple rivers. We have Hirakud Dam in Odisha, and we have Panchayat and Maithan Dam in Jharkhand.
No, in your 45 million tons of products and services, how many suppliers or what is the buy which is of green energy, if such a thing is there?
So these are, when we are restricting to Indian suppliers, we are restricting to a very small portion of it. We want to move to Australian, Venezuela, Oman. These are suppliers which currently don't have, in Australia we have a mandate to measure scope 1 and 2 emissions, but in the Middle Eastern countries, in Russian and Venezuelan countries, we don't have any standards of measuring scope 1 and 2 emissions. So why would they do that in the first place?
So you will recommend that we also start buying from Venezuela?
Sir, we'll recommend them to actually start. We are already procuring from Oman and Venezuela, but we want them to start measuring emission and then to decrease it.
So, judge number 1 asks 5 questions. He's taken 3 away from my kitty, so I don't have much to ask. But you know what you plan in scope 3 as a theoretical input and what happens in reality with suppliers is a major gap. I didn't find you talking to vendors. I saw that you've spoken to random engineers here and there.
So we actually had
So what is it that the vendors feel? What are their people feeling? Are they conscious? It's a journey which takes, this is a cultural change, right? It takes years to happen. Any thoughts on that?
That is why we want to be pioneers in this business. We actually had an interview with a steel supplier, steel distributor. So what he mentioned was emissions, barring emissions, they also want to control the price of steel. So they do not want that the price of steel goes up for greener emission. The customer is not ready for paying that at this moment.
So you're really caught in your suggestion, huh? It is going to be expensive. There is going to be some $320 odd per person. Tata Steel absorbs the cost. Pioneering is equivalent to please absorb cost, and the customer will not pay. Am I right in?
Ma'am, this is what firms have done previously on grounds of sustainability, and they have succeeded later. So like we talked about the carbon trading system that exists in Europe, once it is implemented in India, we will benefit from it. And we can also have examples of firms that have done globally. So GE Aviation and GE in general in 2005 actually implemented a sustainability division. Back in those days, no one in the world was thinking about a lot on sustainable ground. So they manufactured aircraft engines and railway engines using sustainable techniques, and now everyone is giving them orders for. So it's in the long run, it pays off gradually.
So usually I don't pick on specific word which is mentioned by the team, but I am tempted to ask you, why did you use the word notorious, for steel industry? What do you think are other industries doing? Like many other industries, I don't want to say the names of other industries, but did you put the various industries on the map and say...
So when we were researching, we came to the conclusion that wherever, whichever source we went to, they talked about that steel does not take its scope 3 emissions very seriously. There is no tracking of scope 3 that happens.
But he said that scope 3 is not a problem, it's only 12% of the total.
No, sir. Scope 3 definitely is a problem, which is basically scope 3 for us, right?
It's only 12%.
Yes, sir.
And he mentioned about other industries, 60% and 80%.
Yes,
so
sir.
I am just trying to clarify, why would you choose a word called notorious?
So because as much as scope 1 and 2 is talked about, scope 3 is the problem, and because emission for us in terms of volume is huge. And when we were seeing what our competitors do, a lot of them don't even track it. So it was very difficult for us to go just by secondary research to come up with a solution. Therefore, we had to basically track down
Which
people.
are the other industries which have more of 1, 2 and 3?
So like he talked about from automotive industry.
No, 1, 2, 3, all combined.
Apart from
Cement is
one of the industries that we
And?
talk. And sir, majorly we were focusing
automotive.
on mining, cement industry, and automotive is the only ones we focused on because we wanted to restrict to what is happening
How did
here.
you come to Calcutta?
So via flight.
So why do you think this subject is so much critical for steel industry? Why is this case here? And like she was asking, why would you want to work with the procurement suppliers to reduce scope 3, which itself is 12? What is the fundamental issue?
The steel industry is the highest contributor of emissions globally, so around 12%. So even a small chunk of that is actually large when you think in relative terms.
From that, 26% is scope 3, if we talk about that. So the numbers are high. It's not that they are not high. We are trying, whatever we have, we are trying to work with it so far, I think.
Yeah.
So some data correction you need to do.
So just want to ask, your understanding of the suppliers. You said the top 20 suppliers.
Top 50 initially.
Yeah, for Tata Steel, you said 20%
Yes.
contribute to 80%,
80%.
and something like that. So did you try to understand these 20%, to which other industries are they supplying?
Mostly out of the 40, like I mentioned, the coking coal. So coking coal is used in iron and dolomite industries and manganese. So these are basically the three manufacturing industries in which coking coal is used predominantly. So
Okay, so the question was, did you try to see industries other than steel where there is pressure to reduce emissions and what actions are being taken?
So we looked at cement industry and we found out that actually when the cement industry is sourcing material, it is also having similar problems because they are also purchasing petroleum-based coke, so that is called pet coke. So they are also focusing on shifting to away from PSU's Indian firms, which are high in emission, to Australian firms, which are currently taking sustainable initiatives.
So is there a global benchmarking of these suppliers? Is there a kind of independent body which evaluates them, or each of the industries need to have their own benchmarks?
So for steel, we have World Steel Emission, which publishes guidelines and also relative comparisons on what other players are doing. Similarly, for cement industry in India, we have CII, Confederate of Indian Industries, which measures what different vendors of cement are doing.
But of course, it's not implementable. As per government guidelines, currently in India, we do not have hard and fast rule that you have to track it. Therefore, we are finding these problems that suppliers, whether they measure it or not, it's very
So do you
difficult
see
for
a need for a common standard instead of each industry trying to define it? If you have to define a common standard for all these polluting industries?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We want to have that baseline set for across industries, but currently what we are doing is we actually did focus only on steel, so that is a restriction.
So actually, Tata Steel is also now shifting toward GHG standards. We were told by one of the panelists in semi-finals. So GHG, from World Steel Standards, we are now shifting to GHG standards, which is also being followed by international firms like ArcelorMittal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Aloy Mura, for a wonderful presentation and a very detailed answers. Now let's move ahead towards the last team for this track, and the last team for value chain track is data drivers, and we have Abir Jha and Chinmoy Samal, and they are from IIM Mumbai, and their case study is logistic model shift to reduce carbon footprints in supply chain. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are team data drivers from IIM Mumbai, and we are here to present the solution to case 6 of the value chain track, where we are trying to integrate the inland waterways and coastal waterways to the existing supply chain of Tata Steel, so in order to reduce the carbon footprints. Waterways is the most efficient mode of transport, and it is around 85% and 48% more environment friendly as compared to roadways and railways. And with its implementation, we can also reduce the congestion on roads and improve our trade access and also generate job opportunities. Waterways contributes around 7% to the existing Indian logistics, which is way lesser as compared to the global economic giants like US and China. And there is a huge scope of improvement, but there are challenges like lack of infrastructure, longer lead times associated, difficulty to integrate because of high capital cost associated, and the difficulty in handling large parcel sizes as well. So our objective is to strategize an implementation plan so that we can integrate the inland waterways and coastal waterways to the logistics network. Now, for doing this, we have mapped the existing supply chain by building a supply chain twin using any logistics software. The model parameters that we have taken is from the integrated annual report of Tata Steel, and the product flows such that it is taken from the raw material sourcing locations to the Tata Steel plants, where intermediary products like ingots, billets are produced. Those are then shipped to the stockyards, which from where it goes to the SPCs, where the final products like wires and rebars are produced, and which are then stored in the distribution hubs, and the final demand is met. Some customers are also directly fed from the plants, stockyards, and the SPCs, depending on the requirements. The model assumption is that the demand cycle is of 5 days, and 100% demand fulfillment across the country is achieved. And we have chosen a network optimization and simulation modeling, as we can see there. So, after getting the optimized network, we have identified a few routes which can be integrated into the system. And the first identified route is from Haldia Port to Chennai Port, which is a part of the flow from Tata Steel Jamshedpur to the Chennai stockyard. Now, we have chosen this route because it has 2 handling points. One is Haldia Port with 12 berths and Chennai Port with 26 berths. And they have a capacity of 65 million tons and 100 million tons respectively, which is sufficient enough if we are trying to integrate it into our system. And also, we can see the past records of how much these ports have been handling. And there we have done estimation of how much cost and CO2 emissions we can save, which will be discussed in the next slide. After manufacturing the products at Jamshedpur, we'll be loading them into containerized trucks and wagons, which will be shipped to the Haldia port. But consolidated cross-docking will be done onto the vessels, which will be shipped to the Chennai port. Now, to calculate the annual CO2 emission reduction and the logistics cost, we have taken into account the loading and unloading cost, the inventory holding cost, the transportation cost, and the material handling cost at the ports as well. And since there will be an increase in the lead time, we have chosen to implement lead time risk pooling strategy, where the parcel size increases by 85%, and also the mean time between shipments increases to 44.47 hours. And the feeder, the vessel that we are trying, that we prefer will be a feeder vessel of a capacity of around 1,000 TEU. And the next identified route will be from in the part of the National Waterway 1, which is from Sahibganj to Varanasi. And this will be a part of the flow from Tata Steel Jamshedpur to the Faridabad hub. Now, this is chosen because it is a part of two MMTs where they have a capacity of 1,500 tons on both jetties, and it is sufficient enough for us to handle the product flow through this route. And past year itself, it has achieved 20,000 million ton kilometers of cargo. And our competitors have been the competitors in the similar space have also been using this route in the past years. And similar calculation has been done on this route. And to discuss the further implementation strategy, my friend Abir will take on.
Thanks, Chinmay. So now I'll be talking about the implementation strategy for this route. So from Tata Steel Jamshedpur, we will use a combination of road and rail transportation to ship the products to the Sahibganj MMT. Then from Sahibganj MMT, we'll once again implement cross-docking, consolidated cross-docking system to feed the vessel. The vessel that we have used is the latest carrier in the B3 series, that is bulk carrier B3, with a usable capacity of 1,500 tons. And from Sahibganj MMT, we'll once again ship the product to Varanasi with this feeder, and in Varanasi, we will ship the products to Faridabad stockyard via road and rail combination. The key logistical change that we'll have to undergo to facilitate this transformation is that instead of L4F, we will once again use lead time risk pooling, which would increase our mean time between shipments to almost 50 hours, and our parcel size would increase by 105%. These are the comparison of the inventory cycle that would be in before and after scenarios. And by implementing this route, we can save almost 32 crores in total overall logistics cost, and our annual reduction in CO2 emission would be 1.15 crores of kgs of carbon dioxide. So, and the third route that we have identified, which we can use for our inland waterway transportation, is a new greenfield route. But why do we actually need to engage in a greenfield expansion? That answer I would suggest in the next slide. But right now, talking about the route itself, it is an alternative route from Nagpur to Pune lane. And in that, we have used Nanded MMT to Pategaon, which would be a greenfield expansion. The reason why we have used this NW4, only this stretch of NW4 is the whole Godavari river. But the reason why I've chosen just this stretch is because this whole river is filled with dams and backwaters. And this stretch is between the two big dams, which is Sri Ram Sagar and Nath Sagar Dam. And the reason why we have chosen and to build an MMT hub at Nanded is because it is extremely well connected with both roadways and railways to other parts of the country. And the key challenges in doing this would not only be restricted to the high capital expenditure, but also there are very barrages present, which will have to be redeveloped to introduce navigational locks. And Godavari is a twisting river, which would reduce the speed of the vessel. Right, so now, like I said, we will answer the question to why do we actually need a greenfield expansion. For this, there are four main reasons. A is the over-dependence on the eastern Indian rivers for inland waterway transportation. B, overburdened of the limited number of jetties in NW1 and NW4. C is it provides an alternative, cost-effective transportation route between eastern and western coast of our country. And C, there are large numbers of rivers in the west whose potential is still largely untapped. And because of this, in the Greenfield project, why only that stretch from Nanded to Pategaon? For that, we have done a feasibility analysis where we have analyzed various factors. And for the last factor, that is commercial viability, we have actually done an approximate cost estimation based on various secondary research. And the total cost did come out to be this. So based on this cost, we have decided that for Tata Steel to actually do this Greenfield project, it would be best to enter into an EPC model, that is engineer, procure, construct, with the government of India. And of course, there would be some challenges for the Tata Steel also, but the cost savings on the tune of 3.5 crores annually in the logistics could save these challenges. But apart from all these strategy-specific challenges that we have faced, there are some key bottlenecks also, which is not limited to port infrastructure. The river route is still not navigable as such. The actual on-site implementation of various government acts. The material movement is still not as far as the actual original planning. The reverse leg of the logistics is still untapped, and there are various ecological concerns. To address these overarching challenges, we have also suggested some solutions, like to engage in PPPs, then to continuously dredge the rivers to maintain the adequate river depth. For the reverse logistics, we have tried to implement the shared logistics with competitors and other companies to facilitate the return leg of the transportation. So finally, to conclude, so we have chosen three distinct routes. One is a coastal route, another is an existing inland waterway route, and the third is a new greenfield project. And these all three routes cater to the all three regions of our country, major regions, that is north, west, and south of the country. And this is just a sample. This is what we have done with the very frivolous data that we got. And but still, we are able to almost save 2% of the total transportation cost and almost 3% of the total CO2 emissions based on this. So thus, there is a huge future scope for this project. And we know that government is also trying to push this project to drive the impetus into it, so that we can in near future ready to expand these dreams of ours. So in the end, I would like to conclude this presentation by quoting a famous quote from Sir Ratan Tata, which goes like, the business needs to go well beyond the interest of their own companies to the communities they serve. And thus, it is a good time for Tata Steel to not only set an example for this country, but for the whole nation, that when organizations like this set their minds to something, they can achieve those things that are even not heard of before, not imagined of before. Thank you.
That was a wonderful presentation. Now let's move towards the question answer round.
So I'm a little confused. To cater to domestic customers or within Tata Steel, the movement of goods into Tata Steel, the use of the coastal shipping to west, from east to west and from east to south is already less utilized. The infrastructure is available, okay? There's Chennai port, there's Mumbai port, and yet it's not happening. So that's a low-hanging fruit, and I didn't see much of how you can already take advantage of what's available. I found 3 routes that you were specifying, which is very difficult to do. It's like setting infrastructure all over again. It has a lot of cooperation with the government that you need. You do not know whether you'll be able to operate all the months of the year, things like that. So have you looked at first the low-hanging fruit and how to increase the traffic there and therefore take advantage of it?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, the 3 routes that we have suggested, the first 2 routes are already developed. Chinmay, can you just focus on those slides?
Why is there an additional cost in that?
Right. So there's not. Those were the cost savings that we can utilize by implementing those routes. So those routes are already developed. Like for example, the second route, this.
So why are we not utilizing it now? What are the reasons, barriers that your mentors would have told you that we're not utilizing it?
Yes, ma'am. So there are key barriers in this. The first one is, of course, just talking about this route, that is the inland river route, National Waterway 1. There is lack of nighttime navigation of the whole stretch. The river, the depth of the river is inadequate at some stretches, like in Faraka to, in Ghaziabad to Prayagraj stretch, the river depth is only 1.1 meters. But the barges that flows, they require a minimum depth of 2 meters. So during non-monsoon season, it is very difficult for barge to navigate that route. So, and plus also the lead time is high, so we'll have to increase our shipment size. And these days, you know, the customers, they do like fast shipments rather than slow shipments. So these are some key challenges, because of which right now only 1% of all this waterways transportation is used by Tata Steel. But we suggested those ideas. If this happens, then this can be implemented. But the infrastructure is already in place.
So continuing from where she was, just go back to your first page. Why are we chasing this river? Fundamentally, what is the issue with road and rail?
Right, so...
No, previous page, where you had that bar chart and all. Comparing US and China and India.
Yes, sir.
So what is the fundamental reason why we are chasing river route now?
Yes, sir. For this, we have two answers. The first one is...
I'm less greedy, give me one only.
Right, so just like we saw that in the video itself, I guess it is the time that we break the crayons and give it and pass it to our younger generation. As we had also researched,
hang on. So, what is the reason why we are chasing waterways?
Because it is the first reason is it is environmentally friendly. The CO2 emissions which happens with barge and ships is almost 84% less pollution as compared to road, and 48% less pollution as compared to rail. And the second one is it is also...
So carbon emission is the reason why it is you are saying that we should go for?
Yes, sir. This is one of the reasons, and the second one is also it is cost effective.
It is?
Cost effective.
Cost effective.
Right. In India, if we travel by road, then it is 2.5 rupees per ton kilometer. For rail, it is 1.36 per ton kilometer. But if we use waterway transport, then it is only about rupees 1.06.
So if rail is so good, then why it has become 39% of the total bar? Why has the country gone to 54% in road?
Sir, because last mile connectivity is still what lacks. So if you are shipping the product to a
What
Pune-
do you think was this bar at the time of independence?
At the time of independence, the roads were not structured enough. Like there was.
What was this bar type?
I would say my assumption would be the rail would be all around 60, almost 50 to 60. The road would be little less, and I guess inland waterway would be close to zero.
Zero.
Right.
Oh, okay. So environment is the only reason why you are chasing the inland waterways to be taken on.
Yeah, one of the big reasons, and another is the efficiency, the cost efficiency, and apart from this, there are very.
So when you positioned our solution, what she was asking, and what is also my question, for Route 1, which is going to Mumbai and Chennai, did you see the total cost of delivery?
Yes, sir, we do.
Was it more than rail or less than rail?
It is actually less than road and rail because.
Is it?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Despite doing multimodal?
Yes, sir. Despite being multimodal, we have first, of course, users cross. There are various facets to it. We have tried to implement consolidated cross-docking system. So if that is used, then we don't need to pay for the storage sheds in the port itself. Apart from that, of course, the shipment cost is very less as compared to road and rail that we have already talked about.
So if it is lower than rail and road, then why are we not doing more volume from eastern region to go to south and west?
So
if it is so low in cost, it is also attractive from an environment point of view. You can load the number of TEUs despite the other team saying that eastern region port facilities are not good.
Yes,
So why is that we are not doing it?
Sir, one of the main thing is lead time and large parcel size.
Is that the only reason? Lead time, parcel size? Any other reason why we may not be doing it?
So there is also issues with material handling. Like it's, of course, when it's multimodal transport, you need to transfer the materials from one mode of transportation to another mode of transportation and then to another mode of transportation.
So what?
Which increases the cost, damages.
Still it is cheaper as per you?
Sorry, sir?
Still it is cheaper?
Yes.
Despite doing multimodal?
Yes, sir, we actually did
So
that.
then what is the issue?
Implementation, I think, is still lagging.
Any other issue which is there in the material?
No, sir, I am not able to think of
Can you send cold rolled coils, galvanized coils on a multimodal way floating on the river?
Yes, sir, they will. Yes, I guess it would be difficult. They would need to be packed a bit more.
And how is US doing so much water then?
So
They also use galvanized coil and...
So US is actually like ever since the start of their history, they have been using rivers as a mode of transportation. It's not like they, like in India, it is still at nascent stage, but US, the main reason for US being such a huge economic superpower is because they were able to tap into their potential of rivers like Rhine and all. But in we are still at nascent stage, so this is one big gap. So they would have also focused
from
on...
the condition of the cargo, from inventory, China is such a cost-effective thing. Why do you think they are able to do 16%? What is the fundamental thing which they are doing right?
Sir, the answer can be reliability as well, because we cannot rely on the fact that our cargo will be safe in inland waterways, considering India's scenario. But that is why USA has cracked it, because their rivers are more navigable and the infrastructure is more suited towards inland waterways, which India can achieve.
Repeat question to what I had asked the other team. Inland Waterways Authority, single body, if you have to ask one help from them, from your 6 variable things which you had written, what is that help which you need from? Combining both the answers which you... One question, one help you need.
So I would say...
Tracking facility and the fact that our goods will
What
not be...
facility?
Tracking facility of the...
Tracking?
Yes, sir. GPS tracking facility. And also the fact that our cargo will be safe during the route. The security systems would be there along the route.
Security system means
Like,
somebody can steal
Yeah,
steel.
because the inland waterways are not, this goes through maybe unhabitation areas as well. So the security issues can be there, so that can be another.
So what will inland authorities do? Inland waterways?
Prove the,
Because on your 6 parameters, 6 things which you wrote, security issue never mentioned.
Sir, I think that one thing.
Can you go to that slide? But you can answer in the meantime other factor.
Right, so the other factor that I think is the on-site implementation. In the National Waterway Act of 2016, it was planned that each year they would spend at least 20 million rupees to develop the infrastructure.
20 million rupees.
20 million, yeah.
Which is how much?
20 million rupees
2
is...
crore.
Sorry, $20 million it would be.
Right.
Sorry, I got the numbers wrong. Right.
Where is the 6 factor slide? Nahi chal raha hai?
Yes, sir.
Inland waterways mein stuck.
Yes, I'm just trying to. Right. So, but right now only $40 million have been spent on developing that infra. So there is $100 million.
One is the fund. What is that which you want to ask? Like they said, put shore crane.
Right.
Is there anything which you can say so that we can start using the coastal for Chennai and for Bombay?
Yes, sir. So my answer, like on-site implementation of their plans. So they had planned that Farakka, the navigation plan, the navigation lock on Farakka Bridge would be developed by 2021, but it's 2023 and it's still not been inaugurated. So the plans.
If you forget Farakka only, for Chennai and for Mumbai, yes, Farakka doesn't come into the way.
Yes, it's the inland water.
We can move from Kalinganagar and Meramandali to the port.
Right.
So what do you want to get from inland waterways authorities?
So I think the multimodal facility, the infrastructure. So it's in the material movement, we hadn't at that point, but it was that only that. The damage of material due to material handling, this is one major issue.
What will they do? You think about it, Inland Waterways Authority is a very helpful authority. They are willing to help out.
Right.
So you've got some nice 6 things written. But you have to do more, like she was asking. Why are we not doing to Chennai and to Mumbai? There must be some reason which they can enable it.
Sir, I think the multimodal part of that port needs to be improved because right now if one train comes, then it takes almost 3 to 6 hours to unload one berth of that train into the ship. If this is improved, then we can use that multimodal connectivity far better than before.
Did you do any analysis of benefits of coastal and inland between the two? What would you recommend for Tata Steel?
So actually, what we did was we had taken out it separately. Like we had given one example for coastal, one example for inland, and one example for a greenfield expansion. But if you'll have to choose, if the choice comes that whether coastal or inland, then of course coastal would be something that Tata Steel needs to prioritize because infrastructure is well in place. And infrastructure is well in place, and development is also being through the Sagarmala project, which is focused on developing the ports. It is developed at a far better level than the inland jetties and all those multimodal hubs. So we would focus on coastal more than the inland one.
And in the value chain, from raw material to intermediates to finished,
yes,
where would you want Tata Steel to invest more in these alternate transportation, coastal and inland?
Chinmay, you want to go?
Sir, initially, when we are not sure about the infrastructure, we can try to ship the byproducts first. We can implement that, but slowly. But what we have suggested here was it was shipping from our plants to our stockyards. So that would be a preferable way to go forward before taking on like outbound.
So more on the downstream side,
more on the
not on the upstream.
Side.
Given that customers want, the products to be delivered faster, right? I mean, we are an e-commerce generation, which you guys are. But, if a company is going to say that I'm going to supply through coastal and inland and because it's sustainable, but it'll take 3 times the time, would you think it'll really work? So which kind of industries do you think this can be pitched from a customer point of view?
Actually, we did had thought about it very like in depth, because of course, if you are shipping through inland waterways, then time would be increased, and as a customer, as a final customer, it would be very difficult then then what will happen, we'll have to ask them to store their product from their own so that they can use it. But then to ask those customers to increase the storage space, it would be very difficult. So for this, what we more focused was that rather than delivering our customers those final products, we will try to ship intermediary products between our stockyards and our plants, and thus those industries that have varied geographical presence in between their own levels of value chain. Like let's say like paint industry also. Their big paint is, for example, in Asian paints, their paints industry are very localized in Gujarat areas, but demand is also very high in Kolkata. And once they paint, they have processing centers, their own, in which they manufacture different products, and they take base products from there, and then they manufacture different products in other locations. So between these two parts of the value chain, this transportation can be used.
Thank you.
So just one thing, it's not related to the project, just trying to understand, in your courses for supply chain, are you expected to actually work on multimodal transportation, logistics, network planning? And do you do actual simulation with industry inputs? Do you all have something like that in your course included now?
Yes, we had a project on simulation and dynamics modeling. We had a course subject, and in this we had done various simulations on different sectors, which included hospitality and other. So in logistics sector, we had actually done, and the any logistics software that we used, that was also one of the key software that can be used for developing the multimodal infrastructure in our country.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much. That was a well-done presentation. Now let's have a quick reaction from our audiences. Let's have a look. All right, so we see a couple of thumbs up, mind-blowing and awesome. Thank you so much. So that was value chain track, and let's give a huge round of applause for all the participants for the first track. Congratulations. You all have done a wonderful job, but now it's time that we all go and have lunch. I hope that everybody's hungry. We have a very delicious food awaiting for everyone here, but please make sure that you all come back by 2 o'clock. All right? Yes? Can I get a yes? Yes. So please do come back by 2, and we will resume with the next set of presentations. Thank you so much.
हमारे जीवन के लिए कोई सुविधा के लिए सरकार अगर करना चाहे तो इंश्योरेंस करा दे और बच्चों की पढ़ाई के लिए भी अच्छी तरह सुविधा दे दे।
राय जो ये है कि हेल्थ चेकअप हो गया ये साल में कम से एटलीस्ट एक बार होना चाहिए, और दूसरा पीएफ का है, पीएफ भी होना चाहिए तो जो यहाँ पे नहीं है।
Hi, hello. Yeah, I think this is fine. So basically the volume was actually increasing. ठीक है.
Welcome to Welcome to Tata. Welcome to Tata Samriddhi portal.
हाँ, हमारे जीवन के लिए कोई सुविधा के लिए सरकार अगर हाँ, हमारे जीवन के लिए कोई
employees. Welcome to welcome
So, good afternoon one more time, and welcome back to Steel-a-thon Season 10 2023. So, in the morning, we completed one track, and that was absolutely amazing. All the participants have put in so much of hard work, which reflects in their presentation. And now it's time that we move towards the next track here. So the next track is our brilliant minds who are presented here will do people track, and it is dedicated to developing innovative strategies to elevate contract workforce engagement and revolutionizing the employee experience through hyper personalization. All will aim of fostering inclusivity and creating a workplace for the future. So can we please have the intro video? That was an amazing video. Now let's move ahead. So in people track, we have two case studies. The first case study is future-looking creative strategies for deployment and engagement of contract workforce. And we will have two different teams doing this particular case study. So the first team I would like to invite on stage are Proficient Fighters, and in the team we have Debadri Ghosh, Ayushi Sharma, Preetam Pradhan from SCMHRD. Let's give them a huge round of applause and all the best.
Good afternoon. We are team Proficient Fighters from SCMHRD Pune. And I am Ayushi, my teammates Preetam and Debadri. In India, we embrace Vasudev Kudumbakam, that is, world is our family. So treating everyone with equity and dignity. So let's understand the problems that contract workers are facing from none other than but themselves. We'll show you a video shortly.
हाँ, हमारे जीवन के लिए कोई सुविधा के लिए सरकार अगर करना चाहे तो इंश्योरेंस करा दे और बच्चों की पढ़ाई के लिए भी अच्छी तरह सुविधा दे दे।
रहा है जो ये है कि हेल्थ चेकअप हो गया, ये साल में कम से कम एटलीस्ट एक बार होना चाहिए। और दूसरा पीएफ का है, पीएफ भी होना चाहिए जो यहाँ पे नहीं है।
सरकारी स्कीम है, उसका कुछ पता नहीं चलता। अगर एक जगह हो जाएगा तो कुछ मदद।
इतने में गुजारा नहीं हो रहा है तो पढ़ाई कैसे करवाएं? बड़ी मुश्किल से चल रहा है गुजारा।
हमारे पास कुछ नहीं है, कोई मकान है, कुछ नहीं है हमारे पास, तो क्या करें हम?
बाथरूम क्लीन पाहिजे आणि चेंजची रूम पाहिजे, आरोग्य तपासणी महिन्याला पाहिजे।
मुझे कॉलेज में ऐसे बहुत फीस लेते हैं, पर मुझे ऐसे फीस ज़्यादा ना भरना पड़े, मुझे कॉलेजशिप 90% या 80% मिले और मेरी आगे की पढ़ाई फ्री में हो या कम से कम पैसे में हो, ये मैं चाहती हूँ।
अकॉर्डिंग टू सेफ्टी नॉर्म्स एज पर ISO 45,000 देखेंगे आप, तो हम लोग लेबर के लिए लेबर कैंप प्रोवाइड करते हैं। ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, यूजेबल वाटर, रूम एरिया, प्रीमाइसेस, हाउसकीपिंग रहता है। देन आपका लिवेबल कंडीशन जो है क्वेश्चन टू वर्क, इंक्लूडिंग आपका क्रिच रहता है उसमें, जो लेबर के वर्कर्स होते हैं उनके लिए एजुकेशनल एक्टिविटी करते हैं। देन हॉस्पिटल का भी हम लोग अरेंजमेंट करते हैं। हमारे हॉस्पिटल स्टाफ है जो डिपेंड अपॉन फ्रीक्वेंसी वीकली हम उन्हें मॉनिटर करते हैं कि हेल्थ इश्यूज क्या चल रहा है।
So keeping all this in mind, our primary focus is to provide an end-to-end solutions for the contractual workers. So for that, we have created our talent marketplace. For that, like primarily the sourcing will be through JNTVTI. So for that, we have identified Eastern region, so where most of the JNTVTI centers and Tata Steel companies are there, from where we can get most source of the talent pool. Once Tata Steel is able to create requirements and types of jobs, so vendors should be able to categorize male, female, and PWD candidates and map them according to their skill sets to highly skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled. So we have plans for LGBTQIA workers as well. And after that, different consciousness programs can be set through ITI training centers and NGOs, and we can source highly skilled workers. And also, Tata Steel can track different contractual workers who are under government schemes like Manrega and PMGKRA as well. And even going too deep, we can, like Tata Steel can go to different villages and contact with panchayats and mukhias to get huge talent source. So to track all of these, Tata Steel, like we have come up with a unified portal where there will be 3 interfaces basically: Tata Steel portal, vendor portal, and workers portal. So we will be implementing it in 3 phases. So for the initial phase, it will be open for Tata Steel portal and vendor portal, so their bid management related issues will be taken care of. In the second phase, it will be open for the contractual workers, where like new contractual workers can register. And in the phase 3, we will look through the access issues and different scheme enrollment and gross payment related issues. Here we have showcased how a consciousness awareness framework can be set up. And with all these, how contractual workers can be benefited is that they will get opportunity, stability, and visibility of their work. And Tata Steel can get a huge skilled workforces. Our next solution is to provide a digital consciousness framework, which we named as Tata Sathi. Now, why we don't opted for mobile phones giving application is just because these contractual workers, they are not tech savvy at all. And then initially, it will be very huge investment and like giving data packs and all. So that's why we have come up with a digital kiosk, which we can deploy in different touch points, like let's say entry-exit points, different departments, where all these facilities like attendance, wages, government schemes, safety tracking, these contractual workers can check. And those who are not tech savvy at all, so for them, we have come up with a helpline number. And for the further upgradations, we want to integrate it with buy and sell applications and with regional language facility and many other things.
Since already mentioned, contract workers might not be that tech savvy. That's why we are relying on several physical awareness strategies. During our research, we found out certain pain points that actual contract workers need in case of awareness, which is, for example, basic facilities, welfare schemes. We have divided it into what will be the agenda of the awareness strategy, what will be the frequency and medium of communication for both contractors and contract workers. Care for contract workers, we can see the red box is what Tata Steel is currently doing, and the right-hand side boxes, the green boxes, are what is our suggestion to Tata Steel. Basic amenities, going with the analogy of roti, kapda and makan, we have divided into food, hygiene and house. For hygiene, yes, restrooms are available, but to prevent any sort of infections and kidney-related diseases in contract workers, we need to maintain hygiene. For house or accommodation, we can tie up with Neston. For training and development, for O&M project workers, we can have Super 30 program. For pre-experienced workers, we can have 7-day certification offered by Tata Steel. If we talk about the health, apart from the free health checkups that Tata Steel already provides, we can also include mine workers because they're not currently covered in ESIC scheme. If we talk about welfare, also highlighted in the video that how expensive can be education for contract workers and their families. That is why we can provide some scholarships and free education till undergrad level for single girl child. If we talk about compliance, which will be highlighted in the later slides, leave, yes, for whatever regular employees, the benefits that they get, we should also give that to contract workers, especially women. For example, Rahat leaves.
So now we will go to a performance tracker. So what we will do, we will divide the workers as per their skill levels like low, medium and high, and how we will do that. First off, the quality of work they are delivering, the productivity and the JNT-VTI, because everyone has to come through JNT-VTI, so say their JNT-VTI scores we will take. So accordingly, we will create a 9-blocker matrix with respect to the current skill and the performance, and based on that, we will divide them into different tiers. And for them, as we have already told, the upskilling framework, what we will do for the prior technical experience workers, we will give them a 7-day certified training through ITI or JNT-VTI. And for contractual or O&M workers, we will run a Super 30 program. And whatever the reward as per their marks that we have listed down. But what the KPIs we will measure through it, that the number of motivated employees in the further trainings, the efficiency of the training, and the increase in the retention rate and the quality of the source from where the talent will come. So now next is basically the other strategies like income security, where we have to see that the contract sheet is given to every contractual worker or not. For safety, it is one of the pillars of Tata. But also for the advanced training, they can partnership with IRCS for the advanced vendor trainings through the safety officers. And in the rewards and recognitions, we have identified 2 areas like Pragati Patni Yojana is basically the upskilling or the empowerment of the wives of the contractual workers, and Shaurya Yojana is basically the scholarships for the studies of the children of the contractual workers. And and we also give an idea of how we will give a split of the rewards in 70-30 basis. 70 will be a flat rate and 30 will be based on their performance. And IT services will be one of the pillars because the continuous upgradation with the CLM portal. Now, it's basically the vendor compliance. We have given an idea because the vendors can be MSME, non-MSME. So accordingly, what are the document checks? And we can include different companies like Karma and Aparajita so that the vendor compliance process should be moves faster and robust. And also the non-compliance framework, what can done, basic of non-compliance of incident-wise, that we have also listed down in this slide. Now, ultimately, everything we have done, but how we will choose the vendors? So based on that, we have given a vendor rating. So for that, we have identified 4 areas that they are complying or not. Is there any IR issue or there any performance index and their financial background. So based on that, all touch points we have covered, and we have come up with a comprehensive formula so that we will rate a vendor overall with its 0 to 1, and accordingly we will identify how the vendor is working. So now vendor is gone. So ultimately everything we are doing for the contractual workers, now we have to identify that they are satisfied or not, because their satisfaction is the utmost priority for us. So for that we have divided into 4 parts: the compliance, the care for contract workers, the entry-exit management, and the welfare scheme. And accordingly all the touch points, how we will go and what will be our approach. and how we will use the scaling system and put them all into single scale, and we will give them an average point 0 to 1. And the same way, we will track all this month by month, and we can go through this and understand where we are going wrong and where we are going right. And accordingly, we can modify our strategy and we can give everything. And after all this, what is in it for Tata Steel? Because every companies want that there should not be any unionization of the labors. So if we do this, if we give them the regular whatever they want, like roti, kapda, makan, and everything what they need, so then there will be less chance of the unionization of the labors, which can help Tata Steel in business perspective. So thank you so much. That's everything from our side.
So, few observations, just learning. When you're writing about LGBTQ, this, that, diverse, on the other hand, you're writing skilled, semi-skilled, all are men, okay? So your wording and your intent doesn't match. Good representation of what you've understood about contract workers. Other thing which I would like you all to think about, why for contract workers it is livelihood, which is roti, kapda, makan, and why for people like us it's lifestyle.
Okay.
So the question comes from here, what is basically missing within any organization and its mentality? What is missing among students like you and the course curriculum that you have, the aspirations that you have for your career, which will be a threat to make what you wrote a reality?
Understood.
Have you understood the question?
I understood now.
So please go ahead.
So, ma'am, basically, what I have understood that if we go by Maslow's hierarchy, the basic two pillars are the basic needs. So, for the contractual workers, these basic needs are not fulfilled because because what is our lifestyle? Because every month we know that our salary is secured. For the first of every month, we will get our salary. So, accordingly, we can plan our lifestyle. But there is no proper strategy for them that they will get the work or not. They are not sure. After the ending of a program, they will get a different work order or not. So there should not be any rotation kind of strategy where they can work for the 365 days in a single year. So they are not sure about this basic thing. And if they are not sure about their daily wages, then they are not sure about their livelihood, how they will run their home. So that's why roti, kapda, makan is their basic needs, what they have to think. So if they are not sure about these two pillars, then how they will think about the other three? So we need to push them. So that push is required. So for that, the first thing that we need to think and we have to understand, the compliance should be there for their basic needs so that they get the push and they can think for the other levels like upskilling and for a better lifestyle and for a different thing.
Okay, and what's missing in our education system and in organizations that we just can't take care of this? Be very honest.
Ma'am, practical approach. I will say practical approach. Because everything what is written in a book, that is not okay. Because at the time of doing this, we have talked for at least 20 to 30 contractual worker itself so that we understand what is the basic need. And that helps us a lot. But in case of our normal curriculum, what we do, we go through Maslow's hierarchy.
So understood. So what needs to be done in practical approach? We suppose three of you.
Sense of inclusivity, ma'am. Probably we cannot accept
English. What needs to change in students' life who come in as management trainees? What needs to change so that this becomes a reality?
From theoretical to practical.
What does practical mean in a place like Tata Steel with multi-locations?
I will say not in going after your MBA, you are going to a company as a manager, but your MBA life, in your MBA life also you need to go through different kinds of these phases so that you can understand at least the mindset of the contractual workers or this problem so that you can do
and
the better.
How will you understand the mindset?
That we have tried to go find different.
You think you are working in Tata Steel. How will you understand the mindset of the contract workers? And you are a management trainee, you entered and you are employed.
We can talk to them. It's communication.
Obviously. So where do you need to communicate with them? Which place?
Where they stay, actually.
So that's the point. The point that I'm trying to make in the larger forum is that all of you all are management students, but when you enter, you want to do comp and ben, leadership development, performance management, but you don't want to do contract workforce talking on the ground. Do you realize that? That's the point that I made. One more point, you said that it's always not, it's our attempt not to make unions. Okay? Just a question, are unions good or bad?
Ma'am, I am not saying it's our intent, it's try to reduce that. Because sometimes the positive effects are less, the negative effects are more, as per the research what we have done and whatever after talking to different employees what we have understood. Sometimes they are also frustrated that what the decisions are taking, this unions are taking. So that's why from that point of view, we have understood that the negative effects are much more than the positive. So we should bring those down so that there should be an effective relation and the strong relation happens between the contractual workers and the principal employees.
Okay, I'm not getting into other question, leave it to the
And ma'am,
other
just
panel.
if I can take 1 minute and answer your first question,
Please.
that is the only reason what you have told, we have taken this case, not the hyper-personalization one.
Oh, that
because
was a
we
good
want to
one.
get into and want to know this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you have looked at contractual workers, in a manufacturing firm. What's your view in terms of this becoming a norm also for people in a higher work, typically like managers?
Gig workers.
Yes. Because that's also a trend which is picking up.
Yes.
You have seen it during COVID. You heard of moonlighting. So is it just what you mentioned, roti kapda makan, which is driving, or is it something else which is driving employees? Because people are also now not necessarily happy. You give them all the benefits, but they don't want to be tied up. So what exactly is the issue?
I'm just, from a point of view that it's a gig workers and the contractual, gig workers are also contractual workers. But the thing is like that if we take 100% of the whole contractual workers, and now we can see if I go by the Tata Steel total numbers, Tata Steel, as per the last year's financial report, they have 1,80,000 total employees, among which 64,000 are the on-roll and 1,17,000 something is off-roll, and that have already increased this year. So, and among this 1,17,000, if we find that most of them, the larger chunk is who are not that high-level gig workers. They are low-level. High-level gig workers are very small. Even you can say freelancers are high-level gig workers. You can go some freelancers, photographers, they are gig workers. Some for events, some corporate events, they hire for 1 or 2 days or for 7 days. They are working also as a gig workers. The time is short, but it's a short-term project. And for that, they are getting lakhs. Or so they can maintain their lifestyle in a different way. But the larger chunk is who is below poverty line or very close to that poverty line. So for them, we need to think first. Because those who are in a position to maintain their lifestyle in a better way, so for them, the thinking should be less. And for those whom we have to, because they are, what ma'am has told, because they need to think every day that how my home will run. So for that, we have to take a different strategy and to think more about them. So that is my understanding.
Also, you talked about all the benefits from a contract employee perspective, and you said for Tata Steel, it'll be pioneering and reduce bargaining power. But if I were to ask you, what would be the the 3 important KPIs which Tata Steel can gain by focusing on the contract employee welfare and their improvement of their basic needs?
See, so basically one thing can happen that if I don't do the efficient trainings and if I'm not giving the proper things like basic amenities, so today they can leave Tata Steel and they can go to everywhere because where they will get wage, they can go there. It's not like that they will come to us. So first is that we have to retain our talent because if I invest money for upskilling or for training and then after giving the training, they are leaving my organization, so it's a loss for me. So first is the retention strategy we have to see. Second, if we give them the compliance, that what I have showed, if they get their basic needs fulfilled, so then that unionization bad effect can be removed. So that is one thing. Third is the strategic and the critical sourcing of the talents. That is also because ultimately they are creating jobs. if I am giving a chance, Tata Steel is giving a chance those who are not getting any kind of job. So that is also a thing. So it's a kind of CSR activity also, you can say. So from every point of view, we can.
Thanks.
So Ayushi, you wanted to say something when he was responding to Atray's question. You want to have a go at it?
No, he answered it. I was mentioning about communication and empathy.
So just one question. We are able to hire whomsoever we want. There is no problem of getting anybody to work in Tata Steel when it comes to contract workforce. So like, what is the issue which you are trying to solve? Like when it comes to managers, you want to retain, you want to acquire, you want to do leadership development. When it comes to somebody else, what is the problem here? We have never felt that operations have suffered because we did not have a contract workforce available. We are located in fairly good parts and we make things available. So what is that which you're trying to solve is not clear to me.
So
why is this case here? What is the trouble which you think we are having in HR from contract point of view that we need this?
So as I have already quoted that more than in Tata Steel, if I see, more than 65% of the employees are the contractual workers. So if 65% of the contractual workers
100,000 numbers as you see in the case.
Yes, 1 lakh.
So we are having it. Earlier we used to have 30,000, now we have reached 100,000. We'll go to 150,000 numbers.
Because
is the number availability a challenge?
No, it's
then
not.
What is the challenge what is that which you're trying to solve? I can see your solutions, but I don't know the problem.
So it's basically the retention.
Is it?
Retention that to attrition and keep.
Is retention a problem or something else?
It's basically what I have answered in sir's question also.
I'm checking with you. Is retention an issue?
Retention is one of the problems, pain points that I have understood.
What's the key issue that we need to do all of it?
Sir, all the facilities.
Cost, retention, skill level, unsafe practices,
yes,
diversity.
So I am
some more.
So first of all, if I am putting a cost in place for training them, and as I have said, so that if they are leaving after getting the training, they are skilled and they are leaving my company. So that is in a way loss.
So is that an issue? Attrition is an issue.
Attrition is an issue. Attrition is an issue. First of all, then one of the issue is sourcing, the strategic sourcing. Like let's say, sir, I am giving you an example. We have skilled, unskilled, and semi-skilled workers. Like let's say some of the workers are highly skilled. They have got for a project 2-3 months now.
Is that a clear definition, good definition? What is skilled and what is semi-skilled and what is unskilled?
Sir, as we have showed, if we, in terms of the skill level.
Give me an example of a semi-skill. So driving a vehicle is skill, semi-skill or unskill?
So let's say for a particular,
Sir, actually we can say that like highly skilled who have
graduation highly skilled, I'm clear.
And
give me an example of semi-skill.
What's those a semi-skill? Who have a degree in between college degree and high school degree. So probably we can...
so on education you will call it high skilled and semi-skilled?
Yes.
Sir, education level, experience level on a particular job.
Skill set level also.
Let's say if we have for a particular job, there can be a high skilled, semi-skilled and a low skilled. That kind of job. In terms of their productivity also we can measure. If I have to... Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Proficient Fighters. And I think these discussions are very important, not just for the teams that are participating here, but also for everybody who's sitting in the audiences. And it's an important discussion. So I hope everybody is learning a lot from it. So a quick call out. Let's see, what do you feel about the presentation? I can see a couple of awesome, mind-blowing, a lot of thumbs up. Looks good to me. So now let's move ahead. So on the same case study, we have another team participating here and they have a very interesting name, the Crows. So let me invite on stage Kuldeep Singh, Mani Ratnam Porwal, Monica Rohini, and they are from IIM Ranchi. So let's give them a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone. And all the very best to the team.
in the heart of India's industrial experience where progress and progress science, there exists a group of unsung heroes, the contract workers. These diligent individuals toil day in and day out, contributing significantly to the nation's growth. Yet, their path is fraught with challenges and their aspirations go unheard. And the issue becomes even more important in a country like India with a labor force population of 408 million out of 1428 million population. And so, we as a team decided to explore this track further. Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Croach from IIM Ranchi. I am Mani Ratnam, and my team members include Kuldeep and Monica. Our primary research was to understand the pain points of the contract workers, and so we reached out to the contract workers in and around campus to generate the key focus areas. Further, we also studied about the key initiative of the central and state government, as well as we have also moved a step ahead to delve into the best practices of the labor-intensive industries. Together, from our primary and secondary research and from our benchmarking data, we have tried to solve the problems that are already prevailing for contract workers, including care and recognition, talent marketplace, skill-based compensation, and inclusion and equity. भैया सबसे जरूरी चीज है कि पैसा टाइम पर मिल जाए, पूरा मिल जाए. प्रमोशन की तो कोई बात ही नहीं करता है, कहीं भी इज्जत नहीं मिलती है. ठेकेदार को सिर्फ हमारे काम से मतलब है, कुछ नहीं बचता है इतने साल काम करने के बाद भी. The issues at hand through primary research are daunting. Skill development and formal training remains elusive. Pay transparency is a distant dream for these workers. Holidays, job security, and welfare activities are at scarce, and there is no proper formal documentation of the work done by the contract workers. And so, from our primary and secondary research, we present to you 5 key focus areas: living wage intervention, promoting career growth, income equity and security, skill enhancement training, and care and recognition. Moving ahead, to create awareness for the contract worker and their families, it is also important to sensitize the student in our community change maker program that we will propose to you in the upcoming slide. So, the 2 key programs for the national government as well as the state level government of Jharkhand include Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana and Jharkhand Skill Development Mission. Further, the other side also include the pioneering work done by the Tata Steel for the skill development and upliftment of the contract workers. And these initiatives are not just restricted to the contract workers, but also have expanded to their families and their children. As we move ahead, to get a more comparative idea, we have done a comprehensive benchmarking of the labor-intensive industries on the 4 aspects: best practices, non-traditional approaches, inclusion efforts, and community initiative. And the key insight that we generated includes regular feedback for the contract workers, peer mentorship, culture exchange workshop, skill enhancement program, and education assistance.
From our primary and secondary research, we have highlighted one of the key pain points of contract labor, that is inclusion and equity of contract laborers in the workplace. Tata Steel has been doing various activities like Sumillan initiative to counter this problem. Integrating to this, we have proposed 3R model, where we will reach to the families of contract workers through community change maker program, recognize the value of their work through champion of the week program, and create a sense of respect for them in the workplace through Shabash card. Now the question arises, how we will communicate this idea of this program. So we will initially communicate the basic idea of this program to all the key stakeholders through internal and external communication channels. Then we will implement this idea in phases over the years. Then we will do the effectiveness evaluation on basis of 3 parameters, that is satisfaction, engagement, and productivity. Post that, it is very essential to sustain this program. So we will integrate this program with the existing policies of Tata Steel and also with the company culture. Moving ahead, it is very important to reach to contract laborers, it is very important to reach to the families of contract workers. So we have proposed a community change maker program, where we will invite all UG students across the colleges to engage with the families of contract laborers, going on ground and meeting them in person. Now, what is the value proposition for Tata Steel? So for Tata Steel, it will enhance their employee welfare. For contract laborers, it will improve their working condition and also have an economic benefit. For students, it will give an hands-on experience on rural development. Now, the major aspects of implementation. So we will reach to various colleges and promote this idea. Then we will execute this program by identifying key community areas and through worker representatives. Now, it is very important for any program to sustain its momentum. So after the students end this program, we will integrate this program with Tata Steel Foundations and CSR team, along with the help of grassroots level NGOs and local governance. Moving ahead, we have a brief timeline on how this program will execute. So we will start with communicating and promoting about the programs. Then we will orient students. Then they will be sent for an immersion program to various families of contract laborers. They will identify the challenge and pitch the solutions. And the best solutions will be awarded and recognized.
Apart from inclusion and equity that Monica touched upon, the other critical pain points is formalization of training and skill visibility. So formalization of training and skill visibility is very crucial for contract laborers for their own development, for workplace safety, and for the overall success of the organization. But from our primary and secondary research, we understood that there is still a very large gap in terms of formalization and documentation of skills of the workers, contract workers, and that is due to because there is no incentive for the contract workers to get trained because there is no skill-based compensation. But Tata Steel has been very proactive in providing its contract workers and vendor workforce with various training initiatives by using its existing training facilities. So Tata Steel has JNTVTI, which focus on training the youth of the community. Then SNIT for providing the latest skills and training to the vendors workforce. Tata Steel has also one of its arms as Tata Steel Industrial Consulting, which has a program vendor skill development, which provide high-end skill to the contract workers. And finally, Tata Steel has Contractor Cells, which regularly carries out assessments of the vendors workforce in order to give them rating and also recommend them for further training. Next is our proposed idea. So our approach has been firstly to identify the skill gap and then propose a solution, and finally linking that to the desired outcome for Tata Steel as well as for contract workers. So there are majorly three categories of workers: unskilled, semi-skilled, and skilled and highly skilled. So on the basis of feasibility for each of these categories and the ease of implementation, we have recommended different training interventions for these categories. So when a vendor registers with the CLM portal, there is skill assessment test. So from there, we can strictly categorize them into the three categories. And for unskilled workers, firstly, we will make them aware regarding the importance of skill. That we can do by connecting them to relevant NGOs that are doing that work. We have connected a list of those NGOs. For semi-skilled workers, we are suggesting that exceptional semi-skilled workers and educationally qualified workers should be identified, and they should be recommended for Tata-sponsored training from its existing institutes such as JNTVTI and SNIT. Now, coming to the most important category of workers for Tata Steel, from the financial perspective is the skilled workers. So for skilled workers, we are suggesting a skill card, which will be a physical card, which will contain a QR code and a unique identity number, which on simply by just scanning by a simple phone camera, give all the details about the skills of the worker and the previous trainings and the upcoming trainings of the contract worker. It can be, for the ease of implementation, it can be integrated with the existing Suraksha card that that has been a huge success for Tata Steel. Now, how it will help? It will increase the skill visibility, and also it will then provide a chance for Tata Steel to provide formal training, and in the longer term, it will help Tata Steel to form a skill repository, which will help to form a talent marketplace, which will, in the end, will help contract workers to earn more than their minimum wages and earn on the basis of their skills. Now, let's have a look how the skill card will work. Finally, I would end the presentation with saying that we have designed all the interventions by keeping in mind that simple ideas, if implemented in the right way, are very powerful ideas,
And throughout all this process, we have to integrate the contractor because we don't want to lose out the flexibility of deploying the contract labors. And we have also made a working prototype of a skill card. That is it if you want to see, ma'am. Thank you so much.
So thanks a lot of detailing. If you just go to your first slide. Just wanted to check. 51% increased turnover. You mean people churning? That's what you mean?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And have you tried and checked what is the attrition level in contract workers? In which place in Tata Steel? Did you get any data?
Ma'am, we were trying to find that, but we were not specifically able to get too much data on the contract labors.
So that is the very first problem.
Yes, ma'am.
That the attrition, recruitment, onboarding, talent management, performance management, comp and ben does not exist itself for this lot of people, right? So the attrition is very high in Odisha, but we know it instinctively.
Yes,
so the challenge to this team was, you've taken part of the care part very well.
Yes.
Data has been brought out very well, okay? There's no problem in that. But the whole, if I simplify, the problem was to create, okay, let me ask you, give me an example of a talent marketplace for people like us.
In talent marketplace, we have talent marketplace for all the regular employees. But
like, suppose there's a talent marketplace in this general, you know, for all kinds of managerial talent. Any kind of a company which is a talent marketplace company that you know of?
Ma'am, Flipkart. Flipkart is, ma'am, one such company which is trying to create a talent marketplace. So the main idea behind that is that, let's suppose for a regular position, if there is any vacant position, this should have those members in the talent marketplace for the most shared and most niche roles in any business unit. So they wanted to keep such members, such persons in the talent marketplace so that in case of any vacancy, they can use or they can brought in members from there.
So the whole point is that there is Naukri,
yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes,
There's Indeed. There is, there are many others. You people will know far better than I do. It exists for a certain level of talent, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The idea was to design something like that for contract workers. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Any thoughts why you have decoded, how you have decoded talent marketplace over here, and why haven't you thought the way we think for ourselves?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to answer that. Ma'am, so the primary problem with contract labors is there is a very lack of documentation and formalization of their skills. So basically, we don't have any talent marketplace because there has not been any initiative for any of the stakeholders in the system to formalize their skills and to document their skills. But we are doing that specifically for the skilled workers, introducing the skill card. That in the longer term will help Tata Steel to form a detailed repository of all the people having specific skill set, and that will help Tata Steel to form a talent marketplace for specifically inside Tata Steel.
So are you telling that we are not yet ready for a talent marketplace?
Ma'am, we are ready, but we cannot do it for all the three categories, for unskilled, semi-skilled, and skilled categories. So we should start with skilled categories, and we should see the success of that intervention, and then we should intervene in the other categories.
Ma'am, and also there is like lot of unorganized marketplace for unskilled and especially semi-skilled. Because for skilled, like ITI holders comes under skilled category. So for them, there are few companies from which supplies manpower to them. But for unskilled, especially who are very semi-skilled, like 10th or 12th pass, there is no one such organized, we can say company or something from where we can pull the workforce. So there are usually independent contractors and very unorganized sector it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
So is the problem that we are looking at this whole thing as one big mass called 100,000 contract workers? Did it occur to you that contractor versus contract workforce could be also a distinction? We have all kinds of contractors.
Yes, sir.
So
Sir,
would you not like to segment them as based on contractor rather than only on skill? Because not everybody will treat them same.
Yes, sir. That is also a problem. That's why I think Tata Steel also has this ratings scheme in which the contractor cell rates different vendors on the basis of their safety initiatives and all. But I think,
No, but
sir,
what is a good way? The idea is
Yes, sir.
that just as you know that there is segmentation of consumers.
Yes, sir.
What is the appropriate segmentation of contract workforce?
Sir, I think segmenting workers on the basis of their vendor would be more difficult, and in the shorter term, it will be very difficult to
What is a
implement.
good way of segmenting?
Sir, on the basis of skills only.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
Give
Because
me an example of semi-skill.
sir, semi-skilled persons are
1970 semi-skill and what is 2023 semi-skill?
Uh,
Or 1990 semi-skill?
sir, that is also correct. The definition of
So
skills.
if I am giving you another chance, any other way of segmenting contract workforce, because we are looking at 100,000 numbers.
Sir, initially when we were discussing this, how to segment contract workers for providing different training interventions, we also discussed that we should segregate them on the basis of their education level. But then we come across that it would be very difficult in terms of in business aspect to implement that, because if you are asking for degree to each of the worker, then it would be very difficult to, and people can fake degrees also. So that would be a difficult criteria by education. So that's why we...
No, problems I understand. I'm wanting from you what is a good way of segmenting. And I'm still intrigued that contractors have different practices. So why would you not say this contractor has got very good contract workforce?
Yes, sir.
So leave aside, those contract workforce are very good if you are with this kind of contractor. And you lay the differences.
Sir, I think that is already being done by the contractor side of Tata. So that's
Is it?
why... yes, sir, they are providing safety ratings to different contractors, how well they comply with the compliances and all. So, sir, after discussion, we came up with the unskilled and skilled categories, and I think there may be some other
Just to take
categories.
his question forward, who do you think knows about the skill of a person the best?
The contractor, the vendor.
Yes. Right? So there is a merit in seeing the contract worker as a perspective of the type of contractor you have and skilling differentiation thereon.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? One more question which strikes me, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
You heard about the scope 3 in the previous,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's related to sustainability. Do you think this subject has any link with sustainability?
Yes, ma'am. Obviously, ma'am. The Indian government is also trying to make it a norm through its, in 2022, they introduced the code in which they have clearly signaled that they want this idea of contractual labor and the idea of vendor employment permanent, but they, at the same time, they also want to make sure that they are not exploited. So all the regulations and compliances in 2020 code has been in such a way that they want to make sure that this idea sustains in the longer term, but the contract workers are not being exploited. And also, since Tata is working in the community areas where there are a lot of contract workers available, and the poverty, there is obviously poverty. So yes, it is linked to that idea of sustainability.
Yeah, so just one to complete the second question for me. Your solution is on that mobile phone.
Yes, sir.
The messages will come that you're trained, not trained, like that.
Yes, sir.
Is there a practical difficulty in that? 100,000 workers, 100,000 mobile phones.
Yes, sir. Sir, we are already being successful. I think Tata Communication is the implementation partner.
Can everybody use mobile phone? Does everybody has a mobile phone?
So that intervention is not for the contract workers. It will be used by the managers to check their skill level. So at least everyone in the organization is aware that what is the skill level of a particular employee. So when we were doing our primary research, there were many contract laborers who were overqualified, but they were doing the job of a security guard or some other. So at least the manager should know that what is the skill level.
Which manager? Contractors manager or Tata Steel manager?
The immediate manager as well as the contractor manager. The immediate manager who is the supervisor or working on the same shop floor.
So this concept of contract management is not something new, right? There have been industries which have. So when you did those benchmarking, which companies' best practices would you want us to really adopt?
Sir, first thing is some of the companies, not many companies, but they are specifically trying to target the families of contract workers because it's not easy to intervene during their work hours. So it's better to reach out to their families and explain them the benefits of staying with Tata and also explain them regarding different initiatives. Apart from that, specifically related to contract labor management, I think there has not been many companies that are doing the same. They are just implementing through an outsource agency and they are managing the compliances through an outsource agency. So there has been not many agencies which are doing by themselves.
Also, I want to understand, based on gender and LGBTQ, how would the approach be for an organization different for, say, a male contract worker vis-a-vis a female contract worker and a LGBTQ? So if I have to say these three as segments, what would be the key things you would want to drive for each of the segments from Tata Steel?
We have understood that most of the contract laborers in the skilled segment and semi-skilled segment are male. So we need to, in our college also we have observed it, although it's a very completely different setting, but most of the skilled labor, for example, the cook and the chef, head chef are all male, but most of the sanitization workers are females. So we need to make the females aware and the other genders also that the importance of skills, and we also need to motivate them to move to the other skill level so that they can also earn more.
So if you have to say the key areas to work, right? You put 5 things here.
Yes, sir.
If you have to rank 1 to 5 for each of the segment, how would it be different? Or is it going to be the same for all the 3 segments?
Sir, I think skill enhancement training would be more for, will be focused more for the females because they are totally lacking in it because most of them are working in the unskilled segment. Sir, apart from that, there is also a concept that many companies are trying to include that they are, the living wage for a family remains the same, but they are trying to increase the overall income of the family by including all the members from the family. So then they will be able to earn more, but the living wage is same, so they will be able to enhance their lifestyle and they will be able to earn more. And that way Tata Steel is also getting more number of workers and reach out to more number of workers.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, the Crows, for a very detailed presentation. Now let's have a quick reaction from the audiences. Let's have a look. All right, so we have a mixed reaction of thumbs up, awesome, and mind-blowing. Now, let's move on to the next case study. And the next case study is As You Like It, transforming employee experience across employee groups and location through hyper-personalization. And we will be having 3 different teams participating for this particular case study. So the team which is going to come on stage is Team Hustler, and we have Devarpita Das, Jessica Topno and Sai Teja Paleti from SCM HRD Pune. Let's give them a huge round of applause and all the very best to the team.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll start by a quote. In order to build a rewarding employee experience, you need to understand what matters most to your employees. So first we went on to interact with over 30 Tata Steel employees and across various age groups and various locations, and these are the things which we understood and figured out. So in terms of needs and preferences, we have a lot of similarities, but something which is common is health and medical insurance and work-life balance. Now coming to distinct features, their needs across generation is also different. Now we also went one step ahead to interview the senior management as well, and we figured out that customized benefits, work from home benefits, vacations, etc. is something which can be inculcated and is also in trend. Now, we also try to understand the needs of the employees in terms of employee life cycle. Now, here we not only try to understand the professional needs, but we also try to understand the personal needs as well. In terms of professional needs, we identify needs and preferences in the early career to mid-career to late career. So in the late career, the focus shifts towards the retirement benefits. And in personal needs, it can be anything related to the employee's life cycle. It can be whether the person is single, married, or separate, etc. Now, we also did an extensive research of about 1,000 plus reviews across websites like Ambition Box, Indeed, and Glassdoor. And we found out that the rating is 4, which is quite good. Now, coming to what Tata Steel employees have to say. Now, moreover, they're happy with the culture. They feel the culture is friendly. But some of the pain points are, they feel that the grievances are not met on time. Second, they feel they work overtime. And third, they feel there can be more focus on their growth and career development as well. So coming to the next slide, we try to identify what are the trends in employee experience. So some of the trends are ESOP benefits, wellness programs, etc. And then, as we know, Tata Steel is already the best company when it comes to employee experience in its own industry. So we try to benchmark Tata Steel against various other companies, tech companies, e-commerce companies. So we try to figure out some of the best practices, and some of the best practices where diversity and inclusion benefits, disability benefits, customized benefits, vocation, feedback, and personalized training. So coming to the personalization of employee experience, we just want to say that employee experience is not just an hypothesis, but it is also proven. So we took the example of over 3 companies. The first being Unilever. Unilever has My Reward platform, which has enhanced employee experience, and it has an ROI of about 127%. Salesforce also has a very extensive medical coverage. It has also resulted in increase of engagement. And then Razorpay has basically integrated the flexi benefits in the payroll software. So this has also resulted in 7 times faster benefit processing. Now, coming to the impact of personalization of experience, we see that if the total rewards are aligned with the organizational goals, that has resulted in an increase of about 10% in engagement.
Yeah. So far we have discussed the importance of personalization. Now let me give a glimpse of the strategy that is running behind the personalization. So we have done a 2-fold segmentation where we try to understand that in terms of new hires, there are 2 sets of people. One is people who come through M&A and people who come through onboarding fresh. So for people who come through M&A, we felt that culture was a major challenge. So we try to focus on cultural integration where we try to do a pulse check and then give them a cultural immersion in terms of giving them mentorship opportunities by assigning them local buddies. And also we feel that there might be some sort of skill gap where we do a job evaluation and then necessarily we will upskill them using some milestones. And also at the same time, we feel that pre-onboarding is a very critical touch point for majority of the new hires. So we wanted to customize it using personalized nudges and notifications and also personalized messages from leadership buy-in. At the same time, we also wanted to make it uniform and seamless, so therefore we introduced virtual tours which will be given to them so that they can get a better understanding of across locations of Tata Steel. Also, let me present you the 3 most powerful ideas we'll be discussing in the next slides: Steel Basket, Steel Fam, and Steel Cart.
Coming to the first idea, the Steel Basket. We know that everybody has a basic requirement that can be fulfilled by core offerings. And some are only core to them that can be fulfilled by flexible offerings. So we have based the segmentation on employee life cycle, the tenure they are present in Tata Steel, business units, and generation. Also, adding a note, a location-specific customization. So we already know that some of the areas that are do need location interventions. Let me explain you what the exact scenario is. For example, a scenario 1. somebody is 26 years old and is present in the organization for 1 year and belongs to a corporate unit. So what are the benefits that will be applicable to them? So obviously, he or she is present for 1 year, so the early career benefit will be applicable. But even if he is or she is from corporate, they can choose any benefit from sales, corporate, logistics, and operations. That means we have 4 buckets to them. It doesn't matter that the needs will be same as the corporate. Maybe they can choose a conversion of 5-10% performance bonus and health benefits as of logistics. Maybe they are a Gen X, but what if they think like Gen Y and they need the Gen Y benefits? So coming here, a generous paid leave, they don't want. So maybe they want a workation. So what if they choose the benefit under Gen Y? So here comes the part of hyper-personalization. Just to differentiate, another scenario. The only differentiation factor is the tenure. That is a mid-career. Other factors will remain the same. But obviously, they'll get a chance to choose. Now coming to a second idea. So we did a cohort segmentation to understand what are the various needs of Tata Steel employees. On basis of this, we understand that some needs do overlap. So we came up with 7 personas that most of the employees can resonate to. The Steel Fam. What will the Steel Fam do? They will suggest some of the offerings based on these, based on their needs. For example, I'll choose Lifestyle Freak Isha and Balanced Balu. So some of the offerings that will really be applicable to me are, that will be appealing to me, in fact, will be flexible work opportunities, on-site gym facility, or maybe a healthy catered meal, or maybe a nutritionist plan.
So coming to idea 3, which is the Steel Card, this is basically a gamified portal for recognition to cater to the needs of recognition of employees. So here, basically, we are integrating the values of Tata Steel for the employees who come through merger or employees who are entering laterally as well. So we have integrated gamified element with the concept of cultural integration. Our focus areas are peer-to-peer recognition and instant recognition. We also have a leaderboard, which encourages a healthy competition. We have a scorecard with points. We have fresh leadership boards, and also we have awards for the top 10 winners as well. And some of the interesting things which we have to offer are 100 points for boost up and 10 points for appreciating someone or saying thank you, which can have a limit of 3 times a day. We also have gamified avatar. Now, gamified avatar is a very new and interesting concept when it comes to gamification. Now, these avatars, as you can see on the screen, we have designed it according to the values of Tata Steel. So these values are innovation, stewardship, etc. So coming to skill card, we want that whatever points the employee is gaining through the recognition portal, that can also be used in the learning and development as well. They can redeem these points in e-books, educational materials, enroll in courses and certifications, etc.
So everything comes with an implementation plan. So we have a roadmap for you. So basically, our plan extends from FY23, the Q4, to FY25, Q1. The first 3 steps that are a multi-generational gap analysis and the current employment engagement practice of Tata Steel, and aligning the basket of benefits, the employee engagement practices with the culture, values, and manufacturing trends will be done in the Q4 of this year. And then we'll, after that, we have the 3 ideas, that are the Steel Basket, Steel Fam, and Steel Card. And integrating it with the tech platform would also be a challenge to us. So that we'll do in the FY24 Q1, 2, and 3, Q1 and 2. Now, the communication plan and tracking the cost and measuring impact is a very important part in employee experience, because obviously it comes with a cost. For that, we also have done a vendor analysis. So basically, we went through many portals like Uflex Rewards, Uflex Employee Experience, Darwin Box, Vantage Circle. We identified that these 2 are the most the prominent practices that many companies have it as a platform, because these are highly focused on employee experience. So we also have a cost factor that we'll be showing in the financial slide. But let me highlight some facts of Vantage Circle. So for the entire employee experience that encompasses many factors like rewards, Vantage Fit, Vantage Perk, Vantage Pulse. Pulse is obviously seeing the sentiments of the employees. It can be done using the Vantage Circle. So the cost factor will be explained in the next slide.
So a couple of value propositions we have to add the holistic aspect is, we thought of introducing Chandrayaan 3 as a part of recognition if someone is coming with a large-scale project. And we also thought of including sickness-based mental leaves and also ticketing system for grievance addressal, so that they can be done in a seamless and more time-efficient manner. couple of interesting KPIs to look at when we talk about implementation plan is the stickiness ratio, content consumption, and user activity rate. We also wanted to understand whether the idea is sustainable and scalable. So we did a financial cost-benefit analysis to understand whether there's a ROI coming out of it. And on the basis of our research findings and including it in the cost-benefit, we understood that a payback period of 5 years would result in an ROI of 89%. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
If I ask, how do you define employee experience?
Sure, sir.
So if it is a, it's like a formulae.
If it's a formulae.
What would be the 3 or 4 or 5 parameters which constitute employee
In
experience?
simple words, I would say that when I enter to organization, how the organization treats me, to the time until I exit my organization, until the time when I convey about my organization, even if I leave the organization, that is what employee experience means to me. And obviously, that is what everybody should focus on when it comes to employee experience.
No, but today, because in the past I would have agreed to your response, but today a lot of data, right? So how would you, parameterize employee experience and say these are the 4 parameters, this is the starting point, then you do steel basket, all the things which you said, and I will see 20% increase or 30%, whatever it is.
Sorry.
Can you, sir, to the financials. Sir, actually from our research, we understood that if we are aligning personalization with employee engagement, we understood from Aon report that it will result in a likely increase of 10% increase in engagement. So we understood in another report which says that 1% increase in engagement will result 0.6% increase in the revenue of the...
Let me stop you here just to take his question forward. How do you calculate customer satisfaction?
You mean employee satisfaction?
Forget employee. You're studying marketing also?
Yeah.
In how do you calculate customer satisfaction?
For example, like we talked about in the KPIs, that as we are suggesting the ideas, okay. So if take it for example a portal. If somebody is opening the portal and they're staying for the portal for some time, and what exactly they are going, we map the user engagement through it. For example, the stickiness ratio. For how long they're staying in the portal, what are the things they are doing, or how much engross they are into it, we calculate it through a KPI. So these KPIs are basically measured from that.
Let me push you further through his question. What is the difference between employee satisfaction, employee engagement, and employee experience?
So, employee experience is a broader term. It's, as my teammate Debarpita said, it starts from the moment individual is interacting with the company. It starts from your onboarding to the exit of the organization. So employee experience is a broader term. And when we talk about employee satisfaction, I think whatever facilities or whatever things which are provided to the employee, whatever the employee feels or whatever the employee thinks that my needs are satisfied. So basically that is employee satisfaction. And employee engagement is like when employee is interested in the activities which are going on within the organization.
So the point that he's trying to say is, in today's day and age, you cannot have English remarks to these. It has to boil down to something which can be numerically measured. Experience is through the value chain. Engagement is at points of time with work itself. Work is the main thing over there. And satisfaction is all the products which are given to the employee, right? So, and each of them can be measured. So that's what I just wanted to clarify.
Just to put it in a HR point of view, we can simplify, like this is my way of putting, we can simply say employee experience as an objective and KRA as the employee engagement, and KPI is employee satisfaction. Because if the employees are satisfied based on that, we can say that employees are engaged and overall achieving the objective of employee experience as a whole. So this is one way of looking at the 3 key terms that you have just mentioned from a HR standpoint of view.
So that milestone chart which you have got, so I just wanted to understand who is going to do it?
Yeah. Exactly.
Employee or HR department?
Sir, most likely HR department.
Most likely is not a very sure term. Maybe you want to concern.
It's a HR intervention.
HR will do
Yeah,
it. Huh?
HR.
All these 9 steps.
HR
in
along
2
with
quarters.
the tech team, sir. HR and tech team. Since we are taking a third vendor, probably vendor will come.
Because we are already in quarter 3, and you got 6 months to.
Sir, here the major challenge for us during implementation was not about implement like direct going live. The problem is with the analysis. Like we have to generate the basket of benefits.
No, I just wanted to know who is going to do it. It's the HR
it's a
team.
HR intervention.
And
sir,
the total money which you are going to spend in all of this is 3.26 crores.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Including every development and other things. 3.36 crores.
3.36 crores.
Sure?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then, voila, we will have full experience done for.
Sir,
now, when you
again-
say employees who will get this benefit, what kinds of employees? Contract employees or managers, senior managers?
Sir, we thought of
below 40 years of age, anything like
Yes,
that?
sir,
Because
our-
we have, let's say, 50,000, officers,
Yes.
and also our own people, and we have 100,000 contracts. So, where are you applying this 3.36 crore?
Sir, our assumption is that we will start from top to bottom. So we will start with
Top to bottom means?
So we are excluding contract workers from this, sir, because we
Okay.
feel that this gamification and all these elements are beyond their
So excluding contract workforce.
excluding contract workers. And the way we wanted to implement it also, we wanted to pilot it with the senior management, then middle management, and then the people who are entering the organization, so that we can understand.
So means
how-
all officers.
Yes, sir.
What is the population today? You know that?
So basically, while calculating it, we have used nearly 75,000 to 77,000 employees.
But that is not managers what he said. That also includes unionized employees. And are you talking about them
Sir,
also to be covered?
So
from the latest report, we took the people who are on roll and people who are on contract separately, sir. So in that it is mentioned on
On-roll
and
will
on
also have managers, which is officers, and non-officers. So
Yes,
are you
sir.
covering non-officers also?
Yes, sir. Yes. Sir.
In this experience?
In this analysis, we included the entire workforce except contract.
So what is the value of the benefit which you are thinking it will go? What is the, you're incurring
the
3.36 crores.
Sir, the
When you say the ROI is 289%, that means you must be delivering close to 30 odd crores, right?
Yes, sir. Yes. You're right, sir. You're right.
Yes, sir.
The thing is, we wanted to, from research. And
So
from
what
our-
is that benefit of 88 crores then? I'm just trying to understand that, because what you have been able to do is to show us that HR department will do in 6 months. Beneficiaries are 70,000 people. They will get huge benefits in the form of monetary and non-monetary.
Sir,
And the cost is only 3.36.
Sir, from the research, we understood that it's very difficult to monetize the impact. So in order to monetize the impact, what we did was, from the research, they said that it takes some time to actually realize the benefit. So that's why from the entire analysis and keeping the manufacturing industry in perspective, we took payback period, and then on the basis of payback period, we took the total cost, and then we saw that, okay, maybe after this point of time, we will actually start seeing the true picture. And on that basis, I calculated the ROI, sir. So this is over a period of time calculation. So that is why it is more.
Okay. Thank you, because there are 2 more groups. We have to hold back my questions.
Thank you very much. Relook at your calculations, huh?
Thank you so much, Team Hustlers. So now let's move on towards the next team who are going to present on the same case study. And the next team is Dark Horse from Accelerate Jamshedpur. And may I please invite on stage Ankit Malla, Barbar Bua and Digvijay Dev. Let's give them a huge round of applause and all the best to Dark Horse.
Hello everyone, we are Team Dark Horse from Accelerate Jamshedpur, and we'll be presenting our ideas on transforming employee experiences through hyper-personalization. Now, we want to start our presentation with this beautiful quote from J.R.D. Tata, which basically says that for growth, an organization should focus on new and now. Now, in India, work is changing. It is no longer just working for living anymore. The younger generations are now focused on learning and growing. And as per the latest report of Niti Aayog, the gig and platform workers are becoming an important part of the manufacturing industry. Tata Steel, therefore, needs to adapt its HR policies in order to meet this change. With Industry 4.0 and emerging technologies such as AI, AR, and VR, we can increase the employee experiences. Now, we know that Tata Steel has some very good HR policies that increases the employee experiences, but we can do it better if we cater to the different needs of the different groups of employees. Now, gone are the days of boarding pre-placement talks in campuses. Tata Steel can now attract today's youth by the Future with Tata Steel initiative that encompasses virtual immersive tours of Tata Steel plants and social media engagements. By collaborating with industry experts and social media influencers to increase the brand awareness. Also, Tata Steel can personalize the recruitment process by adapting computerized adaptive tests that customizes the test as per the test taker's ability level and incorporate gamified assessments and asynchronous interviews to increase engagements by collaborating with companies such as Pymetrics and HireView in the short term and form strategic alliances with Tata Steel Group companies, Tata Group companies such as Tata Elxsi and TCS Iron in the long run.
So post-onboarding, we can have a personalized, post-recruitment, we can have a personalized onboarding program with Project Swagatam. Now by leveraging generative AI, Tata Steel can have personalized welcome videos for each new joiner from the CEO and CHRO, in which every new joiner will be addressed by their names by recording the message of the CEO and CHRO just once. In fact, a similar technology was deployed by Mondelez while making a Cadbury ad with Shah Rukh Khan, in which he made advertisements for multiple local stores, but he had to record his message just once. Now, obviously, we have to sign a legal contract to take care of the legal issues at hand. Then, once the employees are onboarded, we can have gamified challenges, virtual meetups for employees across geographies. For onboarding employees from acquired companies, we believe that open communication, assurance of job security, and career advancement are the key factors to ensure a seamless integration of the onboarded employees. So, these are the components that make up a total rewards program. Historically, it was cash compensation that took center stage. At present, however, there is a heightened emphasis on relational rewards, especially by the millennials and the Gen Z, and this is the basis on which we will design a personalized career trajectory. So how will we go about designing a personalized career trajectory? So we have based it on Edgar Schein's career anchors, in which a career anchor survey will be conducted during the hiring stage itself to determine the specific anchor of the person. Then the selected individuals will be made to job shadow with the more senior employees having similar career anchors so that they can get a glimpse of how their future career looks like. And after which the anchors of that selected employee will be finalized and they will be mapped to a personalized career anchor. So there's a common misperception that maybe increasing bonuses is the key to a successful total rewards program, but that is not always the case. For an individual who has a high score on the technical competence anchor, any opportunity that utilizes and further sharpens his technical skills is the best form of reward for such types of employees. So such people can be kept in product development and product innovation teams to leverage their exceptional technical capabilities. As a reward, Tata Steel can either send them for short-term educational programs or can also sponsor their education. On the other hand, for a person who has a high score on the managerial competence anchor, so he views specialization as a trap. He will want challenging, varied, and integrative work. So he can be provided with holistic and broader job responsibilities. Similarly, for a person having a high score on the autonomy anchor, they value the freedom to determine the means of accomplishment of a particular task once it is assigned to them. So they can be kept in process improvement teams where they can infuse some fresh and creative ideas into the mix. they can also figure out unconventional ways of completing a particular task. Similarly, for a person having a high score on the entrepreneurial capability anchor, they have a compelling drive to establish new businesses, develop new products. So besides deploying them on product development and product innovation teams, they can also be provided with an opportunity to patent their own innovative creations in Tata Steel so that their entrepreneurial aspirations are satisfied within the organization, within Tata Steel itself.
Now we know that people learn and grow at work, therefore learning and development is an important part of an employee's life cycle. Also, due to the presence of generation gap and diverse skills among the employees, hyper-personalization is required to increase the skill sets of the employees. Therefore, we are proposing Project Gyan Samarthan, whose central idea is to provide mentoring, mutual mentoring and knowledge sharing between Generation X and the younger generations. Also, to harness artificial intelligence to provide a modern and personalized learning environment that fosters continuous learning and skill development. The reason why we chose this project is due to the generation gap that I've already mentioned. The Generation X brings their rich experience to the table, and the younger generations being more attuned to the technical advancements will bring their knowledge on emerging technologies and digital tools, hence reducing the knowledge gaps. Now, talking about the implementation of Project Gyan Samarthan, we first need to implement a learning experience platform, which is an LMS, but with the feature of personalization as per user, which is facilitated by AI and machine learning. Simultaneously, mentoring sessions will be, workshop sessions will be conducted by mentors for mentoring and reverse mentoring. The learning experience platform will curate the content as per the knowledge that is required to achieve the goals set by the managers in a more quicker and proficient way, as well as the insights that an employee draws from attending these workshop sessions. These curated contents will be self-paced, bite-sized video modules. Why bite-sized? Because this will solve the problem of short attention span that the younger generations currently faces. Now we need to track the improvements in the employee's performance by conducting cognitive assessments like quizzes, simulations, etc. And based on the reactions, gap in learning, or business goals, which is a part of Kirkpatrick model, the user can curate the content accordingly. Now, in order to motivate the employees to enroll and engage into this program, we can provide opportunities such as, for instance, to the top performers who are able to transfer the learning onto the job in a more sustained basis.
So of late, there has been a rise in undetected health ailments like high blood pressure, high blood sugar, that has led to sudden hospitalizations and tragically, even fatalities among younger employees. The rising health expenses of a family due to increasing medication costs, chronic healthcare management can also cause significant stress in employees. Long absences due to health reasons can also induce psychological stress in employees. To counter these aspects, we propose Project Swasthya Sathi Karyakram, in which now in the website of Tata Steel, I found out that annual executive health checkups are conducted for all employees. We propose increasing the frequency of these health checkups to a monthly basis so that these silent killers like high blood pressure, high blood sugar can be detected faster. We also propose a robust health insurance coverage for the entire family of the employee with the provision of an out-of-bell curve appraisal for employees on long leaves due to medical reasons. Then in Tata Steel, in the website I saw there's EAP, Employee Assistance Program, in which employees and their dependents are provided with short-term counseling. In addition to that, we can have multi-week sleep improvement workshops, pet therapy, and recharge days once in a month. So if you look at the roadmap for a monthly health checkup, we first need to inform employees via multiple channels, instruct them on the necessary pre-checkup preparations for how much time they need to fast, if they need to avoid any types of food items. Then after the test is done and we provide them with the health report, we should provide them with customized suggestions, and if there are any urgent lifestyle concerns, we can provide them with the necessary follow-up and support, and we can then evaluate the impact of the program on employee well-being. So as employees come closer to their retirement age, they are worried about their future finances. The soaring educational costs of UG and PG education for their wards can also cause significant stress in employees. So to counter this, we propose Project Dhanvriddhi Samarthan, in which sound financial planning for employees nearing retirement will be done, and easy access will be provided for wards of employees for their UG and PG education after they complete 5 years of service. So if we look at the roadmap for sound financial planning, we first need to create a committee consisting of financial experts, assess the current financial situation of employees, their current debts, their assets, then their retirement goals, if they want to lead a luxurious or a frugal lifestyle after their retirement, after which accordingly freelance income streams, debt management advice can be given. So in this last slide, we have summarized the impact of all the programs on various aspects of employee life cycle. So as we can see, all our projects have a significant positive impact on employee satisfaction, while our career development program checks all the boxes. So thank you.
So, like the previous team had an valuation of the entire page, what's your benefit valuation of your entire tick marks?
We have
and what is the, who is going to do this and what is the expense?
So obviously...
No, that tick mark page was a good one. So can you say the sigma of whatever, did you try to have an assessment, rupees, crores, beneficiaries, smile on the face, you know, there could be, something will be there as a, how do you know as an HR person that you put in an effort, you did these 7 programs, 3, 6, 7, and it had a positive effect? How will you measure the effectiveness of it? How will you measure the money is well spent or time is well spent? Because in these things, this is one of the issues.
So, like, let me take one example. If we take the career development program, for example, Forge Your Own Future, then obviously the cost involved is the hiring cost, the cost in conducting the survey for career anchors, mapping them to employees, senior employees giving out their time. And the benefits can be realized over time. Like, since employees are mapped to their desired career choice, they will be in the company for a longer period of time. The retention period of employees will be higher. So that's an approach that I can think of right now.
But let's say you move forward on your comment, you have got, do you want to do it for 70,000 employees or only officers, all this?
Only white collar workers.
White collar. So let's say 20,000. Now in 20,000, all 7 will not appeal to
Definitely
person
not.
every time.
Like,
so there should be some benefit for new joinees, some for 10-year-old in the company, some for 20-year-old, and some for 30-year-old, okay, like that. So there has to be some measurement of this. So that's what I was trying to understand. How would you launch these 7 programs and appeal to who? Everybody, or you have more directed to
like
0 to 10-year-olds, or maybe 10 to 20-year-olds, like that. So I just wanted to know your thought on behind this.
So obviously the career development program, that is something that will be conducted on the new hires, the new employees, especially those who have immediately joined 0 year to the 10th year, at least till 10 years.
I wanted to know in your framework, did you have that kind of a distribution? 7 programs, tenure in the company, and then you break it up, because I did not see in your matrix like that. In your matrix, you had the problems, which you wrote in the Y column, and the X-axis is all your programs.
These are the KPIs.
That's right. But you have employees of various kinds in terms of tenure, education level, and others.
Yes.
So that was first question. Second thing for me is, you said health data, you want to do it every month, or maybe every 6 months. Do you see any issues with sharing of the data by people now? Why would anybody want to share? You want me for my work, why do you want to share the data on a monthly or a 6-monthly level? I'm coming to office, I'm fine.
Yes, but there can be some silent killers like high blood
I know,
pressure.
but do you see that secrecy around that, privacy? It's a privacy issue.
That's true, but now that you're saying this, maybe we can start off by making them more aware, more sensitized that you should put your health as your first priority and maybe...
And share the data. So like we said, in COVID, 1 vaccination, without that you cannot come in. 2nd vaccination cannot come in. You are saying that if you don't have health checkup every month, then what happens?
We definitely will not force anyone. What we will do is that the health checkup will be conducted by an external agency.
Correct.
And for
suppose I don't do it, then what happens?
Our objective is not to force, so we don't want to keep any negative consequences for not doing. It's for their own benefit. That's
Right.
the.
And then my last connected question, any idea of the expense in order to do these 7 programs? Because if you're getting it done by outside, obviously employee will not pay for it. So what's your estimate of the other team had 3.36 crores and 289%. So what's your number, if at all it is there?
We don't have a number.
Okay.
So, question on, so many things. Okay, firstly, thanks. We will not give bonus. We will send them for educational trips. I heard that somewhere in your presentation.
That's for only for employees who have a.
No, I get that. The second thing is, there are so many things which have been suggested of different segments of employees, right? What do you think that, how is it that HR organization structures need to change for the future? Any thoughts on that? You know how HR departments are structured, right? In most companies. You must have read all that. Any thoughts on, to deliver employee experience, is there some drastic change in org structure which is required?
So maybe we can make the organizations less bureaucratic and more organic, so that the individuals, the employees themselves can own their careers instead of the organizations just imposing a cookie cutter, say, promotion path on every employee. So
that's the entire org structure you're saying. Within the HR department, does anything need to change?
Obviously, the main point to be kept in mind is that the employee query resolution should be faster. So they should design their processes with the end objective of employee satisfaction.
Okay, thanks.
You're just taking the point forward. When you want to have a customized, hyper-personalized experience, what would be the changes or investments required in the organization? Vis-a-vis currently you have, say, for different employee levels, you are talking about everybody having a very customized view. So what are the 3-4 changes or implications for organizations?
At least from the learning and development perspective, as I mentioned, that we can implement a learning experience platform, which is different from a learning management system that the organizations currently implement in. So in LMS, the management or the HR team already have some pre-planned courses, and the employees have to go through it. But in LXP, it is a personalization thing that comes in. Now, Infosys has an in-house LXP program, which is called as Wingspan, and they have implemented in companies such as Siemens and all. So, and LXP is also not very costly, or you can say it's, I have done some research and they're saying like $10 per month per user.
So the first, taking the point for one is to, the HR needs to have more analytical skills, digital skills, right?
Yes, like.
What else would you want?
For example, for this career development program, obviously, any individual will have a particular score on all the 8 anchors. So if the difference between any 2 anchors is significant, then it's not a problem for HR. He can be mapped to the anchor with the highest score. But if the difference between 2 anchors, say between pure challenge and lifestyle, is not that much, then the right mix of recommendations from these 2 rows have to be curated. And the second problem is that the preferences of an employee can change over their duration of employment. Like in the initial stages, I might like a pure challenge. Before, I might have a higher preference for having a more work-life balance. So as the needs of the employees changes, the HR also needs to know the pulse, that at what point the employees' needs are changing, and accordingly they need to be quick on their feet and crafting a new set of curated recommendations from all this.
I think one of the slides showed the journey of an employee, right? The pre-onboarding, onboarding, and all of that, right? One of the earlier slides. How do you capture, inputs from people who have left the organization? at the time of leaving and post? I think you mentioned about alumni portal, right? So what you see are the benefits of capturing those inputs? Did you do any research on the, when an employee leaves, there is a feedback which they give. Did you do any analysis of that?
Exit
Exit
attrition
interview,
analysis,
yeah.
that's confidential data. So
You didn't ask for it. I mean, okay, fine. So is there some best practice there which can be adopted of people, left? And you talked about alumni portal. How do you capture the experience of them who are with other companies and bring it back? Is there some best practice of companies who do it well? Okay. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Dark Horse, for your presentation. Can you please have a quick reaction from the audience? Okay, so we are seeing a lot of thumbs up, and I think the first thumbs down of the entire day. Anyways, let's move ahead. And the next team which is going to come on stage is Dream Stealers. And we have Rohan Chauhan, Vipayan Mishra and Shrija Mishra from XIM Bhubaneswar, who are going to present on the same case study. So let's give them a huge round of applause and all the very best.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're Dream Stealers from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. We began the journey of understanding and providing solutions by understanding the impact. What if these concerns were never addressed? There would be failure to attract the right kind of talent, failure to keep our employees engaged and motivated, and that leading to a lot of employee attrition. And we clearly want to avoid that. So what are we suggesting? We're suggesting our idea of making tomorrow better for our employees. We firstly began with doing a needs analysis. We understand that, our workforce is diverse and no two employees are on the same level of the career stages or even according to Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We try to collaborate these two concepts so that we can see a wide span of needs that is there across the multi-generational workforce, and we realize that we need to understand these expectations before we think of tailor-making a benefits package for them. Now let us talk about the employee life cycle. Well, this was very interesting for us to think as employees ourselves also, that what would be it, how can we make it better? We can make it better by providing the correct interventions at all the stages, giving them an idea of comprehensive benefits, generating a sense of purpose while attracting them. The recruitment to be made smooth and engaging by gamification. Onboarding smooth by mentor or buddy system, or giving them a great first day experience. Then we talk about the retention and development part, where we need to fall back on the needs analysis and understand what our employees expect, what kind of communication or recognition they would prefer, and giving individual development plans for them. Lastly, we talk about the separation stage, where we understand that our employees at some point might leave us, but we still continue to treat us as an extended family. And we communicate this by a very simple framework that is called the STAY framework. Start right, train to retain, accept and include, and your Tata family in your journey from being a potential candidate to a Tata Steel alumni. Now let us talk about the future of workforce. The gig economy is pretty much prevalent in the manufacturing sector and it's growing in the future, but we need to understand they're very different from the normal workforce. Their working patterns are different, their qualifications are different, and as a result, their expectations from the organization is also different. So what we've tried to do is we've come up with a Samanta Yojana where we can try to unify them with the normal workforce. We want to give them opportunities of upskilling and reskilling, try to create an internal gig economy if possible. Then there is financial assistance, which is very high on their priority list. So give them short-term loans or salary advances wherever possible, give leaves and flexible scheduling for them, and also think of policies that encourage their growth and innovation within the organization. Now we talk about the Sarthi initiative, which is for our hardship employees that are based out of locations like Jharia, Noamundi, Meramandli, etc. This initiative is broadly derived from the idea of Krishna being the Sarthi of the Pandavas from Kurukshetra. So what happens is we want to give them shorter duration of projects that will encourage them to take up these projects in hardship locations. Then we want to give them community building programs and recreational activities that gives them the feeling of belongingness and that they're not in isolation. company vehicles or subsidized shipping which can help them in day-to-day practical assistance, and also peer mentorship program with the people who were in the hardship location previously. We also emphasize on the importance of enhanced bachelor accommodation and fooding, because it is very important for us that we do not miss out on the simple things while trying to achieve the greater things that we aim for.
We believe a one-size-fits-all approach is not something that we should go for. Hence, we present to you the Tata Samriddhi portal, through which we present a wish list of rewards for the employees, and we also add an element of gamification to it. Let's see how the Tata Samriddhi portal works.
Welcome to Tata Samriddhi portal. The portal would provide employees access to the total rewards, which would be a combination of core and flexi benefits. Employees are entitled to all the core benefits depending upon their job role. Along with this, they can select up to 5 hyper-personalized flexi benefits. The portal would also incorporate gamification to enable employees to gain points based on their job performance, which can be redeemed for additional flexi benefits. This digitization will provide transparency and ease of access, enabling a positive employee experience.
Now that we've seen how the portal works, we focus on the Tata Samriddhi features that are there. First of all, it is user-friendly and it has a minimal clicks exit. Second, there are the current benefits through which we provide through the repository of all the benefits that are there. The most important part of the Tata Samriddhi portal is the personalized rewards that we give. They get 5 flexi benefits at the start of every financial year and at the start of every employee's life cycle. They can also unlock new rewards and new benefits through 2 ways. First of all, what they can do is they can do it through great performance and targets, and second of all, they can do it through peer rewards. Now, some flexi benefits that we can focus on include, what we try to suggest is Tata can collaborate with the other Tata Group companies such as Air India and Tata Neu to give them vouchers and flight tickets for greater recognition. The other part that we've actually focused on was that the family, staying away from family can be distressing for the people. So what we've tried to provide is, we've tried to provide sponsored family vacation to the employees and also sponsored trips to their home locations so that they can stay close to the families. Now, to enhance the experience of an employee, we focus on the STEEL framework. It includes support in which mental health becomes the most important thing. That can be done through 24/7 counseling, well-being leaves, and also to financial counseling. We have to incorporate an atmosphere of trust, which can be done through a comprehensive LGBTQ+ policy, disability guidelines that are quite comprehensive, and also through incorporation of third gender in the official forms. To enhance and engage the employees, there are handpicked benefits based on the needs and the career stage of the employees. And we've also added, as I said, gamification, which will lead to greater motivation for the employee. Now, the learning has to be continuous through the check-in method, in which the superiors, they get in touch with the employees continuously throughout the year, and they offer customized courses based on the needs and the gap analysis. Now, by following these people-first policy as well as the STEEL framework, what we try to aim to do is, we try to attract the best talent that is there in the country and also to retain it, to take Tata to greater heights in the foreseeable future.
People are the backbone of any organization. Now, we have heard our ideas about how to make the experience of our existing employee better. Let us now focus on another group of employees, the group of employees that we acquire post-mergers. So to understand them, we have divided into 3 neat cohorts: the enthusiastic adapters, the cautious observers, and the resistive adapters. The enthusiastic adapters see the merger as a very positive experience and a growing opportunity. The cautious observers, they take a wait-and-see approach and assess the impact over time. And the resistive adapters are apprehensive or skeptical about the merger entirely and view the merger with extreme caution. To make their onboarding plans, we have taken help of the McKinsey influence model and suggested 5 practical actions, which is lead from the top, tell your story, leaders as role models, monitors and nudgers, and set the organization for success. The McKinsey influence model works on 4 distinct principles: role modeling, understanding and conviction, formal reinforcements, confidence and skill building. Now, to show the onboarding plans, we have renamed them as culture champions. These would be our culture, these would be the enthusiastic adapters. We have to acknowledge and amplify their enthusiasm. We have to involve them in early wins and foster collaborations by encouraging them to mentor the colleagues. Now, how do people know that these are the culture champions? For this, we have made these neat little badges that these culture champions would be wearing. So people know whom to talk to when they have problems. And these are the people that will help the employee merge very easily into the culture. And we have to provide these group of employees with enough growth opportunities so they also feel much more connected to the Tata family. Now we have curious cats. They have to recognize and address their needs and concerns, because these is the largest cohort of employee that will be taking in after a merger. We have to engage them in decision making whenever it's possible, and we have to emphasize and highlight the areas of stability that the Tata family is going to provide to them. Now we have the most difficult group, that is the challenging candidates. We have to address their concerns and misconceptions that they might have with mergers. We have to do it head on with clear and precise communication. We have to provide them with training and resources so they also become change embracers from challenging candidates. Now we have developed this new KPI, that's Comprehensive Employee Experience Score. What we have basically done is we have taken 4 distinct dimensions: employee satisfaction and loyalty, diversity and inclusion, employee well-being, compensation and benefits. So by the 4 dimensions, we have put in different KPIs, already existing KPIs like employee net promoter scores to measure the employee satisfaction, diversity and inclusion index to measure the diversity and inclusion dimension, employee well-being index to measure the employee well-being, and employee benefits utilization to see our compensation and benefits. So to calculate the comprehensive employee experience score, what we have done is we have assigned weightage to each dimension and multiply by the dimension score that we get by the registered KPIs of each of them. Then we take the summation of each and every weightage and into dimensions we have taken to find one single comprehensive score to measure our employee experience. Now, how do we go about the process of measuring the employee experience? So we have come with a simple process that's called the SHINE process. For the SHINE process, we first set objectives and priorities. Then we hone the dimensions and weights according to the strategy that we have for the financial year. Then we institute the data collection plan. Then we navigate through the data collection plan. Then we evaluate and calculate the scores finally. So the SHINE process is a very structured process to assess the employee experience, from setting clear objectives to getting the final CEE score. All our KPIs, models, frameworks have all been designed to make the employee experience better, enrich the employee life cycle, make the Flexi reward system hyper-personalized through the Samriddhi portal, all in the effort of making tomorrow better. Thank you very much.
Okay, so let me understand what you're trying to do. You will, let's say, come to me and say that your CEE score is so much, and you will give me a badge.
No, sir.
Which will say I am a culture champion.
No, sir, no, sir. No, sir, that is not what we are trying to do. The CE score is to measure the employee experience of the entire
so I
organization.
have got those dimensions.
So the culture champion, culture champion is mostly for when we when we are merging with another company, we have new employees coming in. So there would be obviously a group of people who integrate into the culture much more easily than the other group of people. So we make these group of people the culture champions. So what happens now, if I am coming from a different organization, I did not select I would not have selected Tata Steel as my employer of choice. I was working for a different company. We have been bought in or we have been merged with this company. So now I must have apprehensions, but I am always more comfortable talking to employees that I used to work with always, even before. And now from those employees, we are making culture champions. So these new employees that we have all bought, and the people who are apprehensive or curious about the mergers, they go to their old colleagues only to ask about whatever it is, how to merge into culture. So this makes it the process a much more seamless and a smoother process, rather than talking to someone from Tata Steel new, because it's a new phase. We all are a little apprehensive to go towards a new phase and ask them questions. So we want them to have an old phase that they can always fall back on.
So but you will give the CE score. You will give me also a CE score.
The score is to measure the overall employee.
Correct. So I am a new person who has come in. I get my badge, culture champion, and also I will get my CE score.
The CE score would be an organization-wide score because
Correct.
we are measuring.
But it will be based on the dimensions which are there, so like based on the benefits and the employee salary.
No, sir. Like this will be organization-wide score, CE score. Like we are taking
one score for the entire organization.
Sir, like we are taking what is the employee experience? Like we have an ENPS. Like we take for example.
I want to understand: is it an employee-wise score, department-wise, company-wise?
So we'll have it department-wise CE scores, and we'll also have a company-wide CE score as well, because we'll see the key metrics of the company, like the ENPS.
How can you have a department-wise when the dimensions are at the employee level?
So like,
if you go back to your score composition, I thought you're going to calculate for each employee because benefits are different for each employee.
No,
compensation is different.
So like I'll come back to you. So like employee net promoter score, so that is ENPS. Tata Steel already does ENPS surveys in the organization wide.
So that is division or department or
The
employee.
organization wide, Tata Steel does the ENPS scores by department wise.
And the second one, diversity.
Like diversity and inclusion index is very similar to ENPS. So we have put in 2 KPIs for that, like diversity in leadership positions, how much diversity is there in leadership position, and the diversity and inclusion index, it's an already existing KPI.
And well-being?
For well-being, you have employee well-being index. Those are
Which
all
is at the employee level.
employee well-being index is a organization-wide number, sir. It's not a employee level number.
Okay, so, I don't get it, but it's fine. You know, I understand. So I've got this badge. I've come in new from another company, and you call me culture champion. What happens next year? You don't see me that good, so you'll take away the badge and give me cat.
Sir, the post-merger integration process is usually a 100-day process. We
So
have
maybe
day
next,
0
that's
to
why I
day
said
100.
1 year or
Yes,
maybe
sir.
2 years. So these badges will
then
keep changing?
So you are already part. Oh, yes, sir. We have also mentioned that in a slide that these 3 cohorts of people that we have, these are interchangeable, that we have to keep on monitoring the people also. And our goal is to make everyone that has come, the curious cats and the challenging candidates, all into culture champions eventually. Within a year, our goal is to make
So
all of them
along
into
with
culture
my
champions. So they stay
rating,
with
along
us.
with my performance rating, you will also say, okay, you are a cat now. What is that?
Curious
cat now. Next year, you got this rating, you are now a...
Sir, curious
Are you
cats-
saying like that? You know, basically, I just want to understand what is your thought
A
process.
culture champion is what we make public because that is a positive reinforcement for people. But curious cats in challenging candidates is something that the HR department knows for themselves. Like these are the curious cats and these are the people that we have to plan and intervene at there so that they also become culture
But
champion.
if you
and they
don't
integrate.
tell me that I'm a curious cat, how do you improve me?
So, the HR department knows who is a curious cat and we plan our communication with them similarly. We plan our interventions with them similarly.
Okay. Last question, not about benefits. I did, of course, did not see that. That's okay. Did you consider the taxation impact of those clicks which you did?
Sir, which one?
You had those clicks, right? That you will select holidays and this and this.
Yes, sir.
Is there a taxation implication? Can you do that? Did you examine the taxation implication? Some are seen as a perquisite tax, some are not.
Yes, sir. Obviously, there would be a taxation implication for the same that people's tax.
Did you consider that?
Sir, we consider that, but we have not done a comprehensive calculation of the same.
So some of those are non-taxable, some of them
Some
are
of
taxable.
them are taxable.
Yeah.
So we have considered that, but people would be having that choice to select themselves. So we would make them aware of like what is taxable and what is non-taxable in the portal itself. So they know when they are choosing that if they're taking a taxable component or a non-taxable component.
So continuing with this question, tell me, there was a phase among organizations and employees that people used to get heavy perks, okay? In 90s, 2000, a lot of heavy perks. If you're senior enough, you get a lot of perks. Then came a phase that cash it out to me. I don't agree to your perks. I want cash and I want to do what my life requires. And you're coming back to the cycle that now you can choose this, which are perkish kind of in nature, right? So what makes you feel that this is the right time to switch to that? Why would people not expect all this for free over and above their salary? That give me a trip to my house, send me for an educational program. What is the critical success factor that all this is carved out of your total CTC? Right? Suppose you were going to a company and a company said that you will get, say, I'm giving you a number, 15 lakhs, okay? The rest, 5-6 lakhs, whatever, you can choose among this. Or do you think that you keep it at 10 lakhs and the rest 10 lakhs you can choose whatever you feel? How do you design this? How do you understand that people are ready for these kind of employee experience benefits?
Ma'am, we personally feel that, okay, yes, we can give a hardship allowance to people. Let's say we give them extra 50,000 per month. But that just removes the personal connect that we have with our employees. And that is what I believe that is the culture that we at Tata Steel, we want to inculcate into the employees that are there. If we tell them that, okay, we care that you have to be close to your families and make it very specific, that means that we know about the issue that they are facing, we understand them, and we are there to help them. there to support them in every aspect and every stage of their issue that they are facing. But if we just give them a monetary benefit, that removes the personal connect that we have from our employees. So I think that just defeats the purpose of it.
Okay, good answer. You are wanting to brand whatever you're giving by naming it something or the other. Huh? Administratively, does it get any easier?
Yes, ma'am. Administratively, also we will have a little easier if you have a branding, we have a proper plan. Like we know that under this plan, under this yojana, or under this policy or initiative or this framework, we have certain things that we have to do. So it will be much more easier for us to plan the things around. If you just say that this is a basic HR intervention, who is the process owner, who is the who would be taking up all the thing, what are the parametrics by which we are going to measure the success of this, all of this would be a little haywire, and we have an entire department responsible.
All of it is no cost, no additional cost.
Ma'am, that would be cost. Like the dashboard would obviously have a cost incurred. Like if we are developing it, we have to pay our internal in-house team the cost of hosting it, the cost of, and then there are certain benefits that we are giving, like we are giving a car for hardship location so they can go to 100 kilometers. So that will we have to tie up with a vendor most likely, when the going rates is around what, 15 rupees.
Don't have to get into that. We already do that.
Yes.
But yeah, understood. Thanks.
Just coming to this particular thing, you said the weightage is 25%.
No, sir, I said the weightage what we are going to give. Sir, for every year we would have like different agenda on our, the company would have a different agenda that we want to satisfy. Like we might see, so we have to adjust our weightage according to what our agenda. We want to keep it that way flexible, that we don't fix on 25, 25, 25, 25. So we can change it according to how our agendas changes. Like if you're focusing heavily on diversity, and we are seeing that there is a very lack of diversity and...
No, so the reason I was asking the question was, what could be the cuts in which we can see this employee experience score?
Pardon me, sir, I couldn't...
If I have to segment
Yes,
this employee experience score,
Yes, sir.
what could be the potential cuts in which you could see it?
Potential cuts.
How do you cut it?
So yes, sir, that is
So
what
one is, you said location, right? Location would have an employee engagement score, something like that, right?
So
What could be the other ways in which you can segment this employee engagement score?
Other than these 4 dimensions.
No. So if I'm just saying a company has a score out of 100, 80, right? So you could have functional cut, say marketing and sales has a cut. Then you said locational. What else could be the potential ways in segmenting the
so
score?
we can do it by generation of people that we have, what is age group and generation.
Okay.
Another thing that we can do in where in the career stage they are, according to their experience.
So
there in the
therefore, based on the generation, do you think the weightages should change?
Yes, sir, that should also change.
So give me an example.
So like if you're talking about Gen Z, for Gen Z employee experience, like what we have found out through our primary and secondary research, diversity and inclusion is a very important factor for them. So the Gen Z will view the employee engagement score through a diversity and inclusion lens. And if they see that the diversity inclusion index among them, among their peers, is something that is lacking, for them that will lead to a
So that's a very important KPI for them.
For them, that is an important KPI. But if you're talking about someone who is in Gen X, someone like, if I'm talking about my father's age, he's 58 and he's in a different age group. What he would be looking at, what is the money I'm getting, what is the retirement benefit I'll get after 2 years when I retire. So that is for him compensation and benefits, and those will become a very important factor for those kind of people.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dream Stealers. Can we have a quick reaction, please? Let's have a look. All right, so we have a lot of awesome going on. Thank you so much. So now it's time that we slip into a short tea break. This was the end of the second track of the day, which was People Track. And I am sure that everybody present here have learned a lot from the discussions that have happened. So please be back in next 15 minutes. We would be starting our next track exactly at 4:30. Please do not be late. Have some tea, coffee, rejuvenate yourself and come back in time.
ওটা অফ থাকবে, ওটা অ্যাঙ্কারের। এই দুটো কাজ রেখে দে, অন করা আছে, রেখে দেবো ঠিক টাইমে।
अरे उनमें देख रही हो ना उनका पीपीटी अभी क्लियर तुम्हारा क्या अब स्टार्ट होगा काम अब so you will be using the slide changer और कोई करने वाला है no so this is to move the slide forward and this is backward oh अच्छा point ये वाले याद रखना so this you will be holding it like this ये forward के लिए है ठीक है and this is backward okay and check your slides now go there. You see the lady there. Yeah, let her know whatever it is. Minor please. हाँ बस heading change करनी है. Yeah. बाकी सब ठीक है. बाकी सब ठीक है. Okay. Shiv. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Next is Steve. Kyoto. So you will be handling this. So this is the down one is to the slide forward and upper wala to back.
Just a second.
Slides are fine?
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Next is team C. C. You are serious. Who will be handling this? Yeah. So this is to move forward and this is backward. Okay. Right. And check your slides. Fine? Okay. Steelers. नहीं Steelers. Yeah. Optimus नहीं आया ना? So this is to move forward and this is back. You will be handling it. Yeah. So to okay. Just letting you know.
The morph is not working. Morph is not working. पिछली बार में नहीं कर रहा था.
क्या
Animation is not working, right? The slide is
First time में नहीं कर रहा था इसलिए मैं.
No, you need to click it again to make the transition happen. Play the video, move to the slide and click it again.
हाँ.
Okay.
1 second. 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 1 second.
आगे चल आगे चल वहाँ पे क्या हुआ अच्छा मैं उसको
थोड़ा तो भी दिखा रहा है एक एक करके क्लिक करो वही उधर से जाके देख लूं तो चल तो रहा है
The world is changing rapidly with Meta.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Steel-a-thon Season 10, 2023. I hope that everybody is energized and refreshed after the tea break. So now let's move ahead. We have come towards the third and final track of the evening, and I hope that everybody is excited for it, because as we are coming to the end of the day, we will also get to know who all are the winners. But for now, let's move on towards the third and the final track. So in business track, our participants are tasked with crafting a branding strategy for Tata Tiscon, devising groundbreaking solutions for modern urban spaces, and designing a one-stop fencing solution for Tata Steel products. Get ready to witness the power of creativity and strategy as they redefine the landscape of business. Can you please have the introduction, AV?
Look above and see the light, stars and sunny skies. Share and spread the color, sparkling bright, and I'm in heaven. Oh, in heaven. When magic takes flight, dreams they come alive, making a world that only I can see, and I'm in heaven.
Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel. Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
So now let's move ahead. The first case study for this track is determining brand positioning for new Tata Tiscon rebar through EAF route, green steel, and we have two teams who will be doing their presentation on this case study. So the first team I would like to invite on stage is Ashiani, and we have Sachin Subramaniam, Suneha Gupta, Saurav Sinha from IIFT Kolkata. Let's give them a huge round of applause, and all the very best, team.
Good evening, everyone. So today we, Team Ashiani from IFT, are here to present a solution. So before moving forward with our presentation, allow us to showcase a promotional video of our product, which we have developed. So the product name is Tata Green Shakti for you.
Tata Green Shakti, a completely new product offering from the brand name of Tata Steel. So yeah, this is our proposal, and we started with the primary research that we have conducted. Okay. Yeah, so we started with the primary research that we conducted, and the sample size was around 113, and that consisted of the consumer, home contractors, and the distributor. So from the from the survey that we have drawn a conclusion that there is a lack of market awareness regarding the secondary rebar in the market, and only 5% of the respondents were aware about the product. And but once we told them about the product, 80% of them were interested in order to reduce the carbon emission through the steel production, and 50% of them are willing to pay the premium for the secondary rebar if it is launched under the Tata Steel brand. Regarding the second issue that is being faced, as mentioned by the Monty Singh from Patiala, is that he and his father wanted to use the Tata Tiscon bar, but because of the pricing constraint, they shifted to the competitor, and that was the opportunity lost for the Tata Steel because of the pricing issue. Now moving towards the next slide. So we have performed the secondary market research in order to obtain the TAM and SAM, total available market and serviceable available market. So here the map highlights the 500-kilometer radius from Ludhiana, consisting of the 7 states and 3 union territories in the northern state of India. And these are some of the top upcoming projects in the region. So that will be driving the demand of the steel in this region. And these consist of majorly dams, roads, railways projects. And we have also highlighted the consumption of steel in this state. So Haryana being the largest consumer with 7.28 million metric tons, followed by Rajasthan. And we have calculated TAM, total available market, as 25.78 million tons. Now moving towards the serviceable available market, or SAM. So here we have done the rough guesstimate, and considering the factor that TAM is 25.78 million tons, and production through EAF route is around 20% of the total steel production, and Tata Steel market share is also around 20%. We come to the estimated figure of 1.2 million ton for the serviceable available market for TAM, for Tata Steel. And here the plant capacity is 0.75 million ton. So Tata Steel should go ahead with this project as there is a demand for the whole of steel. Now moving towards the pricing part. So we have selected Delhi as the target city, and we have compared the prominent players in the market and come to the conclusion that Tata Green Shakti should be priced around rupees 65 per kg to rupees 75 per kg in order to drive the demand. Now I just wanted to highlight the market share of the Tata Steel in terms of the traditional steel rebar. So here the yellow bubble represents the 20%, which is a significant market share in terms of the traditional rebar. But in case of the green rebar, it is only 2.2 million tons, which we want to increase because of our pricing strategy to above upwards of in this graph. Now, just wanted to mention that Tata Steel is also having in-house brand of Optimus Steel and Zeremis. They are involved in the production of the secondary steel. And here what our competitor is doing, that JSW Steel is involved in green hydrogen plant that they are developing in the upcoming 18 months. Also, the Jindal Steel is using the recycled synthetic gas in order to produce the renewable electricity. But none of our competitor is using 100% renewable electricity in order to generate the energy. So here we are suggesting that Tata Steel should use 100% of the renewable energy in terms of producing the green steel. That will be the differentiating factor between Tata Steel and our competitor. So here we have covered the market analysis and competitor analysis. Now we'll move towards positioning.
Thank you so much, Saurabh. Now we have understood more about the competitors which are there in the market. So let's understand more about our consumers. So our end consumers are the people who are financially stable, and it's harder to convince them with a few thousand rupees reward funds which we are offering. So in our survey, 50 to 60% of the consumer told us that they think all the rebars which are available there in the market are similar. And why to spend a premium price on a thing which goes inside the ball? Instead of that, I can spend more on the tiles and the bathroom fittings. So we have to address this issue. And now when we have to do the segmentation, we have segmented the population into 3 different target groups. Number 1, on the basis of the demographic category, in which middle class and above middle class people having the educated background are present, because these are the potential consumers of Tata Green Shakti. Now moving to the psychographic segmentation, in which we have segmented the population into sustainability mindset and people who are loyal customers of Tata Steel. Now moving towards the business type, there are 2, commercial and private. So after segmentation, this is the customer journey which we have identified. In our survey, around 65% of our consumer told us that they will pay an extra premium if a secondary rebar brand is launched by Tata Steel. And the major touch points of our end consumers are the builders and the contractors. Both of them work for the reputation basis. And if we give them some kind of recognition, for example, a certificate, it will help them to get more projects and help Tata Steel for us also to sell more Green Shakti. And talking about the business strategy, we have to shift our traditional business strategy from B2B to B2B2C, where we have to address the end consumer more in order to sell Tata Green Shakti even more. Now, these are the target groups which are identified in terms of targeting. The majority of them are the government project contractors in Ludhiana. Then comes the infrastructure companies. Then comes the sustainability-oriented companies. Then the consulting groups which give consultancy advices to these construction houses. Then the key individuals like the individual home builders and all came. Now let's talk about positioning where the Tata Green Shakti should be positioned. Tata Green Shakti is a premium green secondary rebar. So it is for those people who have sustainability oriented goals to achieve. And it is for those people who want to buy a Tata Steel product but are constrained because of the price constraint attached to it. And in our survey, what we have found out is that around 40% of the people told us that, the ACE members especially have told us that they use the Tata Tiscon in the core elements of the structural engineering part, like the foundation and pillars, and then comes the column. But for RCC slabbing, they use secondary rebars. So that's an opportunity lost for Tata Steel. So our proposal is that the Tata Green Shakti should be positioned in that particular space so that we can get an opportunity cost of around 540 kgs for building a 2,000 square feet of a G+1 housing. So this is about the positioning part. Now branding and marketing will take care of Suneha.
So till now, we are aware of Tata Green Shakti. We are looking at the world where strength is meeting sustainability. So we are planning to position Tata Green Shakti in between the primary rebars and secondary rebars as we are providing a premium quality secondary rebar. Moving ahead. So what the customers are getting from Tata Green Shakti? So first, they are getting a sense of self-satisfaction as they are contributing towards the sustainability, as 80% of our consumers say so. They are getting a sense of recognition as we are providing them a certificate from Tata Steel, as we have already mentioned in the consumer journey. And most importantly, they are getting a trust and the brand value of Tata Steel. So we are providing a premium quality secondary rebar. For that, we need a good quality scrap. So let us understand what is a good quality scrap. So as per Tata Steel's own Ferrohart app, more than 75% baleable CRC scrap is considered to be a good quality. And from where we can source the scrap? So Tata Steel has its own recycling plant in Rohtak, and we have also identified some strategic locations of registered vehicle scraping facilities in the 500 kilometers of Ludhiana. Here, as we can see, moving ahead. So how Tata Green Shakti is going to reach our consumers? So it's primarily through our program, that is Grandmasters, which is through our ACE members, Mitra program, which is through our Masons, and Consumer Champions, which is through our salesperson. Also, we have our Ashiani website, where the customers can get home delivery, and we have our traditional methods of selling via distributors and retailers. About creating awareness of Green Shakti, so it will be primarily through the ACE members and incentivizing them through Tata Grandmasters program, as we have more than 6,000 ACE members registered on the program. We can run the social media campaign. We can train them through seminars and webinars. We can sponsor the retailers' billboards. We can also focus on distribution of pamphlets to the ACE members and distributors so that they in turn can give it to their consumers. So we need to create an initial buzz for a new product, that is Tata Green Shakti. So for that, we have came up with an idea of a Haryali campaign, which is a tree plantation drive, which will be targeted to the corporates and ACE members, as they are the main drivers of Green Shakti. This is our idea of a pop-up advertisement on the Ashiana website, which will increase our visibility for at least a quarter. This is our idea for a coming soon marketing technique, which we'll be using for newspapers and magazines. And this is our sample design for the pamphlets, which we will be distributing to the ACE members and distributors. So this was the initial video which we saw in the beginning, and it will act as a social media campaign.
अब मिलेगी मजबूती के साथ प्रदूषण से मुक्ति जब हम लगाएंगे अपने घरों में टाटा ग्रीन शक्ति. Thank you.
Thank you. Really nice presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
In the problem statement, there was this point, which was, how do you position Green Shakti at a higher premium than the existing product? But I think in your recommendation, you had suggested that it has to be priced lower.
It is priced lower with the Tata Tiscon 550 SD, but it is priced above the available secondary rebar, prominent secondary rebar, which are available
But
there
the problem statement clearly mentioned that we wanted to leverage the green. Because if you look at around you, all the green products, companies are positioning it at a higher price.
But sir, eventually we are producing a secondary rebar. So secondary rebar, if we are positioning it with above the price segment of a primary rebar, it is going to contradict that. And on top of that, it should be positioned below.
So that is the marketing challenge.
Yes, sir.
Right? So that is the marketing challenge. So what's your thought on that? How do you do that? You are saying it's a lower price from a cost perspective, but we want a higher return over the existing product. So how do you go about doing it?
Go about in terms of positioning Tata Green Shakti above Tata Tiscon.
You said 80,000, right? Some slide you showed 80,000. Go there. Now next slide. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
How do you make it at 90,000?
If we are going to position it in a bracket of 90 rupees per kg, then we have to advertise more because we have to spread awareness about the sustainability aspect of it. For example, we have an idea of giving certificates to these ACE members and the builders and the contractors that will help them to get more customers eventually. Because, sir, what we have understood is that the user segment of ours, the Tata Tiscon, what they are following is that it is harder to convince them with a few thousand rupees reward points. What we are doing in Tata Grandmasters. So what they are doing is that they're not even punching in the leads. So that is the main issue which we are facing. So we have to do something which is above that 1,000, 2,000 rupees point. Because if a person is building a house and if he's going with a JSW primary steel, he's saving around 50 to 60,000 in a G+1 housing. So why he should get attracted with 1,000, 2,000 rupees when he's getting a benefit of 60,000. So we have to give something which is above that 60,000 which he's expecting. So for that particular region, we are planning to give them certificates that they can use as a promotional strategy for their organization also, and it will help them to get the future projects also. So by this all methodology of our proposal, it is that we are going to position it in a higher premium segment.
So you talked about positioning. In one slide, you talked about positioning, right?
Testimonials, yeah.
Positioning.
Positioning?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, how do you position this product for different customer segments?
So first of all, it is.
So which are the target customer segments?
So the major target sectors are the people who have sustainability goals to achieve, like the companies, the big companies like L&Ts and all. Then comes the individual home. When we talk about in commercial aspects, these are the companies, the big infrastructure companies. When we talk about the private players, which are there in the market, like sustainable home builders, there are people who have sustainability concerns, and then people who want some better alternatives in terms of a secondary rebar, because the available secondary rebar which are there in the market, we are getting a lot of complaints that the rebar get broken, and it has lots of complaint that it get rusting. And then what is usually seen is that the mason, they rebend the rebar multiple times in order to get the structural part of it.
So one customer segment is the L&Ts of the world.
L&Ts are the people.
Then there are sustainable builders. So how do you, what would be your communication? How will the communication be different for each segment?
So talking about the communication part, as I've already mentioned, that we have to focus more on the sustainability aspect of the product. Because first of all, nowadays, each and every company have a sustainability goals to achieve. So we have to cater that need. Nobody is doing there in the market. Currently, in our competitive analysis, what we have understood is that all our competitors are using elementary level scrap recycling, that steel making process. No one is using a completely green procedure. So if Tata Steel are going to implement this thing, it's a revolutionary idea, and people will definitely go about it.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What are you going to print on the rebar?
Tata Green Shakti.
Tata Green Shakti.
Yes, sir.
What do we print now?
Tata Tiscon 550 SD.
So what happens to strength you don't want to print?
Sir, first of all, these are two other...
I'm just asking, first of all, do you want to print strength or no?
So, sir, in the Tata Green Shakti, Shakti represents the strength that we are promoting.
I want to ask you, do you want to write 550 or no?
No, sir.
No,
sir.
No.
SD?
No.
No.
No, sir.
So you will write Tata Green Shakti.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Have you technically checked whether so many syllables, so many alphabets can come?
Sir, because we have checked it in the market, what we have understood, in our insight, what we have gathered is that 550 SD is a unique property which Tata Tiscon have achieved by its UT and UT by YTS strength, which is 1.16 units. So that is our unique proposition which we are offering, and that is why Tata Tiscon is better when in comparison to the JSW, which is offering the similar product offering in the category of the premium steel. So if we print Tata 550 SD in Tata Green Shakti, it will cannibalize existing Tata Tiscon, because our Tata Green Shakti, what we have proposed is that it is priced below Tata Tiscon.
What is the strength of Tata Green Shakti?
So that we have to do an in-depth analysis to get the strength. But it is
technically speaking, how will it be less than Tata Tiscon?
Sir, because it's a secondary rebar, and secondary rebar cannot compete with a primary rebar which is there.
Did you check with anybody technically?
Sir,
Because we are already rolling from scrap route somewhere in the Tata Tiscon. What is the strength going to be?
Sir,
And you have to decide what will you print. And technically check whether so many alphabets can be printed or not.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Second question is, have you run the financial modeling on it, that how will you recover the investment in Punjab if you are going to price it discount to Tata Tiscon? So who recovers the investment in Punjab? If you are negative to Tata Tiscon, discount to Tata Tiscon, which
Yes, sir.
Mr. Karthik was saying, how do you recover the investment in Punjab?
Sir, for producing Tata Green Shakti, it is going to take less amount of money than in comparison to the Tata Tiscon, which is Green Shakti I'm talking about, in comparison to the Tata Tiscon, because it is a secondary rebar.
Can you repeat again what you just said? And
so
you're going to it is going to cost you less
Sir, the production,
than Tata Tiscon production cost.
sir,
Since it is a secondary rebar and we are using EAF, electric arc furnace.
So have you run the numbers? How much is the capacity in Punjab? How much money would you make if you are minus 10 rupees or minus 5 rupees to Tata Tiscon?
sir, that in-depth analysis we have to do.
Sir, simulation we haven't done, but in terms of energy consumption, EAF is much more efficient than the blast furnace that we are having. And also in terms of the carbon emission, EAF produces like 70% less carbon. Like for blast furnace, they produce 2.1 kg of carbon, and for EAF, they only produce 0.5 kg of carbons. So these are the things that we can leverage. So energy consumption.
Don't go in that direction because you will get stuck more. Okay, but I just want to understand, have you done some, as a marketeer, when you are launching a product and advising Mr. Karthik that position it as 5 to 10 rupees lower than his current brand, then how do you make money in a new investment? I just want to understand from a business point of view,
Sir, actually,
how would you ever justify a new investment?
Sir, first of all, if I am talking about a consumer point of view, if he is going to purchase a rebar, first of all, the end consumer is not at all aware about what quality of rebar is there available there in the market. Even when we have surveyed the contractors, architects, and the engineers, they are also very vague about this particular thing. So the main driver which is forcing them to buy a rebar is price. So now, when where we are offering Tata Green Shakti in a lower segment to the Tata Tiscon, what we are saying is that it is a subsidiary option for those people who want a sustainability product at a lower price. So that is our initial pitch. And
So basically you are saying you will price it lower than your current brand?
Yes, sir.
Sir,
and you will lose money on it because you will never recover the investment.
So because we are procuring the scrap from the areas nearby the Ludhiana, and we will manage all that activity accordingly.
Can you open the pricing part?
Which one?
Pricing. Sir, here, while compared to the competitors, so competitors have priced like Tata TMT bar has pricing of the secondary bar as 50 per kg. And we have priced our product at 65 to 75 rupees per kg. So it is significantly more than our competitors. And since we are consuming less amount of energy and we are pricing it above the competitors, so I believe we will be able to recover the price that we are investing.
So just to add on to his question, I'm just trying to decode how you've looked at the problem, okay? So there's Tata Tiscon,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
It's the Gucci of Tiscon,
Yes,
of
ma'am.
rebar market,
Of the
right?
primary rebar.
Yes,
Yes, ma'am.
Gucci, okay? And you have 2,800 crores spent in each EAF furnace that we're going to put up across the market.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're saying that there is something called a Gucci Shakti which will come. Have you heard about that?
No.
Premiumized product being sold at lesser than its price, etc. We're going to do that. And you're not going to use the Tiscon brand name, which is 23-year-old and has its own brand equity. You're going to call it Green Shakti.
Yes, ma'am.
Not even Hara Shakti or whatever, but Green Shakti. And you think that 65 to 75 will be the optimum price for you to recover this?
Ma'am,
Have you understood?
I
Is your problem statement understood this way?
Yes, ma'am, I understood the problem statement. Now talking about why it has been differentiated from the existing Tata Tiscon, because it is clearly mentioned in the problem statement that it should not cannibalize Tata Tiscon. If our proposal is that it is going to be priced below Tata Tiscon, and now if we are launching it in the name of Tata Tiscon Green Shakti, for example, then it will definitely going to cannibalize Tata Tiscon, because people, when the end consumer is going to buy Tata Steel, then what he will see in the market is that there are two particular rebars which are available there. One is Tata Tiscon, which is around 84 rupees a kg, and one which is Green Shakti, Tata Tiscon Green Shakti, which is 74 rupees a kg. It's a natural human tendency that he will pick 74 rupees a kg, thinking that it is the same product from the Tata Steel. So in that case, it is going to cannibalize Tata Tiscon. Why we have differentiated is that we are going to position these two brands differently. Tata Tiscon is sheerly for strength, and Tata Green Shakti is for those people who have sustainability goals to achieve at a lower price.
You're very convincing, but not convincing us. It just doesn't make business sense. But thank you for your conviction. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much, team, for your participation. Now, let's see audience reaction for their presentation. Yeah, so wonderful. We have all positive reactions for the presentation. Now let's move ahead. So for the same case study, we have up next a team coming up, the first team of the entire day, which is all girls team. So give it up for Backstreet Girls, Tanisha Pradhan, Hashmita Mistry, Parisha Saini from IM Kozhikode. A very warm welcome to you girls and all the very best.
Hello. Right, so I think we'll just start with whatever we've done. We've tried to understand the problem. To understand it better, we just went right into market research. One of the things that we understood is there are decent growth prospects in the rebar market. But talking about the Indian rebar market, it's quite fragmented. So in order to have a dominant market position now, one of the things that we can do is innovate. And one of the innovation areas is definitely green steel that we can look at. One of the other things about the Indian market is that when we talk about entering into green steel, in the foreseeable future, there might not be a considerable demand, the kind of demand we see in Europe or South Korea. But if we actually build up a capacity now, we can fulfill the potential spike in the demand much later. Some of the areas where this demand can come from in the future is infrastructure, construction industry, industrialization and urbanization and other areas. So, like I said, talking about the future, the government of India has actually set up a target to produce 30 million tons of steel by 2030, and Tata is actually planning to produce half of it. So to understand what are the customers that we can sell it into, we started by looking at the current Tata's customers. And these customers are mainly into the B2B segment, and we divided them into three categories. The champions and the loyal customers are the highest by volume, which are 50% and 35%. And then there are infrastructure government contractors, which we've named as promising customers needing for more attention. Now, bear with us when we say that the infrastructure contractors should be your customers for the Tata's new green steel. Now, why we say that is because they have the highest potential to be the early adopters for green steel. Because, first of all, they have the financial capability in order to buy green steel at a premium rate. Second, if they get into government contracts, government will push them to have green steel because they also have net zero targets. As well as they also have intrinsic motivations of their own in order to adopt green steel. As you can see that all of them have net zero, very ambitious net zero targets. These are one of the top infrastructure groups. So what we suggest is, initially you can, you can target about 10% of the organized players in this segment, which are the infrastructure contractors, because they take up most of the government projects. Then there was an interesting point that had come up in the semi-finale round when they said, why not target B2C? So we say, yes, we can target B2C because it's a much larger piece of the pie. But initially, if you actually target the infrastructure contractors first, it would help better target the B2C later. Why? Because the B2C segment has a higher customer inertia in order to adopt a premium steel because simply they don't care what kind of steel goes into their houses. So if we target the infrastructure contractors first, we can actually target the B2C later by first creating awareness through government signages on entrance of green infrastructure projects. Second is we can also try to build confidence because they see their infrastructure contractors using green steel and it actually works. And lastly, we can also then try to convert them as our potential customers.
Now that we know our customer, let's come to designing the product which fits our target market. The interesting thing here is it's not just the target customer, but external influencers, which in case are government and general public, which influence the product and its fit for the market. As can be seen in the matrix, we have calculated the willingness to purchase, through which we are going to design the PMF strategy and the value proposition. For example, the value proposition for our target customer, which is the contractor, is to have cost competitiveness, quality, and durability. For government, we need to act as catalyst for achieving climate goal. And for customers, we should project ourselves as trailblazing advocates of change, like Tata has been doing in many avenues, including hiring of LGBTQ talents. Now, we need to understand that the PMF journey has to be continuous and cannot be stuck at one phase. As we enter from a niche market to a growth market, our value proposition is going to change, and the same for our customers. Now that we have a new market and a new product, we need to have a new brand as well. And we have come up with a brand of Tata Harit, Prakriti Ki Neef, which symbolizes our commitment towards the safeguard of our mother nature with our Tata Steel's strength and reliability. The images on the left-hand side showcase the value chain and the production process, and we have collated the main reasons of why we need a new brand, which includes differentiation in technology. We need to have independent innovation, then product cannibalization of our existing Tata Tiscon audience, and brand reputation and legal regulations as well. Then coming to brand positioning. Given our focused market segment of infrastructure and a requirement to extract a premium from customers, we suggest that we go forward with a focused differentiation strategy. We are going to differentiate based on our product, brand image, and market. Now, basis our branding strategy, we are going to build a brand perception map of customers in which there will be high involvement and sustainability. And how we're going to ensure that? It is through our positioning, differentiation, higher price, sustainability, and risk analysis. Now, this is a brand identity prism. The current, which showcases our story of our brand from our end to the customer's end. It constitutes of various aspects of the internal values of the brand as well as the external imagery. Now, the shift has to be from that of endurance and strength to that of sustainability and the champions of innovation, which will lead to a transforming change in the steel industry. So now we have a new brand. So now we will see how we can position it into the market. So we understand that the basic 4 Ps won't be enough to bring acceptance of our new brand. So we have shifted the basic 4 Ps to 4 As. The first is experience, where we would be focusing on enhancing the experience by providing pre- and post-purchase helps. Also, we would be providing an app where the constructors can track their sustainability goals. Second is exchange, where we would be helping them to complete their ESG goals. The third is being available at every place by adopting multi-channel strategy. And the last one is evangelism, where we would be leveraging the Tata brand value and creating a hype on the social media and spreading word of mouth. Also, we have made these partner tiers for the customer engagement. So I'm just very excited to talk about this because we have disregarded the basic loyalty tiers of metal ores into more of a nature-centric one by giving the nomenclature which is based on the woods. The first one is Birch Beginners, second one is Ash Advocates, third Mahogany Masters, and which goes up to the Oak Elite. So as we can see that the brand loyalty and the purchasing of all these would increase as we jump up to, as the contractor would climb up to the tiers. Also, we have the wireframes of a Tata Harit app, which I have talked about in 4Es. So here the constructors can actually see that in which tiers they belong to, and they can earn green credit points. Also, they can redeem the same green credit points in the next purchases. Moving on. So we have this marketing strategy for all the stakeholders which would be involved in the Tata Harit. So we come up with the 4 Rs, which has been which is for all the identified customer segments. The first is recognition. So the recognition where we would be focusing on increasing the customer awareness about the green construction. The second is reinforcing, where we would be fortifying the Tata Harit brand among all the customer segments. And the third is reward, where we would be encouraging the potential customers to make a purchase. And the last is repurchasing, where we would be making sure that the previous buyers would be coming back to us. We have also made this graph, which we can see on the right-hand side, that we have plotted it against the psyche of a customer to the intent of the customers. We have also marked it accordingly, that how much effort would be required for all these marketing efforts. And at last, to summarize the implementation strategy, in the phase 1, we would be introducing the product, the Tata Harit brand. In the phase 2, we would be enhancing the visibility of Tata Harit brand by conducting webinars and seminars. In the phase 3, we would be trying to strengthen the brand, Tata Harit brand, where we would be focusing on creating relationships and also trying to mitigate all the problems they might face. Thank you, and now we will be addressing the questions.
Thank you. And first, I want to clarify. You are suggesting in this that Tata can't focus on the existing whatever segment, and this Harit should focus on something new, some other new segment, right? Is that the recommendation?
Yes.
From understanding, so that you prevent cannibalization, all of that.
Yes, correct.
So did you see that the capacity of the plant is 0.8 million tons?
Yes.
Right, and your target segment, which I read in the presentation, was niche infrastructure. What are the niche infrastructure segments that you have identified?
So our target segment is government infrastructure project contractors, and for that, initially it can be the organized sector, which is the LODA, L&T, and the likes, and later we can also move to a bit of the unorganized sector.
Okay. So did you do some market mapping exercise? You know, this is the market in North, this is the infrastructure segment, this is the government infrastructure segment, and these are the niche applications. Did you do that calculation?
I think we've done for Punjab, like we've seen the government projects running in Punjab. I think Tanisha has the numbers.
Yes, sir. So in Punjab, recently the Public Works Department has announced an infrastructure project of worth 55,000 crore. This is something which does not have to be one time. So we can start with low steel intensive government projects, which could be something like the renovation of the airport projects which are coming off, renovation.
So are you aware of what is the critical reason for, getting an order in a government project? On what basis do they decide to give a project for a government contract?
So, sir, what we understand is they receive quotes from the different vendors or contractors, and basis that the selection is done. So
what is the deciding factor?
So it can be the quality, the company's reputation.
So have you heard of
also.
L1?
Yes,
yes. So
ESG
typically in government,
yeah.
the grade is fixed, and the grade,
yeah,
the grade of the product, whether it's cement, steel, is fixed, and the contract is given to the L1.
Yes.
Right? And the objective here was to get a higher premium than the existing product. So how is that going to happen?
Right. I think that's where you also have to wait and sort of leverage the government's ESG and net zero goals as well. So that's the sweet spot that we need to look at, but
Okay.
yeah, eventually.
So do you have a page after thank you also? Because I just wanted to understand what is the product, what is the pricing, what is the packaging. I'm still an old school 101 marketing kind of a guy. So where are these 3 Ps in your recommendation?
So, sir, we thought that the 4 Ps won't be suffice.
No.
And
Can you just say, first of all, what will the product look like? What will the product say? Will you have Tata Harit on it? Will you have Tata Harit 550, Tata Harit 500 SD, 600, 650, whatever? And then what's the pricing? Are you saying like the other team had something, and what's your recommendation?
so our recommendation would be pricing it higher than that of Tata Tiscon's
How
current
much
pricing.
higher?
Since we are going through EAF process, we would be doing the calculation, but EAF
Just
process.
in order of magnitude, 1,000,
Uh,
5,000, 10,000, something you've thought about?
Yeah, I think it's 100 per kg because we saw somewhere that
100 per kg, which means 20,000 higher than Tata Tiscon if
Yeah.
you take the previous team's thing. Why 20,000 premium? Any basis for asking that?
basis would be, when it comes to positioning, the basis is solely based on sustainability. But when you're talking about actually setting up an EAF plant, and as well as when you're talking about future, you're building up a capacity as well to fulfill more of
So
these
if you
products.
price it 100 rupees a kg, what is the return on your investment in Ludhiana?
That we are not sure
You're
yet.
not done.
Yeah.
So pricing wise, you will do premium than Tiscon.
Yes.
So which means you are disagreeing with the previous team.
Sorry, sir?
They did cannibalization fear. So if you do premium pricing, you are going to cannibalize. That's what the previous team said. So you will be clearly, 3 of you are united on that premium pricing over Tata Tiscon, which is already at 14,000 rupee premium.
Yes.
And from government.
Yes.
Yes.
Anything about packaging you want to do?
In terms of packaging, it is going to be sustainable as well.
So like what?
Like the material used for packaging could be made out of recyclable materials.
What is the current packaging on Tata Tiscon?
So there is the brand name Tata Tiscon 550 ST and the
Packaging. That is the, I'll come to that product since you reminded. What is the packaging today?
we are not sure, sir.
Okay. Any thought in that? What do you want to package to give an impression? Because packaging is a very important P that way, because you can convey a premiumness of a product, 100 rupees a kg. So anything which you want to think about, suggest?
No, like at least for me, when we were thinking about positioning, it was more on establishing that trust with the direct customer, which is your businesses.
All
So
right.
we did not think on that.
And what about the product name printing? What will you print on the bar, rebar?
Tata Harit 550.
Tata Harit 550, not SD.
No. Because we understand the EAF process, it won't be giving us that level of...
Why not write EAF? Tata Harit 550 EAF.
Maybe
What's
we
the purpose of SD?
It defines the strength of the rebar.
And technically, how many alphabets can you have? Did you check that?
We are not sure on that, sir, but our alphabets kind of match with current Tata Tiscon, so it should fit in.
But, okay, so what we see is that you've got a premium pricing with you, and you can get it from government.
Yes.
And 20 rupees
Yeah.
for
Almost.
800,000 tons, which is the problem at hand.
Sir, the main crux here is that even the government needs to meet the sustainability goals. As per the COP26 Glasgow meeting, India has come up with 2070 goal of net zero emissions. And I believe that government is going to take that extra step in order to ensure that we meet the goals. Because
Who could be your other friend in this whole exercise? One is Tata Steel marketing and sales, of course, will want this to be done. And government, of course, is. Who could be other friend in this whole exercise of yours? Because we did not find your other, there are always allies, people who support such initiatives. Who would that be?
Here we are going to have the normal customers as well, the general public, because with all the signages and boards and everything, so they are going to be the biggest supporter, and they can be converted into the end customers as well through this.
We've also done this, like when we are creating your product market fit strategy, we've put public as well in the equation.
So obviously you've not done a marketing strategy, you've done a brand positioning. So with your positioning prism of Capferrer, I guess you've used, there's something called a sender, right? In your prism.
Prism,
yeah. Who could be, so taking from that same question, who's this picture of the sender? Who's the sender according to you? Where will the customer finally buy? Who is the sender?
The senders, so this is more on, again, so customers would be buying from the distributors.
Government?
No, not the government. So in infrastructure, customers would be getting it from directly us,
So
B2B.
you mentioned distributors. So if one ally is distributor, there can be many more interesting allies for green steel. But suppose the distributor is an ally, what is that type of a sender, the picture of that sender? Can you just paint the picture of today's distributors, dealers who sell Tata Tiscon versus tomorrow's people? How will the brand be positioned with them?
Okay, I think distributors could be an ally, but over here we did not keep them as into the picture, because we just thought them as aggregators. Because if the general public does not see a living proof of green steel actually working out, or it's also strong and there aren't any inhibitions about it, they won't buy it. So that's why the key allies for the infrastructure is normal people, and we can picture them as initially they can also be these loyal followers of Tata who just believe in whatever Tata does. So if we actually say that now we are also doing something for the environment, and green steel.
So your distributors are just like aggregators who will listen to whatever Tata, they are not service providers.
They are, but not initially. Like when we are thinking about the immediate future, your first target should be your infrastructure. Simultaneously, you also have to start sort of building up that awareness in your government, like within your government as well as your general public, so that your government is ready to sort of sanction these projects, and your public are the key supporters for these projects.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Backstreet Girls. Can we have a quick reaction from the audiences? I don't see you giving a reaction. He's like thinking what to do. Anyways, let's move ahead. And the next case study is the evolution of mobility landscape, opportunities for Tata Steel. And we have two different teams who are going to do a presentation on this case study. The first team is Kyoto, and may I please invite on stage Pratyush, Avi Bhargava, Neha Sardana from IIM Raipur. Can we please give them a huge round of applause, and all the very best to you, team.
Am I audible? According to a recent report by WHO, 2 people die every second because of rising air pollution. By 2050, approximately 300 million households will be submerged underwater because of the rising sea levels. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we Team Kyoto are here to talk about the changing global mobility landscape and how Tata Steel can achieve the leadership position. Talking about the mega trends, the first one is demographic trend. According to our research, because of the rising population, we see an increased demand of shared mobility. When it comes to climate change, there is a higher need of low carbon emission products. Then, if we look at the urbanization, there is an increasing demand of electric vehicles. Because of the geopolitical factors, we see that there have been increasing rules and regulations upon automotive industry. And when we look at the technology, consumers are looking for a one-stop solution for all their mobility services. Now let us talk about how mobility is being shaped. So the first pointer that we have seen is infrastructure. There has been increased focus upon digital infrastructure. Then there has been increased investment going on in automotive industry. There is a need of inclusive environment for fostering the growth of mobility, and only innovation can take mobility sector ahead. Mobility has shaped itself by moving from traditional mobility to sustainable mobility, then to shared mobility, and now it is gaining prominence in autonomous mobility. Now let us talk about the landscape across various countries. The first one being USA. USA aims to see 6 million electric vehicles by 2030. And it is also focusing upon micro-mobility. When we look at China, we see that China is the world's #1 electric vehicle producer, as in the last year it already sold 6 million electric vehicles. Looking at Europe, we have seen that Europe has signed a European deal under which it aims to reduce its carbon emission by 100% by 2050. When we look at India, we see that India has invested 10,000 crores in FAME India scheme, and it aims to see 30% electric vehicles by 2030.
So according to a recent Bain report, where it estimated the future of Indian mobility in the year 2030, it was seen that around 35 to 40% of the total vehicles sold in India will comprise of the battery-operated electric vehicles. This will be spearheaded by the two-wheeler and the three-wheeler segment, which will comprise of around 45 to 50% of the electric vehicle sales. This will be followed by the four-wheeler, ILCVs, and the bus segment, which will comprise of around 20 to 25% of the electric vehicle sales. In the M&HCV segment, there will not be a significant contribution, as these type of vehicles require high load-bearing capacities, due to which they will be having a hydrogen-powered fuel engine. Talking about personal mobility, we will see rise of autonomous cars and connected cars in the near future. Even the used vehicle market will see a significant growth. Carpooling, ride-hailing, and car sharing will also see a significant increase in the future. Coming to the railway landscape, our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi's vision is to see around 200 semi-high-speed trains running in India by the year 2030, as compared to 34 today. This will enable around 12 billion people to use trains as a mode of travel. Also, the number of dedicated freight corridors as of today are 6, and which will increase to around 10 in the near future. In the aviation landscape, around 200 operational airports will be seen, which will enable 1,700 planes to carry passengers as well as goods, enabling 450 million people to use this as a mode of transport. Let's understand why mobility sector is important for Tata Steel. So the projection of the automotive industry, it will be growing at 8% CAGR in the next 5 years. And different government changing regulations want the automobile manufacturers to reduce the carbon emissions throughout the life cycle of a vehicle. That is, from the raw material procurement to the end of vehicle value. So in that case, Tata Steel has an opportunity to supply these manufacturers with such materials which lead to a greener future. Also, the changing mobility landscape gives an opportunity to Tata Steel to innovate in terms of new material design and new processes to maintain its dominant position in the market.
Now, for Tata Steel to have a dominant position in the market, a leadership position in the market, it needs to invest in new materials as such, materials which are of low cost, materials which are lightweight, and materials which are high on safety parameters. So what we have done in here is that we have tried to analyze different components as such: aluminum, carbon fiber, advanced and ultra high strength steel, graphene, and fiber reinforced polymers. Based on different parameters that we have evaluated, like weight reduction, strength and durability, environmental impact, and a host of other factors, we have concluded that the mobility landscape in 2030 would be dominated to an extent by advanced and ultra high strength steels alongside graphene. Now, graphene has an advantage in this case primarily because graphene can be used as an instrument to venture into the industry that is dominated by aluminum, and primarily for reducing the weight of the components. Now, once we have identified the material, we are now venturing into identifying what is the opportunity size for Tata Steel. So for that, we have assessed 3 industries as such: automotive industry, airline industry, and train industries. So in the automotive industry, we have tried to assess the AHSs and graphene estimation as to what would be their annual requirement. And we have concluded approximately 0.58 million tons of AHSs and USSs steel would be required on an annual basis, whilst 0.73 million tons of graphene would be required on an annual basis by 2030, which is of significance given that 2.73 million tons of steel is produced by Tata Steel that is used in automotive productions. Airline industry, we have estimated it's roughly around 5.125 million kg of steel, so it is not that significant. For train industry, we have estimated roughly around 0.3934 million tons of HS steel, which would be of great salience. Now, so once we have identified the opportunity, we are now emphasizing on what would be the roadmap for Tata Steel look like. The first thing that we are emphasizing on is sustainability factor. Tata Steel has to take the leadership in terms of reducing GHG emissions across the entire industry. And for that, we have looked at manufacturing processes as such. The first aspect that we have looked at is use of green hydrogen. However, we have rejected this proposal primarily because of operational concerns pertaining to green hydrogen as of now. Even though where there is great scope for the industry, for the development in this industry now. So another aspect that we have looked at is change the manufacturing process from electric arc furnace-based methods. However, it incurs heavy cost. And the recent development which we have seen in England, which is a closed-loop carbon recycling system, it retrofits the existing blast furnace methods and reduces the carbon footprint by roughly around 90%, which is of great salience. And this is what our suggestion in terms of manufacturing capacity is. Next is we have proposing capacity building and new product development, which we have already highlighted in the earlier slide. Emphasizing on the next aspect, establishing processes for circular economy. Now, it is not merely production of steel as such which is important for Tata Steel. It is taking it to the end of the life cycle of steel. We have to increase the capacity of our recycling partners, and we have to handhold them and technology transfer them. Next is we suggest use of augmented reality. Use of augmented reality in the sense that we will have informational symmetry across the entire value chain of suppliers, of OEMs, of recent developments of steel across the entire value chain. Now, another aspect that we're emphasizing on is close partnership with battery manufacturers, and so that right from product development to the infrastructural stages of deployment, there has to be a strong opportunity for us. Next is given the fact that we are witnessing a very standardized, currently in Europe we are having a European version 6 in the vehicles, and we have BS6. European transition would go to somewhere around Euro 7. So we proposed a standardized vehicle model distribution across the entire geography as such. Next, the emphasis on railway industry, which we had already highlighted. And so by emphasizing on all these processes, we believe Tata Steel can achieve become a mobility leader in future. Thank you, and we are open for questions.
So I saw your slide which says you want to target the end market share at 30%.
Correct, sir.
So currently you are at what market share?
Sir, I'll tell you why this is as an assumption, because the exact market share was not publicly available.
I'll help you. It is 52%. Okay. In automotive.
Okay, sir.
So you are going to go down in the market share.
So I'll tell you how we had approached this. In the overall aspect.
Out of 20 million tons today, how much do we sell to automotive industry?
Sir, it is 2.73 million tons on annual basis.
2.73 million tons. And you intend to sell how much in that future with that page which you had got?
We have an incremental number, sir. It is an incremental number of 1.73, just a second. 1.31 million tons. This is an incremental number. Existing, you are producing it. That is fine. Now, this is an opportunity when we are transitioning to a different sort of a material as such.
So you will sell in the next 20 million, 1.31 million, in a way.
Correct, sir.
Right.
Also, sir, an important parameter to address in here is that the mobility shift is transitioning towards more lightweight materials. The existing use of materials that is provided by Tata Steel is not to an extent conforming to the said standards. So it is imperative that we transition to the lightweight materials, else that opportunity would be catapulted by the aluminum-dominated players.
No, so the question therefore is that, did you look at the value change in the market share? This is the quantity market share.
Correct, sir.
What about the value?
Sir, I did not understand the question.
So there is a rupees crores also.
Yes, sir.
Like you showed 2,50,000 crore is the automotive market, growing at 8% CAGR. So today you sell 2.7 million, what you say. Tomorrow 1.3, but value may be different.
Correct,
so
sir.
this is a quantity market share?
Exactly, sir, quantity.
Not value.
Not value.
In addition to vehicles, how much do you want to gain in trains and in...
Already written, sir. Given that 7,000...
How much is it today? How much is it tomorrow?
Sir, currently 7,000 kilometers of railway lines are to be laid every single year. That is projected. So we have tried to estimate how much steel would be required in every single kilometer of the new railway line. So these are all incremental numbers that are going to happen.
Do we make rails?
Sorry, sir? Sir, there is an opportunity.
But what do we make? Can it be used in the railway or the planes? We don't make aluminum. So in the plane industry, in the aviation industry, where do we come in?
Sir, we have looked at roughly around 11 to 13% of the overall share, whatever airline manufactures. 11 to 13%.
Any other thing which uses, suppose the aviation industry is increasing, what else is getting created, which will take steel?
Which will?
Which will take steel. End of the day, we are a steel company.
Sir,
so where can you, see, we should be excited with this growth, right?
Sir,
200, going up to 200 airports and so many million passengers and so many trains. So, okay, we don't make rails, we don't make aluminum. What else do we make which we should be excited about?
So electric vehicles is one area that we have focused.
That's there. That's clear. I'm talking about the boxes below that. Anything which we can do, which can participate in the growth?
Sir, there are subsidiary companies of Tata Groups also who are into the manufacturing.
If you stay with Tata Steel only, anything else which can be excited with the aviation industry? Sir, where will the planes land?
Of course, sir, we need airports.
Yeah, yes, thank you. So, sir, how much steel is required there?
Sir, we looked at this part, but we desisted from doing this primarily because we wanted to emphasize on mobility landscape. Okay. So, only things that are moving, we try to capture in this particular presentation.
And for the train growth, anything else?
Sir, there will be new railway lines, there will be new platforms, renovation of existing platforms.
And anything else which also railways will run? Where steel will be used? In the mobility space?
High-speed trains.
Like we have semi-speed trains, now we will transition to high-speed trains, bullet trains as such.
So that's what we are trying to understand. The whole background of the case is, today we occupy a certain amount of steel out of 20 million. How do we occupy a similar space tomorrow when we do 40 million, 2030? So that's where one part of it is, okay?
Right, sir.
I just wanted to understand, did you also have a check on what does it mean to maintain market leadership? What's the story on graphene? How will graphene, what do we do in graphene that it will let you do market share increase?
So, sir, graphene basically leads to 90% reduction in the weight of a vehicle, which basically means that like it can be a replacement of aluminum instead when it comes to electric vehicles, which would lead to a reduction in the battery size as well of electric vehicles. And when considering the cost, we came out with that it has like almost similar cost when compared to aluminum if we look at the price, I mean the weight reduction that it does, and at the same point of time, it also has less emissions when compared to aluminum.
So what is the idea which you have? Basically today we use a certain type of steel.
Yes.
You will now use 90% less weight steel and sprinkle graphene on it.
No, sir. So basically, our idea is not to replace steel with graphene, but aluminum with graphene, because aluminum is gaining more popularity. But when we compared aluminum and graphene, it turned out.
So you will buy aluminum and sprinkle graphene?
No, sir. You are mistaking these two attributes. Okay. Steel industry will always have a salience in the automotive industry. However, aluminum is gaining incremental shares. There are different factors, attributes to it. What with graphene we are trying to pitch is we will be gaining incremental shares. For instance, that you have rightly pointed out.
I just want to understand, how do you propose to use graphene?
Sir,
graphene is
sheets,
a powder.
Sir. Graphene
you
sheets.
mean graphene or composites?
Sir,
graphene sheets, sir. Graphene sheets that are produced. Which will be?
There's nothing called graphene sheets.
Ma'am, we have seen China is producing roughly 630,000 graphene sheets annually. It was.
The base material has to be there, something, and
Correct,
then you
sir.
sprinkle graphene.
Yes, sir.
Or you coat graphene on it.
Yes,
so what is your idea? That you will replace steel with some other material with graphene coating on
so
it?
it would be an amalgamation of steel with graphene.
Any idea how much is graphene in rupees per kg, rupees per
So
gram?
approximately $60 per kg.
$60?
Per kg. I mean, I know it's quite high when
No. Is it that much only?
So somewhere around this, because exactly the data is not available, but when we try to research, so it is an average amount that we are giving you.
So, but the important fundamental here to analyze is you are using $60 per kg, but essentially you will not be using per kg unit of that steel in the product because it has been reduced by 90%. So effectively it comes out to be 6 rupees per unit if you compare like to like vis-a-vis aluminium. We have done that in back calculations.
No, actually, graphene is a material which can be used for coating an existing substrate.
Yes, ma'am.
It can't become a material or a substrate by itself.
Yes,
exactly, ma'am.
Okay, it's very expensive to become that kind of a exact full like-to-like replacement of steel. So just check that out. However, composites do that. Okay.
It is not a replacement for steel. Let us be very clear. Graphene is never a replacement for steel. We never pitched that. We propose like 2 models as such, AHSS, UHSS, and graphene-based steel.
No.
And ma'am,
So
at
then the
same
worry is not there as such. So today you sell 2.73. How do you propose to sell 3 million or 2.73 tomorrow when you have another 20 million?
Sorry,
Because
sir.
if you want to maintain your market leadership, which is the question, which is the main thing which we are after, so you should be in a position to sell 2.7 million.
Sir.
So how do we reach 2.7 million on your page?
Sir,
Then you are maintaining your market leadership of today.
sir, market leadership can be also assessed. We have tried to assess this from the sustainability factor. European vision, European Union has translated towards, it will translate to Euro 7 in 2025, where they will be analyzing the entire life cycle assessment of GHG emissions for a vehicle. They have stated that if you are not having certain degree of carbon emissions, you won't be having, that material won't be used. Steel, to an extent, can bear that brunt of this transition. Now, this is our vision of making us future ready for this transition. It has happened in Europe, and slowly that transition will happen in our country.
That part I saw in your suggestion, what was there. I'm not going in that direction because it opens up another box. I just want to stay here only. What is your recommendation? So you are suggesting that we will sell incrementally 1.3 million,
Correct.
which means you go down in your market share.
No, sir. Our estimate is 18% of AHSS steel would be used on overall steel basis. There'll be other grades of steel also in that.
But total, grand total is what?
Roughly around 53 to 54%. Currently it is 59%. Aluminium will have strong salience in this. It is accepted. But how do we tackle that aluminium is that what we're pitching, using graphene as an instrument.
Okay, I'll let you go.
So adding on one more point, like graphene can be used as a conductor. So like we all know that future is electric vehicles and sensors would be used in the cars and everything. So when it comes to that, graphene can be added on to the other materials.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, team. It was indeed a very intriguing discussion. Now let's move ahead and let's have a look at the reactions. I must tell you, you all have been very lenient and kind to all your competitors, but I assure you the judges are not going to be so. So now let's move ahead. For the same case study, we have another team that is going to present, and I'm sure that they have put in all the creativity in the presentation because their name is absolutely simple. It's called Team C. Please put your hands together for Meghna Shahajan, Archie Jain, Saurav Kumar Singh from IMT Ghaziabad. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. We are Team C from IMT Ghaziabad. So let's begin. So let's begin with competitive benchmarking first. So India is an emerging market, and all the 4 countries, China, EU, US, and India, they all are the automobile market leaders. So if we talk about the first graph, so the growth rate in the personal mass and commercial mobility, India has the highest growth rate. That shows India being an emerging market is growing at a very large pace. So if we talk about the country-wise market share, so China is leading in commercial mobility and US in personal and mass mobility. And if we talk about the mobility as a service market rate, so China is leading, but India has the second largest CAGR as compared to other countries, which shows that India has a huge potential for mass. So if we talk about electric mobility, so China is the market leader by 2030, and in autonomous and shared mobility, US is market leader because they are investing a lot. For example, China is investing $130 billion for EV, which is half of the investment for all over the world. Now, if we talk about the regulatory landscape, so it is very strict in China, and it is strict in EU and US and moderate in India, because in China, what they are doing, they are even putting a percentage that every manufacturer has to produce the vehicles, and they have huge strict emissions control also. And if we talk about the average cost of steel, it is also lowest in China. So let's shift towards the trends. First is shifting market dynamics. So if we talk about the Make in India initiative, so there is greater than 85% localization manufacturing of vehicles in India, and this leads to increase in demand for steel, as well as exports are increasing for passenger vehicles as well as commercial vehicles. So there are 3 more adjacent markets, that is aerospace, defense, and agricultural machinery, and there's a growing consciousness among the zero defects and traceability. Moving forward, for volatility and forecasting, as we all know, Russia-Ukraine war, semiconductor shortage, there is uncertainty in the market, and there is a rise of East, which shows that the disposable income of the East, of the Asian countries are increasing, and middle class is going to increase, and the fastest growing automotive markets in East is China, India, and Indonesia. And they're also integrating up the value chain, so they can have a better bargaining power. And there is also consolidation of the global industry, that is more mergers and acquisitions are going on. So let's move towards technological trends.
Now, talking about the technological trends, the most important one is advanced material. So the need for this is driven by EVs. So for EVs, we need lighter materials and very stronger materials to improve the range of the vehicle and the battery life. The second is autonomous vehicle, connected vehicles and shared mobility. In this,
this entire situation is actually reshaping the entire mobility landscape. For example, EVs are actually changing, reducing the demand for IC engines and then moving on, increasing the demand for electric batteries, motors, and the whole system. Now moving on, this Industry 4.0 is the game changer for mobility sector as a whole. So here you can see that, so essentially this is an integrated system where you put in a lot of digital technologies to optimize your value chain. It has already given us a lot of advantages in the sense it has increased the it has reduced the inventory cost, increased productivity, and also the reduction of total machine downtime. Now moving on to the regulatory trends. Now India already has invested in safety. India has made it mandatory for ABS and ROPS, and also research is also happening because in an EV, the battery is beneath the passenger. So it becomes imperative for us to invest ourselves to research on safety in EV vehicles. The next is India is already part of a lot of agreements, global agreements like Paris Agreement, which the main vision for which is carbon emissions. And therefore, they have already enforced certain norms such as BS6 norms, and also they have implemented the National Electric Mobility Mission Plan. Now moving on, we have these, there are certain so there are certain global trends that are again affecting, such as protectionism and FTAs, which will impact the trade agreements of India. And then there is scrappage, which will add to the reverse value chain in steel. Moving on.
So now let's talk about mobility ecosystem landscape 2030. So in the Venn diagram, it is clearly visible. These are the three mega trends: EVs, mobility as a service, connected and autonomous vehicles. So in EVs, we have opportunities for automotive steel industry, in the battery manufacturing and the infrastructure manufacturing for charge point, grid connection, component production, and raw material. For mobility as a service, if we talk about personal use, there's a growing trend for car use subscription services, for shared mobility, on-demand services, public transport, as well as commercial use. And if we talk about the autonomous vehicles, so there is growing demand for sensors for which automotive steel industries and Tata Steel specifically can actually add. So there is also enhanced travel experience of individual which we are deriving for ecosystem, and there is also shift in traditional business models. For example, insurance companies has to completely change their business models in terms of pricing and everything. So this is the whole mobility landscape. Moving forward.
So now that we have seen the different trends that are emerging in the automotive sector, we have come to a particular portfolio planning that we see forward for Tata Steel. Now, till now, there is a use of low-carbon steels and first-generation advanced high-strength steels. What we plan is that by 2025, there will be augmentation of second-generation advanced high-strength steels. And between 2025 to 2030, we'll be venturing into the third-gen AHSs, along with the production of grain-oriented electrical steels. Beyond 2030, we plan on reaching high-entropy alloys and nanostructured steels, along with the production of non-grain-oriented electrical steels. So all of this is being done for 4 key reasons. First, there will be augmentation of use of electric vehicles in the future. Second, lightweighting will be of utmost importance and focus in the automotive industry. The next one is the increased and enhanced material properties that would again augment and complement the target of lower emissions and achieving green energy. Talking about materials like grain-oriented electrical steel and non-grain-oriented electrical steels, these materials will be very instrumental in the powertrain of electric vehicles. Talking about grain-oriented electrical steels, they have properties like high magnetic permeability in one direction, they have low core losses, and high mechanical strength that would enhance their use in the electric vehicles. And non-grain-oriented steel, this kind of steel would be used beyond 2030 for the reason that it has applications in e-motors that would reduce the weight by 60% and size reduction would be reaching by 30%. Moving on. Yeah, now moving on to the non-ferrous materials that we see in the portfolio. Here we'll be focusing on aluminum alloys, magnesium alloys, and composites. Since we talked about a trend that was related to aerospace, there is a great need of aluminium, as we can see from an example here. This is a figure of a 787 aircraft, where we can see aluminium is being used in 20% of the whole structure, and composites occupy 50% of it. So we'll have to venture into this material as well, so that we leverage this industry, we venture into this industry to gain profits. Now talking about the roadmap for Tata Steel 2030.
Now, taking into consideration all the trends and the mobility landscape, we have figured out 4 major pillars for Tata Steel, which is manufacturing, sustainability, material, and market. So under manufacturing, we recommend the Tata Steel to go for hot stamp steel, which are used for AHSs and very high strength steels. And under manufacturing technologies, we want Tata Steel to invest heavily on Industry 4.0, which will again optimize their efficiency and the value chain. Now regarding emissions and resource efficiency, we recommend Tata Steel to reduce CO2, the scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2025, and again scope 3 emissions by 2030, and also resource efficiency throughout the life cycle, as in during the manufacture, in use, and after life. Third is about green steel and circular economy. So we want Tata Steel to be the leader of green steel by 2030 by the use of cutting-edge technologies like green hydrogen powered direct reduced iron technology, and also create a carbon bank for the decarbonization roles of Tata Steel. Now moving forward.
Moving on to the other 2 pillars of the roadmap, the first one being material roadmap that has already been discussed based on ferrous and non-ferrous materials. And the other one is market roadmap, where we wish to achieve the 10% the total steel production of the world, and the share of India's automotive sector would reach 72%, and the market share of Tata Steel in India would be reaching 34%. These are our projection in terms of the overall revenue that we see. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So for this transition, what kind of investments do you forecast that Tata Steel needs to make?
Sir, we also gave it a thought about the investments that we need in this area. But since the materials that we saw, there are a lot of materials in that portfolio that have a progress in the future. They are all potential materials. So when we talk about investment going by material-wise, it would be very difficult to project. So we combined it in the revenue projections, and we thought of reaching a particular target by including them in our growth journey. So that is how we have seen it.
So, okay, for example, in steel,
yes, sir.
You would recommend Tata Steel go for a joint venture or try and do its own investment for, going into this new areas of steel that you recommend?
Sir, Tata Steel should be doing it by itself. Reason being, we went through the document of Tata Steel, annual document. There it is already mentioned that there's an R&D activity going on for an advanced high-strength steel material that I think would have an ultimate tensile strength of 690 megapascal, if I'm not wrong. So we have that capacity, and the production process is not that complicated when it comes to AHSs. That is the reason why we are focusing more on the advanced high-strength steels rather than venturing into more lightweight materials.
For steel, you're saying do it yourself, but what about aluminium and other material?
So aluminium, again, we believe that Tata Steel should be doing it itself because of the reason that however, aluminium has a high cost. Yes, sir, there's a life cycle cost that is related to the production. So when we venture into aluminium production, we'll have a greater control over the total emissions of the life cycle of aluminium. Okay. So that is where we need to focus. Since we have focused on a very comprehensive way, that's why we had 4 pillars. We have to focus on the, we have to focus on the sustainability part of it. So we have to see what kind of emissions can we control from our end, as we know that aluminium, in production of aluminum, it takes 5 times more, it emits 5 times more carbon dioxide.
Okay.
Carbon in totality. Yeah.
Can you do the previous page, please?
Yes, sir, sure.
Last page, yeah.
This one, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So have you assessed what is at risk today? How much steel is used in a vehicle, which is petrol or a diesel car, and tomorrow when it's fully electric,
yes, sir,
how much steel is used?
Sir,
by weight?
Right, sir. Right now, currently, the IC engines, the percentage is about 70%.
No, by weight.
by weight.
Car has a weight, and
Yes, sir.
steel has got a weight in it.
Sir,
How
curb
much
weight,
will it be tomorrow?
we would see the percentage of curb weight because different cars would have different weights. So we can only talk in terms of percentage of the total weight of the vehicle. So that is why I mentioned percentage. And after the...
So if you mention percentage, then my obvious next question is by value. If 70% is by weight
yes, sir.
of a vehicle, how much is it by value? And how much is it going to be value tomorrow?
Sir,
because you have to understand
right, sir.
What is the issue at hand.
Right.
Country will produce, 6 million vehicles, 7 million vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Percentage electrification is 15% and 20%. The cake is becoming bigger.
Right.
If the cake is becoming bigger, we have to sell steel.
Right.
So we should be able to sell steel, unless we are missing something in that.
So, sir, we very well understood it. The thing is, now when we talk about EVs coming into picture and 30% of market will be taken by them, it is very obvious that a major percentage of the weight of the vehicle would be contributed by the battery.
How much total EV penetration have you assumed for 2030?
30%, sir. That is what the government has envisioned.
So still 70% of the bigger pie is bigger than the today's market?
Sorry, sir, I didn't get you, sir. Can you please?
Today there is a market for vehicles.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow the market is becoming double in 7 years, 8
Yes, sir.
years, at 8% CAGR.
Right, sir.
So it's a bigger double the size market. Even
Yes.
if 30% is taken by EV,
right, sir,
you still have a market available for IC engines.
Totally, sir.
And in EV also you can do many things.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to understand, how did you decode this whole case?
Right, sir. So, sir, like we said, Tata Steel has its expertise in manufacturing steel. So even when we went to the portfolio part of it, we mentioned grain-oriented and non-grain-oriented. Although Tata Steel produces non-grain-oriented, we know that know for a fact that in current motors, permanent magnet is being used, where the orientation of 1D is there. So there we proposed grain-oriented. In 2030, there'll be motors where more metals will be used in the battery. That is going to be there. So that's why we proposed non-grain-oriented there, because the material would be used more. So, sir, what we plan on doing is, we plan on leveraging the existing production structure, the capacity that we have, instead of investing a lot in a completely different material. We need to use and leverage our expertise. That's why we went into venturing into such materials, such steels, and not, impulsively venturing into materials that are not of our expertise.
But you are recommending to get into composites and aluminum.
Sir, that is exactly, sir. That is what happened with previous group as well. So this is a market that we cannot ignore or turn a blind eye to. The aerospace industry.
So you are recommending that we should also get into aluminum and composites.
Sir, aluminum we already produce up to very minuscule level.
Not by us.
Sorry, sir?
Not by Tata Steel.
Yes, sir, of course. So
then you are recommending that in addition to steel, we should get into aluminum.
Yes, sir. Again,
and also carbon composites.
Yes, sir, because that again has a thought. Like I said, since we need to have we talk about emissions, and in the document also, there's a lot of mention about achieving circular economy, material recycling. So in that
I just want to understand. So strategically speaking, you are saying if there is a material being used, Tata Steel should get into it.
Only when we
or
feel...
you can also sue strategies not to do. That I will stay in steel, I will multiply my revenues because market is still very big, and I will do many things which are in the steel basket.
Right, sir.
AHSs, double AHS,
right,
or something else which is steel stable.
Right.
So I just want to understand your positioning of this whole thing.
Sir, like I said, we are standing on a very thin line here. So
why do you say we are standing on thin line?
Sir, I say that because once we recommend a material like aluminium production, we were very sure that this question would be asked, why wouldn't we
No, you mean to say you as in you, or Tata Steel is standing on thin line?
The industry, sir, the industry. Steel industry, sir.
Why? Steel industry is a major supplier to steel. You have a 50% plus market share.
No, sir. Again, I think we have misinterpreted here. What I mean to say here is, for new materials that we know that are going to have a growth in the future, for example, aluminium we saw, composites we saw. So to such industry, for companies like Tata Steel, to venture into a material, new material, that is a thin line that we need to see, whether we need to venture into it or not, seeing the capacity or the potential.
You are recommending that you should go there.
Yes, sir. We have stand very firm on our recommendation.
And therefore, have you done any financial analysis? How much does it cost you to go there, like Karthik asked? Because steel itself is demanding investments.
Yes, sir.
So if it's a very thin slice of market, why do you want to chase that? Is what I want to understand as a positioning, strategic positioning.
Yes, sir.
Doing everything is not a good strategy also sometimes.
I do understand, sir. But, sir, Tata Steel is market leader. It has a good brand equity. I don't think so if we enter into such a market, it would be a risky affair. because we have that leverage with us, and it is not something that is very complicated, that is not being done by anybody else. So I feel here we can venture into it. Sir, if it is
And you feel that we cannot retain our market share by only being in steel, despite the market growth which is there?
Sir, retaining the market share is for sure. But of course, every organization looks into development and gaining more market share. After all, it is at the end of the day, it is business. So we need to focus on the industries that we have a potential in, or that we can earn profit in, leveraging what we have currently, sir.
How will you earn more profit if you invest more?
So not exactly.
You have not factored in the cost of investment.
So that is a mistake on our part, that we didn't factor in the investment. But again,
and you think how much of market share can Tata Steel? You're already at 50% plus in mobility.
Yes, sir, 55% is.
So what can you become?
So we have projected that in one of the slides. Of course, due to constraint of time, we could not. So can I move on to that slide?
Please.
Sure, sir. Yes, sir. If you see the market roadmap that we have projected here is.
No, so how much will you reach as Tata Steel market share in mobility space?
Yes, sir. For Tata Steel, the market share of Tata Steel in the automotive sector, we plan on reaching 72%. That is what we have planned on reaching. And that too, here the growth rate, we have tried to keep it a little conservative from our end. We have taken it to be about 5.25%.
How did you reach 34% market share for Tata Steel in India?
So we have taken 25% as of now. So we plan on reaching 34% of the total market.
How? What is the denominator and what is the numerator?
Sir, I mean, that was purely based on...
And do you think it is practical to assume 72% market share position in a segment like automotive?
Sir, the thing is, so the growth rate, that's what we have taken. We thought we'll be very conservative. And sir, again, the same thought process that when we venture into an industry that is coming up like EVs, so we shouldn't be, and also sir, Tata has a subsidiary that is Tata Motors that has more than 60% market share in EVs. So we thought we would leverage that and reach this market share, because the upcoming industry is something where we have expertise in. So we thought we wouldn't be conservative here, and reaching 72% is achievable, I believe. And I think we'll reach there by 2030.
Thank you.
A lot of data which has been put. I don't have any questions. I'm just making a statement that you were going fine. You analyzed the types of steel. However, your market share data is not right, of 25% which you're showing now.
Okay, ma'am.
So that itself is double actually. Currently for steel, Tata Steel India,
only
in the Indian market.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so therefore the projections are a little way off.
Okay, ma'am.
And investment in other material, when you said we are standing on a thin line, please see what is the steel industry volume versus aluminum versus others.
Right.
You will see the magnitude difference. Even if you take a double-digit growth rate for all the other industries, they will not be able to surpass steel for very obvious reasons.
For sure.
Okay, so investing in aluminum costs how much? That's a big one which you have probably missed out. So the data has been put together well, but the analysis and the final recommendations are a little not in line with reality.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team C. Can we have the reactions, please? All right. Thank you, everybody, for the reactions. Now, let's move ahead. So the next case study is reimagining the distribution network of future, a new frontier for Tata Steel. And the team which is going to present next is called Steelers. May I please invite on stage Riya Goyal, Yamini Chirag Dash from IIM Kashipur. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone. And all the way best to you.
May we begin? Good evening, esteemed jury and everyone present here. I know it's been late, and thank you for so patiently listening to the case solutions presented by so many teams. And we, Team Steelers from IIM Kashipur, are glad to have the opportunity to present our solution on such a critical and nuanced case.
The world is changing rapidly with meta trends. But how is Tata Steel affected? It is transitioning from product-based to service-based. In the process, our ECAs have many questions.
Let's look at the answers. The overall demand for steel is increasing due to higher infrastructural spending. This provides a great opportunity to Tata Steel to look at the vision of 2030, that is 40 million tons. And BPR will obviously play a critical role in the same. With 6 major plants in India, 80 plus distribution centers and 50 plus service centers, BPR covers a market share of almost 21% and caters to 10,000 plus ECAs. Currently, if an ECA needs to buy steel, they need to either put an inquiry through the DigECA app or make an inquiry call to the distributor. The inquiry is then forwarded by the company-exclusive distributors to the channel manager. Once the price and quantity is finalized, the order is placed. We interviewed 30 ECAs over call and asked them to rate these key parameters and did a sentiment analysis using our script tool from the responses we received. Based on our analysis, we found that ECAs have a dissatisfaction in complaint handling, delivery, and the digital and technical support. They believe that the company and distributors can improve in terms of product availability, delivery, and supporting facilities like Urja. Distributors, on the other hand, feel that there should be ensured consistency in availability of products and a pricing model should be developed to cater to the diverse needs of the customers. Based on the primary research, our ECA promoter score lies at 55.81%. In order to gauge at the customer adaptability and requirement in a digital application, we asked customers, which features would you want to be included in the app on a priority basis? They believe that within the app, order tracking, complaint handling, and user interface are the most important for them for easing out the entire process.
With these 3 features in center, let's move towards a service-centric model. When a prospective ECA searches for Tata Steel online, Tata Steel or DigECA does not pop up in the first 50 searches. This can be countered through integration of keywords such as buy steel online in the portal as well as the application of DigECA, which followed by a robust search engine optimization, which will enable the ECA to download the application. Now, a competitor benchmarking was done with JSW1 in order to find the gaps in the DigECA application. It is suggested that in the My Order section, it be segregated into 6 segments such as paid and unpaid, and with an option to view invoice and test certificate over there itself. The unpaid order section caters to the credit orders along with the details. Now, a major aspect highlighted by the ECAs was ease in order tracking, for which we recommend proactive push notifications right from order received to order delivery. Now, there can be a scenario wherein X percentage of the product basket is yet not delivered. A proactive push notification regarding the lead time will not leave the ECAs wondering, oh, where is half of my product? Currently, the DigECA interface looks something like this. We proposed integration of price, distributor lists, an option to sort them, an ETA and geotag location of the distributors. The ECAs now have an option to place a first bid via call or chat, and the distributor has an option to accept, reject, negotiate, or forward it to the next distributor. And a digital quoting system enabled over here will reduce the negotiation time. In the help and support section, we propose elimination of the errors in the quick help article section, along with video tutorials in order to aid use of the app and reduce bounce rate. Integration of Sampurna with DigECA will help in complaint handling. ECAs can easily pick which section to complain about, and then an algorithm will sort that into product-based and service-based. For a one-stop solution, we propose integration of logistic partners for third-party logistics and financials partners with the integration of Urja in the DigECA app, and which will be judged on the given KPIs, and an exit strategy along with an entry strategy in these partners are equally important. In the future, we suggest integration with technical partners, industry consultation, and fabrication partners. A credit rating score for each ECA will help analyze the probability of payment defaults and enhance sales growth attributed to credit services. Now, in order to move towards a service-centric model, we really need to read between the lines. How do we do that? By the data. Data speaks, and we need to listen. One, data provided in the Digika feedback section. A sentiment analysis, text-based analytics of that will help us identify customer needs, basis which, using predictive analytics, we can do route optimization, identifying bottlenecks in RTM, and optimize inventory along with forecasting of demand, with monitoring alerts in an interactive dashboard. Now, for all of these recommendations, in order to visualize the impact, we have a customer churn funnel. Based on the data from Google Trends, we have found out that approximately 6,000 plus people search for buying steel online, out of which only approximately 1,200 reach to the Digika app. And a further conversion of only 100 people are there, which leads to a churn rate of a bounce rate of over 95%. Our solutions focus on these.
We have segmented the customers into 3 personas to shape the route to market. First are the bulk buyers who have high volume intensity. They often have very particular roughness average and mechanical properties requirement. In order to reduce scrap, they also procure steel coils in specific size, which align with the segment they are catering to. Hence, we are suggesting BPR Quantum, a company-owned and distributor-operated model. Next are the small retailers who wants the in-person purchasing for convenience and accessibility. For them, we are suggesting BPR Stop Shop, a company-owned and company-operated model. Third are the diverse SMEs who prefers logging online orders and hence need a very responsive distribution channel. Their needs lies in the processed steel solution, like the cut-to-length and cut-to-size form. For them, we are suggesting BPR Force, a distributor-owned and distributor-operated model. In terms of channel flexibility, while BPR Quantum helps focus on dispatching bulk orders directly from manufacturing site to the customers, BPR Stop Shop provide a flexible retail environment, and BPR Force adapt to the regional market dynamics. In order to better understand the channels, let us look at the flow diagram. So in BPR Force, the information flow process begins with customer prospecting and need assessment by the distributor, followed by enquiry logging and order placement by the customers. Then after the approval from channel manager, the order get dispatched to the distributors ACE Plus service centers. The service centers aid the customized needs of the solution and finally ensure that the order is dispatched to the ECAs. Now, this end-to-end process has 5 touch points and twice change in ownership. For Quantum, whereas for Quantum, we say that the information flow remains the same till touch point number 4. And after that, we are suggesting direct dispatch of bulk order from the manufacturing site till the ECAs. So via this, we can reduce the transfer of ownership to 1 and also reduce the lead time associated with the product flow. Now moving on to the Stop Shop. So Stop Shop will enable ECAs to operate in reduced investment on inventories and also increase the brand visibility of Tata Steel as well as engagement with direct customers. Moving on. Since on our way towards an effective route to market, we are suggesting a complete transformation of ACE Plus Service Center into Solution Center. Integrated with the fabrication partners, the Solution Centers will be able to bridge the gap between the mill and the customers. So the fabrication partners will be involved in fabricating smaller parts ready for assembly in manufacturing, as well as prefabricated structural elements like beams, columns, scaffoldings, etc. Now, since distributors are at the heart of our journey to market, looking at their operational parameters is crucial. Going forward, distributor will operate on reduced investment on inventories, sales via B2B platforms, and flexible pricing solution. What we suggest is distributor define the customers into priority segments on the basis of share of business, serviceability, credit terms, growth, and volume intensity. And finally, via the funnel, give third precedence to low priority transactional customers, second precedence to medium priority emerging customers, and first precedence to high priority loyal customers. Now, since we have seen the entire product tracking and improvement in app, what is in store for us 10, 15 years down the line? Can every consignment be tracked end to end? Well, the solution to that is blockchain. Through blockchain, we can through the immutable nature of blockchain, we can track end-to-end orders, and which Tata Steel has also executed the pilot blockchain paperless program for metal majors in Bangladesh. The benefits that customer will get is traceability through the decentralized nature of blockchain and assurance that Tata Steel is already known for. This brings us to the end of our presentation. Thank you for your time.
So each of the route to markets that you have come up with has a cost to it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you analyzed anything? Because there's a cost of inventory, there's cost of credit. One involves the distributor, one is direct, and one has a one-stop solution. So the service centers need to upgrade, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any ballpark understanding of
the investment, right?
Yeah.
Well, ma'am, to understand the investment of all the three channels, we would have required the past data of the kind of payments that are being made in the company. But however, since not looking into such a complex process, what we did is we have from the deployment of digital mint, the extra customers that we will get, we have figured out the return on investment of those customers. Which, Yamini, if you can move on to the appendix ahead. Yeah, so.
So, ma'am, in order to, for the alternate RTM segments, the elements of the alternate RTM were getting so huge a number, so we focused just on deployment of digital mean, and in order, yeah, we came for...
So inventory is not in this, just the cost of developing the app and running it, right? Yes. No, yeah, that's
cost of developing the app, onboarding of the third-party logistics customers, also the financial partners, and finally the return on investment on the same.
So tell me, the role of the distributor changes, right, in future? The customer ownership transfers from the distributor's end to the company in two cases at least, in one case. How do you think, what will be the risks of doing this?
Ma'am, first will be the dissatisfied distributors that would come up, because in BPR quantum that we are suggesting, the distributor would be involved from starting from prospecting the customers to making the sales. However, the product flow will go via the Tata Steel. So distributor might feel alienated from this process. So this is one of the blockage that we are seeing. Second is clearly defining the customer segments. So currently our model is somewhat similar to the BPR force, that we have distributors, we have service centers, we have channel partners. So, if we are not able to define correctly a customer belongs to which segment, it will create an environment where the customers might feel the complex process and might switch to our competitors. So these are two challenges that we see. First is the alienation from distributors. Second is the clear demarcation of customer segments.
Is there any solution to address the alienation of distributors? Any win-win solution in your mind where, you know, you have a very large base of cash-rich, experienced, customer-focused distributors, and yet I see that you want to own the customer. How can you use the power of distributors in this scenario?
Ma'am, in the first two models, that is BPR Force and BPR Quantum, we are trying to keep the distributors at the heart of the segment, as you can see here, the information flow in the whole network is in the hands of the distributor, and the product flow in BPR Quantum is transferred to the company in order to better cater to the quantum customers, that is high-ticket customers, so that the product that they are getting is well finished, the raw material they are getting is well finished. That is where we have imagined the distributors into play.
So by quantum itself, I can tell you that most customers would prefer this, and you would also have a large percentage of your sales through this. Hence the question as to how you bring the distributor in the game?
Ma'am, for quantum we need a minimum order quantity because any customers cannot be satisfied through the quantum channel just because it has a reduced lead time. It has to be a minimum order quantity, and the customers would be requiring a steel coil in specific width. Then only they would be they would qualify as a quantum customers. Now coming to the distributor question, ma'am, through quantum the benefit that distributor will get is they will be able to operate in a asset light model while maintaining the profitability. What is asset light model is the information flow share of management would be with the distributor, and the product flow share of management would be with the Tata Steel. So they would be getting the profit that they are already getting, just that they would not be involved in dispatch of order from manufacturing unit to the customers.
So, from your understanding, what is the role a distributor plays today for ECA segment?
So, sir, the first role is they need to they perform the need assessment regarding what grade of steel is required if there is a application of heat dissipation. Let's suppose.
Fine. What else?
So, first is need assessment. Second is confirming whether the availability of order is there. After placing the order, the distributor approaches the channel partner to dispatch that specific order from the manufacturing unit to the distributor servicing centers. And post that, the most important thing is the distributor are able to aid the processed steel needs of the customer, like the cut to length or cut to size requirement.
So today, you said channel partner and distributor, there are different entities?
Sir, distributors are only the channel partners.
Correct, right. So that's why I wanted to clarify that, right? Yes. So then what else? What else do they do?
Apart from that, they also make the customers aware of the customer-centric schemes that the Tata Steel have, like the benefits of DJK app, the benefits of Urja scheme, and the customer handling Sampurna web app.
So going forward, what are the roles distributor will stop playing and will be outsourcing it to Tata Steel or to some third party?
Sir, in the BPR quantum model, the only thing that the distributor, that goes out of the share of management of the distributor is product flow from the manufacturing or storage sites of Tata Steel to the ECAs. That is the only part that is going out of the share of the distributor, but distributor is still gaining their share of profit because their key responsibility area here is prospecting the needs of the customers, forwarding the order verification through the sales manager, the channel manager.
Also, to add one more point to it, in terms of Stop Shop, when we talk about it, the information dissemination and the awareness creation that used to lie in the hands of distributors first, the responsibility will get shared between us as well as the distributors, since we'll also be entering the market and engaging directly with the customers who were initially apprehensive to go through the distributors because their the order they were placing was not that huge in size, and they also had the necessity to look at the products first before buying them. So they used to go to the fragmented markets rather than coming to us. So that will also help us to tap more into the fragmented markets and become a source of direct information for the customers, as well as also increase the adaptability of DJK app through the sales people we will have at the Stop Shops that we'll create.
And then what would be the new skills they have to acquire, the distributors?
Sir, going forward, since the distributor would prefer the sales via B2B e-commerce platform, that is sales via online channel, they need to be very much apt with the usage of online channel. In our case that was given, they had already mentioned that some of the distributors, third or fourth generation, are still working with Tata Steel. So the connection has been so strong. So we believe that the skills such as the online movement of the orders, the online tracking, let's suppose the complaint handling, can be easily acquired, can be one of the easily
so you're
acquired
recommending, Tata, the distributors, list our products in multiple online channels?
No, Tata Steel, the distributors that we have, On contract, they are not exclusive distributors, but on relationship, they are the Tata Steel exclusive distributors who sell only Tata Steel products.
No, that's fine. So I'm saying when you're saying online channel,
Yeah.
there are various B2B online channels.
Yeah.
So you want our distributors to list in multiple...
No, sir. Only through DigEka app.
DigEka,
And sir, even in the listing that will happen, for example, the pricing. Since every distributor might have a different pricing in terms of the negotiation they do with the customers, we suggest that we would keep a price range rather than like specifying the price, since that price range can vary based on the availability, based on like what quality the customer is looking for and everything along those
So in the future, for example, if online, the ECA customers decide to buy more from online channels, multi-brand, do you recommend Tata Steel to be present in those channels or stay away from those channels?
Sir, one of the, when we look at Tata Steel, one of the things that would come is the adaptability of these online channels. When we talk about it in terms of stop shop, even there, for example, there's a salesperson there, the placement of order can be done through online. So Tata Steel will be involved in the front-end market as well. But at the same time, the responsibility that will lie on us is also to make the distributor adapt to the technology. And that's the kind of skills we would need to allot them or give them and help them in getting. Because to assume that all the distributors in the market are from the same unionized segment where all of them know the skills and all of them are very technically advanced would be false on our part. So we need to work on that, and not just inside, but not just outside, but also inside within the company as well.
Sir, just adding one more point to answer your question, sir. We would not like Tata Steel product to be visible in other platforms because it would dilute the brand value. Only the DigEka app, and for so one of the suggestions that Yamini mentioned is search engine optimization, which would increase the...
Okay, understood.
Yeah, so that's what we want.
Two questions. First is, currently our model actually is like BPR force.
Yes, in a way.
For 4 million tons.
4.1 million, yes, sir.
Now you are proposing to have 3 parts.
Yes, sir.
Why? What is the pain point in the current model? Because you are saying give the same money to the distributor. What are you trying to solve?
Sir, based upon our primary research that we did, we understood that few of the processing centers of distributors are not equipped to serve the customers in several segments. For example...
so you will set up the own service center? Because then only you can do quantum by cutting it.
Yes, sir. So we are suggesting the servicing centers to be near the manufacturing unit and
which
well
is
equipped.
Jamshedpur and Kalinganagar and Meramandli, your
Yes, sir.
own service centers as opposed to distributor service centers.
Well,
only
yes,
you can do direct dispatch.
Sir, to back this, what we understood from the market is the service center of THDPL, let's suppose, is very much...
I just want to understand first of all.
Yes,
so you are saying distributor centers are not okay. That is the pain point. You want to shift that cutting and processing in Tata Steel manufacturing plants. And then you do direct dispatch to the customer. Is that the model?
Well, in a way, yes, sir.
Yes? For BPR Quantum, how much the 4 million tons will get divided in 3 parts? What's the investment and the timeline to make it happen?
Sir, initially for the 4 million tons, the first BPR Quantum and BPR Force, there will be a division in terms of that. But
how much will it be each?
So we haven't gone into the calculations of that, as we stated that there might be a lot of complexity and data availability was a problem for us. And as far as BPR stock
But like thumb rule, because you would have studied the DigEka customers, today 100% is BPR force.
Yes.
What are you saying? 40, 40, 20? Or
well,
whatever? And where is the
yes,
investment required?
Yeah. So, sir, there are a few customers who want in volume, those will come in quantum. There are large number of customers who would be
Remain
in BPR
force.
Yeah. And there are again, few to moderate customer who want in very less volume and who want to have an in-shop experience. For them,
so
there
if
is
you are
BPR
going
stock.
to set up some service centers to cut the material, which till now was being cut by distributor, why would you not challenge the remuneration? What is the gain to Tata Steel? You are doing additional work, but you don't gain anything. What is the whole idea which you are trying to solve? Why do you need surgery?
Sir, the core need we felt for BPR Quantum was, while doing primary researches...
For Tata Steel,
yes, sir.
first of all, why do you need to do this surgery?
Sorry?
Nicely it is going for 4 million tons, BPR force, people are cutting, material is delivered. Why do we need this surgery to use 3 routes to reach the ECA customer?
Okay, so the need we felt for this surgery was that while doing telephonic interviews with the distributors, there were a few who actually said this, that in order to cater to the high ticket clients, the sort of capabilities needed is not currently with them. It would be better if Tata Steel does that. Also, on doing competitor benchmarking, a few competitors of Tata Steel are effectively running this model. So the key idea behind this model was reducing the churn of the high-ticket clients. Let's say somebody who is ordering over 500 metric tons of steel, and we are losing the client just because the quality of product sent to them was a little difficult for the distributor.
Are you conjecturing this, or you have data on churn?
Sorry, sir?
Are you conjecturing this, or you have data on churn?
Sir, the client that we spoke to, they said that the material that is coming have dent marks, have cambers, have bird marks towards the end of the coil. And this is because of packing and unpacking of the coil and going through the slitting machine of the distributor servicing centers. And again, we spoke to another client who does take from JSW, who does take the product from JSW in large volume. They said that the product is directly coming from the manufacturing side. Another thing, sir, the second point, why BPR quantum is, there are few segments. Let's suppose drums and barrels. This segment wants width of coil in 913 mm. And what is the standard width of coil that we produce is 1250 mm. So the another 327 mm is just going to scrap. So what our competitors are doing is, in order to boost segment-specific growth, they are getting the width of coil directly from the manufacturing unit to cater to the segments, like drums and barrels 913 mm, like the radiators and transformers, it is 523 mm of width. So we want those customers to be with us, and also we would like to add value in their business, which would be a value in use opportunity. And that is why the quantum ideas came into picture, sir.
And the requirement of the case was also to look at the retail distribution strategy to be redone. Did you think about that as well? This is for the ECA customers or SME customers and using Digica. There are also retail consumers who are being serviced from distributor, retailer to Ashiani consumers. Did you also think about that? That was also the requirement.
Sir, for them, this BPR stop shop will come into play. The retail customers are primarily the furniture manufacturing and the vehicle chassis manufacturer, like the Tata Ace, the chassis
Is
at
that
the back.
a retail customer, or it is also an ECA customer manufacturing furniture and auto ancillaries? Retail consumer is somebody who is like people like you and I who are going to Ashiana, buying Tata Tiscon or buying Tata Shakti GC sheet, and that's what they are doing. So that was also the question which was required in the retail segment.
So when we look at the retail segment, we also the kind of channel route that we are suggesting for them is not going to be very different from ECS. As Chirag said, BPR Stop Shop will come into play here, since they will have the option to
What is the current channel for retail?
Chirag, you want to take that?
Sir, well, I am not aware of the retail channel for Steelium and Astrum, but in Tata Shakti and Kosh, the retailers are the one who get the bulk orders and distribute in small quantity to the customers, like the GC sheet and the bucket manufacturers.
So have you done some redistribution of it, rejig of it? No.
Well, no, sir.
So basically then you're saying 4.1 million tons, we will divide it in 3 blocks, and we will retain the margin to the distributor, and Tata Steel will have to do the processing of steel.
For the quantum bulk customers. For only the customers who have minimum order quantity, yeah.
And then what do we gain by it is still not clear to me.
So,
You do additional work, and what you gain is not clear to me. We are selling 4.1 million, we will sell 4.1 million tomorrow or something higher, unless you tell me that there is a gain to Tata Steel to do this 3 parts.
the major gain for Tata Steel in these 3 parts is the high-ticket clients would the repeat order rate would increase as nobody likes to get some product that is not up to their requirements. And regarding the BPR stop shop model, the retail model, we took reference from the stores that are for Tata Tiscon, the TMT bars. If you and I are going to make a home, we can directly go to the stores for TMT bars. And we took the same reference for catering to the retail customers through BPR stop shop.
Sir, in terms of the return that you are asking is, we'll be able to increase the experience of end customer, and through that we'll be able to add values to their business. And this is what Tata Steel generally does, is increasing the experience of customer, and through that acquiring them and and transforming them into a loyal customer.
And so we do acknowledge that we don't have solid numbers to provide for it right now because of lack of data availability on our end, also because of the complexities of that we were not able to delve into, because we wanted to keep our main focus to the requirements of the case at that point of time. But we are always open to exploring more into it.
And what is the delta premium which you get over JSW and what others in the BPR in this ECA segment? A consumer like ECA using BPR Quantum, will they pay you extra for doing such special services?
So could you please repeat the question?
Will you get additional premium from your BPR Quantum customer compared to your competition? You are doing all the surveys, you're giving best quality processing, delivering it directly. Would you get some premium? Today do you get a premium, and tomorrow what happens?
Sir, today we might not get a premium because this is not a differentiated service that we are offering. Going forward...
Are you sure?
Yes, sir, not a differentiated services because already our customers are into this model. Both JSW and AMNS are doing this. So, and the customers are used to it. And even some of the customers have told us that we only prefer Tata Steel, or we only prefer ordering from Tata Steel the bulk quantity when there is no other option, when there is no availability of material in our competitors. So,
and so tomorrow will you get premium by doing your strategy?
Sir, one of the things that we'll get is that, for example, we'll be taking the share from the distributor shares because since we are the ones providing services that distributor was, let's say, technologically not able to provide at that point of time, the share from the distributors, margin will be getting deducted and it will go to us. Apart from that...
that is not what she said, huh? That she did not say that the distributor margin will get cut, and...
This is specifically, sir, for BPR Quantum that I was talking about.
But you did not say that. You said we retain the distributor.
So I will again segregate the thing that we are trying to present here is 4.10 metric tons is fine. Firstly, it was operated through a million tons through a model very similar to BPR Force. The major issues that we found there was the high-ticket clients issue, the quality of products delivered to them, and then a direct contact with the customers. Therefore, we segregated the model into three, that is BPR...
Understood.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
asking the benefit now because
Yes, sir.
is there a
Yes, sir.
premium? Is there a churn benefit?
Yes, sir.
Is there a distributor margin being passed on? There has to be something.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm correct. So, sir, for the BPR Quantum model, so for the BPR Quantum, the repeat order rate increasing, our goal is to increase the repeat order from high ticket clients. That is our premium there. For the BPR
It's not
Force,
premium.
Sorry?
That's not premium, it's volume.
Okay.
Premium
Yes,
is
sir,
delta
this
price.
is volume. Yes, sir. For BPR Force, the thing that we are gaining is the distributors have to now operate on a really asset-light model, while they are also gaining, the distributors are also earning from Quantum, but then the asset-heavy model that they had to operate in order to cater to the high-ticket clients, that is now reduced from their share. They'll operate more efficiently. And in the BPR stop shop, the premium that we are gaining
What is the gain to Tata Steel?
Sorry?
What
Yes,
is
sir.
the gain to Tata Steel? No premium, no better terms. Anyway, leave it.
So the profit margin will be one of the gains that we were talking about. Since the distributor's share of the profit margin, some of it will get added to ours because we are the ones providing service then.
Sir, the benefit that Tata Steel will get from Quantum is increased in the average order basket size and boosting segment-specific growth. And from BPR, force, the benefit that Tata Steel will get is penetrate to the local market via the extensive sales team of the distributor.
Why do you hate the word margin?
Margin.
Okay, you hate the word margin. You're not talking about delta money, delta premium.
So we
You're
did
doing all the hard work. You will not get the return on your investment by doing this processing, the new green line which you have drawn.
So we did actually brainstorm on this. We were thinking of that if, let's say, earlier it was 65, we were getting 60, the distributor was getting 3, but now we will get 61 and the distributor will get 2. But we weren't sure if we should put it forward that way or not.
You will just put it forward.
Yeah.
But, you're not saying it. Okay. So think about it.
Definitely so we will.
Purpose of a surgery is to get certain benefit to the ecosystem as well as to Tata Steel.
Definitely.
And so ecosystem is consumer first, then your channel partner, and then company. All 3 C's are important.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Sure, sir.
And who gains what?
Yes.
And that is also there for retail. Retail is a completely different ball game, which is where Tiscon and Shakti come in. People like you and I, like you
Yes, sir.
mentioned. But those are very different customers. They don't go to Digica.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Definitely.
So that channel also needs some re-engineering.
Definitely,
Okay,
sir.
We'll
Thank you so
definitely
much.
do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Steelers. Now let's move ahead. We've reached towards the final presentation of the day, and the final case study is improving quality of life in a space-crunched urban India. And the final team that's going to come on stage is Optimus Steel, and it has in team Kirti Dev Singh, Satyam Pasi, Himangi Agarwal from IIFT Kolkata. Let's give them a huge round of applause.
Who is your guide? Who is your guide in this project? Somebody from Tata Steel must have been there to help you out in this. Nobody?
We have done our own.
Okay. And who was the guide in the project on the track for the just now, which was there on the BPR? No guide. Okay. And Tiscon? No guide, huh? Yeah, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Sorry, good evening. We are Team Optimus Steel from IIFT Kolkata. I, Himangi Agrawal, along with my teammates Kirti Dev Singh and Satyam Pasi, would like to take this opportunity to present a business idea where we explore the new frontiers in a space-crunched urban India. Between 2014 and 2019, we see that the average size in urban India decreased by 27%. The average size in urban India is around 404 square feet and around 117 square feet per person. It is absolutely jarring to see that 1 in 3 urban Indians live in homes which are smaller than the average prison cells in US. So in such a scenario, we see that the traditional furniture loses its appeal, and as it is usually bulky and uses up a lot of space. So an alternate solution that we are proposing to the traditional furniture is compact furniture such as wall-mounted furniture or foldable furniture. Compact housing will definitely become the future, and it has a lot of advantages as well. One of the advantages that we see of compact housing is that affordability. It helps, and it is in alignment with the changing lifestyles of urban Indians. Also, we see that in urban India, where the space is already shrinking, having furniture such as foldable furniture, wall-mounted furniture will definitely provide an alternate solution and will help in utilizing the limited space in an optimizing and efficient manner. So to understand the potential of this industry, we set out to study about the industry and conducted an analysis for it. So we see that the folding furniture market is around, currently it's around 3.4 billion in 2023, and it will increase to 5.76 billion by 2030 at a CAGR of 7.6%. Also in India, we see that the folding furniture market is showing an increasing trend which can be seen from the graph. Also, we see, however, there are certain challenges that this industry is facing, such as one of the major challenges that this industry faces is the perception. People assume and perceive the folding furniture to be of low quality, and hence that is a big challenge that this industry is facing and needs to overcome. So to further understand the potential of this industry, we set out to conduct primary research, and we had a response of 125 persons on the form that we floated. We see that 40.5% of the people struggle with space-consuming solutions which hinder their organization in homes, and around 50% of them frequently face challenges in accessing corners and hard-to-reach areas. And also 51.7% of them find it difficult to find a solution which solves all their problems. So we see that there's a lot of potential in this industry, and this industry has a lot of growth potential. Also, we conducted focus group interviews with 21 persons, and they also shared the similar sentiment where they said that they find it difficult to reach hard corners and hard to reach areas, and hence this industry is something which has a lot of potential. Also, we had interviews with 2 interior designers and a furniture contractor who also displayed lack of awareness about this folding furniture and wall-mounted furniture. And when explained the benefits of these furnitures, they were willing to explore this area and introduce and implement them in their interior designs. To further understand the problems faced by the consumers and their needs and their preferences, we have 2 user personas. We have Tanvi Kapoor, who is a 32-year female IT professional who recently bought her first apartment in the city of Mumbai. As we all know, the city of Mumbai, it is really crunched up, and the sizes of apartments there is extremely small. So hence, she's looking for affordable and safe-spacing furniture solutions. And the pain point that she is facing is that she is finding it very difficult to find furniture which is both affordable and space-saving. And also, she is concerned about the quality of the budget options that are available in the market. So how we see that this folding furniture actually offers Tanvi a cost-effective solution to maximize the limited space that she has currently. It provides her with the flexibility, allowing her to convert her living room into a guest room through a sofa-cum-bed option that we have. And also, like, foldable furniture is available at various price points. So that will also solve the problem of her not finding cost-effective furniture. We also have Pratap Singh, who is a 25-year-old male living in Mumbai, and he has a small studio apartment. And also, he suffers from obsessive compulsive disorder, so he has the need to organize furniture and organize his space in a very space-effective and organized manner. So, and he struggles to keep his apartment clutter-free due to limited space. And how foldable furniture is an excellent fit for Pratap's studio apartment is that it's going to maximize the space and also things like foldable desks or wall-mounted shelves will be able to utilize the very limited space that he have in a very efficient manner.
So as Himangi rightly mentioned, the consumer pain points, we came with some 5 solutions. So first one is the loft shelf, so which is a bathroom storage shelf above the door to efficiently utilize the spaces in the bathroom. And the second one is the steel glide, a wall-mounted cloth dryer with 5 rush-proof steel railings. It is easy to operate and perfect for compact balconies. So the third one is the sleek fold, a foldable kitchen table with sleek self-to-table transformation. With the strength of steel, it is easy to operate and highly durable. And the fourth one is the corner max, a circular cupboard which is easy to use, which is used to utilize the corner spaces. And the third one is the stash and shield, a shoe rack with seating, angular design with efficient, which just eliminate the need of stools. So we are going with the third one as it is a multi-purpose use, and this versatile and durable product maximize the space use and offers a easy installation, making it ideal for compact livings. Now looking at the market size, so we have gone with the Bangalore, and we have taken 3 as our major targets. First one is the homemaker, students, and the individual living in the compact spaces. So collectively, after guesstimating, we get the number of 4.5 million people, and we're taking a conservative estimate of 20% of the target market, which might be interested in such solutions. So we came up with a number of 9 lakh populations, and after that, we taking in consideration of market penetration, assuming a conservative market penetration of 5%, because this is a very unique and a new venture. So we got the total market size of 45,000 populations. So going to our route to market strategy, the first one is our in-depth proposition, in which we will highlight the exceptional durability with the help of Tata Trust. And the second, we will launching it on a online platform. As we know, Tata already has a website of Steel and Style. The third one is our online presence, in which we will we will offer the in-person experience in these stores. And in the fourth phases, we will be collaborating with the local influencer. And the fifth, we will be providing a discount to the new students which are living in the compact spaces. And the third, we will be providing extended warranties for longevity. And we will be constantly collecting customer feedbacks, applying those feedbacks into our improvements. So looking at our product is highly durable, budget friendly. We will leverage the Tata Steel assured to build trust and credibility. Our price will be a competitive price, setting the product at 6,999 to attract budget-conscious customers. In our promotion, we will be collaborating with influencers within the furniture and home decor niche to create a product review and endorsements. And the places we will be offering our products are online spaces and offline spaces as well. And the people, the store staff that are knowledgeable about the product and capable of providing in-depth insights will be there. And in the physical evidence, we will be providing high-quality videos and demonstration. And in the process, we will be providing a user-friendly online delivering process on the Tata Steel website, ensuring that the customer can easily browse, select, and purchase the furniture. Moving on to you.
So now, talking about the marketing campaign. So we have divided our marketing campaign into 3 parts: ATL, BTL, and TTL. And for the ATL, we have used radios and billboards. We know that this is a testing venture, so it is a very city-specific. So we have kept our marketing campaign according to the geographic location. And even though the radio gives us the best cost per reach, we have used the billboard because of the high visibility and continuous frequency. Now coming on to the BTL, we know that the primary touch points of a customer when he buys a furniture are the contractors and the interior designers. So we will launch a Tata Premier Club to connect with these contractors, and we will tell them about the benefits and partner with them. Now, and coming to the TTL, we know that nowadays most of the personalized advertisement is through social media. So we'll focus on the Instagram and Facebook for personalized ad, and we will also collaborate with certain influencers for home tours and vlogs, and which will give us the increased visibility. Now coming on to the product financials. So we have taken the approximate cost of making the table, and according to that we have calculated our income statement. Thank you.
So just want to understand, you said somewhere that the pricing would be 6,999,
Yes, sir.
right? So what's the basis for that, and like what's the profit margin and what is the break even? Okay, yeah.
So sir, actually we went to several websites like Pepperfry, and we saw the similar furnitures. They were being sold at somewhere around 10,000 to 12,000. But we have kept it at a lower price because we want to use penetrative pricing, as this is a new product and we want people to use it. So initially we have kept the pricing low at 7,000, and year on year we have increased it from 5 to 10%.
And what is the product pipeline that you have?
Sorry, sir?
You will have only one product.
So the calculations which we have done is for only one product, the table which we showed, but solutions, we have given a basket of solution and it consists of 5 solutions.
The one that you showed, but you chose one product to launch.
Yes, sir. So we will actually, it would be a testing venture, and depending upon the success of this and the feedback we get from this, we will scale this product.
Okay. And in terms of promotion, just go to the promotion part. So what will be the your investment in each of the promotion? If you have a budget of say 100 rupees, how would you split it between these three?
Yes, sir. So sir, for billboards, we have kept that in the city we will have 12 billboards.
No. I'm interested in say 100 rupees is there. How would you allocate between these three?
So sir, most of the, in the initial year, in the year 1, most of the, it will go to the ATL because we want to have more visibility. And from the year 2 and year 3, we will spend on the BTL and TTL campaigns.
What if the product, when you launch, there is a big product failure or a problem? How will you handle it?
Excuse me, can you please repeat the question?
I'm saying when you launch it, right? There's a big problem in the product. How will you handle it?
So we will, first we will try it ourselves. There will be a team, there will be a design team. It is not a very complex product. It is just a simple shelf which can be converted into a, if you go to the please picture.
No, the reason I'm asking is if you do an ATL campaign,
yes,
means that you're telling the whole world that you have a great product,
yes,
please go and buy.
Yes,
right? So if there is a failure in the product, then it will be a backlash.
Yes, sir.
So logically, would you want to start with ATL is what I wanted to ask.
So before we begin with our marketing campaigns, first the product will go through a lot of testing processes.
Fair enough, but there is a difference
Yes, sir, there's
between
always a
testing
chance
and then
where-
there's a launch.
Yes, sir.
So when you do a new product launch, completely untested, what would be the logic in terms of your choice of marketing campaign?
So the reason why we're choosing ATL in the first year is because as it is a new product, it will require a lot of visibility so that the product can be introduced to the masses. So that is why we are beginning with ATL to bring visibility. Further, as BTL is focused more on the touch points which a customer has during the process of buying our product. That's why BTL is to increase to further increase our sales, that is when we will focus more on BTL. When we have our initial market, that's why from year 2 and year 3, we will focus more on BTL and TTL, and in the first year to increase visibility.
Thank you.
So I'll just ask one question and then I'll leave it to him. Why should we be there in the business, and how much of steel will go into this? What is the justification of this, and why can't other people enter and do the same? And
yes. So if we see that the cost of making the table, the most important component is the iron frame that the table has. It is almost half of the cost. So if others are making it, then they don't have that expertise in the steel. And furniture market is a very growing venture. It has a CAGR of almost 10% and almost $16 billion in size. So it can be a very profitable venture.
So much of effort, why only one product? You got such a nice thing, so many things are used in a house. Why would you not have more number of products?
So we have a basket of solutions that we are proposing, and we are showing the calculation.
You showed the 5 products.
Yes.
All 5 are looking very nice. They are in different parts of the home. You do such a good work, so why would you not try all 5?
So we will launch all the products. The first.
In how many years?
So in the first.
How many months? Like you start with number 3.
Yes, sir.
And what is the next one, if you have thought through?
So the first product that we're launching is the
Number 3.
sleek fold. Yes, number 3, sir.
And you want to run it for, let's say, 1 year?
Yes, sir. What we are planning is that we'll launch this product in the city of Bangalore as a test product, and we will see the performance of the product. And in a sequence, we will launch the further products, not one by one, but like depending on the performance, so that if the first product, we will further develop this product as well and launch more variations.
No, I just wanted to understand, how does it translate whatever you are saying in your financials? In the financials, you've only taken one product for 5 years.
Yes, sir.
So can you say whatever you are saying, why is it not translated in your financials?
So the reason we've taken the first product is to show the cost of the first product and like to just understand, since it's the test product, we are calculating it for, and to simplify the calculation, we have taken up one product. However, all the products will be launched and accordingly.
In how much time?
Sir,
5 products?
This product will almost break even in the second year because there will be high capital investment.
No, I'm coming to that. Don't go there. I just want to know which of these screens will happen when, if you have thought through it.
No, sir, we haven't thought through the exact sequencing of it.
Okay. Now you come to the financial. Who is going to manufacture this product? Tata Steel or somebody else?
Sir, Tata Steel.
Tata Steel. Okay. So this is the cost which you've estimated if Tata Steel were to set up a plant to manufacture this this thing, right?
Yes, sir.
Sir, already Tata Steel already has a website called Steel and Style where he sells almiras and desks. It's just another element, another product which can be sell by.
No, website is the selling.
Selling, yeah,
part.
selling website.
I was just trying to understand. You have assumed Tata Steel is manufacturing it.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
And should Tata Steel manufacture it? So many people are there in the country who are manufacturing these things. What is the uniqueness of such a thing, what you have shown? Is it in design or is it in manufacturing or in marketing?
Both design and manufacturing by the Tata Steel.
Or design and marketing?
Marketing is also one of the part, yeah, definitely.
And financials, so without that you don't have, so.
So in the initial slide, we showed that this industry has a very large potential as the folding furniture, because particularly if we see in urban areas in India, the space that we have for residential spaces, it is shrinking and it is already very limited, and in the future, it will only decrease. So that's why this industry of foldable furniture and like wall-mounted furniture, essentially
and advertising and promotion expenses you have included in your P&L or no?
Sir.
Where is it sitting?
Sir, can you open product financial?
No, it should You can tell here only. I don't want to see the number. I just want to understand where have you included in your, because you are hitting profit in the first year itself, including paying income tax in the very first year. I just want to understand how much will you do in ATL and BTL spend? Where is it sitting in that?
Sir, we have taken the total marketing expense around 3 CR, but it is like in the operating expenses, but it is not bifurcated here in the slide.
So you have a revenue of 31 crores,
yes,
and you have taken 10%
yes, sir,
as the
marketing
promotion
expense.
spend.
Yes, sir.
And it is not sitting anywhere. Where is it sitting?
Operating expenses.
Operating expenditure itself is, 5 crores only.
Yes, sir.
So you would have, some other costs also because you are setting it up. Do you have a brand in mind? What will you call this table?
Well, yeah, we have already told the name called Sleek Fold. By the name Sleek.
Sleek Fold.
Sleek.
No Tata in it.
Sleek Fold. It is under the Tata brand, but.
So what will you say? Sleek Fold by Tata Steel,
Yeah,
by
Sleek Fold by Tata Steel.
by Tata Steel.
Sir, often what happens is products like these, people do not perceive them as very reliable. They think it is convertible, so how long it will last. So what will happen if Tata Steel launches it, it has a certain reliability to it, it has a certain character to it.
I just wanted
That's
to know, have you factored that in? Because if you write Tata Steel, then there are other implications also.
Yes, sir.
So the trademark cost comes in and yes.
How many people do you think you will require to do all this, because you set up your own plant and do the marketing and also everything else? Have you thought about it? Because your financials don't say all of that.
So we haven't factored in the cost of human capital that will be involved in this process. So the way we calculated our financials was, the way we started was we calculated the cost of the product. Like if we are producing one table, what will it cost us?
Sure.
So that, and the basis on what basis we calculated is we actually reached out to contractors in this business, and we got to know the current cost that is prevailing in the market, and that is how we started our calculation.
So you've got an idea and you want to set up your own plant, which will take some time.
Yes, sir.
So then what do? You wait? How much time do you have to wait to get the table out from your production line? And can you do anything else? You've got a great idea, suppose. Is there anything which you can do now until the plant is ready? You will take some plot of land, you will set up the machines, you will set up the engineering to make it happen. It will take some time, right? So what do you do in the meantime?
Sir, we can reach out to the potential customers and talk to the contractors about how we should launch this and about set up some distribution channels.
Anything else which you can do? Unless you have a product, why would anybody pick up your phone?
So a very big part of the marketing is actually the marketing which happens before the product is launched in the market.
How much time do you think you will require to set the plant and get this product out?
So since initially it's a test product, so our production capacity will be limited. So
Like how much time? 6 months, 1 year, 2 years?
So setting up the plant will require the most amount of time of all the processes that will be involved. So
Like what?
So we're assuming that it will take around 13 to 15 months to...
Very good. So in the 13 to 15 months, can you do something else? Because there is a market which is going away from you. There is a need from the market, like you said.
Yes, sir.
You have a potential to sell at 6,500. Competition is selling at 8,000, 9,000, 10,000, like you said. So why would you let go of this nice, attractive market? Can you do something?
So before we launch the product in the market, we can create a prototype of the product and introduce that in the market, so that that will also help us get the idea of what the customers are. Once the customer will get access to the prototype, they will give the feedback, and we can...
Where will you make the prototype?
So So before setting up the production processes, which will require the machinery and the other setup of the production, we can, there are a lot of, there are actually currently production as a service and warehouse as a services are coming up in the industry. So we can, through that, rent out a production center and utilize that to create a prototype, and then that
Keep going. You are on the right track. Now, if you are able to do a prototype, so you've got 13 to 15 months, what can you do in the meantime? Because there's a revenue going away from you. You are a marketeer, you're a business person. You want to create business.
So before we launch the product, there's a lot of R&D which goes into it. So that will, so before launching the product, the thing that I believe is like launching multiple prototypes and just investing in R&D to further develop our product will be the best idea.
Sir, as we said in the marketing campaign, we will collaborate with several influencers. So maybe we can send them the prototype, and whatever the feedback is there and whatever the product hype is there, we can judge on that, and maybe we can launch the product online first and have some pre-orders to it.
Where will you manufacture? Your plant is not ready for 15 months, like she said.
So once the plant is ready, that is when we'll speed up our production, and once we have the first batch of our product, we will send that as to the influencers that we are collaborating with, so that they have the first batch, and that can also create a hype as it will introduce the product to the public with a limit. It will, since it will be in a limited capacity and limited production, so that will also increase the value that a customer associates with the product.
Right.
So
I'll stop because she will walk this way otherwise.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was indeed a very interesting solution. Now let's have a quick reaction to their presentation. Let's see. All right, that looks absolutely amazing. So now what we're going to do is, as you all know, that we have finished with all the presentations for the day. We're going to take a quick 15 minutes break. I would like to request everyone present here that do not take more than that. Please come back within 15 minutes of time, and after that, you know what's going to happen. What we all have been waiting for the entire day. You all have worked very hard for this moment, so we are going to revel in that moment, but we still have a little bit of time for that. But for now, please enjoy your 15 minutes break and come back in time.
Take you to the moonlight, just you and me. I want to be
water waste. So let us तीन ही लेने हैं टोटल. तुमने अनाउंस किया कि हर ट्रैक में क्लीनर होगा, ऐसा तो नहीं अनाउंस किया. हर ट्रैक में मना नहीं आ रहा. लास्ट ईयर भी था. नहीं नहीं. कंटेनर वाला एंड देन मैंने कंटेनर वाले को दिया एंड देन कोल एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंड वाटर वेस्ट इसको दिया. तुम्हारे हिसाब से दो कौन है फर्स्ट वाले में? ये तो कंटेनर वाला कोल को दिया है या सस्टेनेबिलिटी को दिया? सस्टेन तो कंटेनर हो गया. ट्रक कंटेनर जो फील से था ना, ट्रक था, कंटेनर था, कोल था. हाँ तो कंटेनर वाले को इसमें वो इधर लेके जा रहा था कंटेनर को. एंड देन कोल एंड सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंड वाटर वेस्ट. वाटर वेस्ट तुम्हारा जवाब नहीं दे पाया था बॉम्बे ले जाने का, तुम्हारे निकाल दिया. ये चॉइस इज बिटवीन कोल को दें या सस्टेनेबिलिटी को दें. जो बात कर रहा था कि ये सब चेंज करेगा, यू आर एक्चुअली 34% ऑफ फ्यूल ठीक है. तो कंटेनर को नंबर 2 लगता है, तो कंटेनर को नंबर 2 रखते हैं. हाँ मतलब 2 है ना, इसको 2 नंबर लिखते हैं. नंबर 1 एलोमर को ठीक है. तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी वो जो नेबुलस समथिंग आई हैड पुट वोल्वरन एंड नंबर 2 एल्बोरा बट आपको तो जब सब्जेक्ट में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. हाँ वही तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी वेरी वेल. तो 34% है, 24 समझा तो सही वो कंटेनर करने का स्मॉल. तो इसमें करते हैं चलो. तो इसको लेते हैं. दिस इज नंबर 1 एलोमोरा. एक सेकेंड एलोमोरा 1 हुआ एंड देन वोल्वरिन 2 हुआ. फिर बाद में भी कम बैक टू इट कि वेदर वी आर कंट्री विनर और ठीक है. ये 1 हुआ, ये 2 हुआ. ठीक है. अभी आई पीपल पे आइए आप. तुम्हारे कौन है नंबर 2 को आपने सबसे विच इज द बेसिकली सेगमेंट डेटा होता है. एंड देन विच इज ऑन द उसका एम्प्लॉय का था कि वो जो HRD बनाया था ना, एम्प्लॉय के अंदर मैं काम किया था, मेरे को अच्छा लगा था. वो थोड़ा ऑप्टिमिस्टिक ज़्यादा था. सीधा अदर वन वॉज एक्सेलराइज ज़्यादा नहीं था. एंड देन लास्ट वाला भी मेरे को अच्छा लगा था विच वॉज जो उसने टैक्सेशन के ऊपर में दिया था. बेनिफिट्स वाला था. नंबर 3 के अंदर में वो बेनिफिट रिड्यूस करके दिया हुआ था. तुम्हारे को कौन सा लग रहा है? हाँ तो ठीक है. तुम्हारे कौन सा है? तो लास्ट वाले के अंदर में एक्रोनिम बहुत थे. हाँ क्रोज इज वेरी क्लियर. हाँ तो क्रोज को लेते हैं. क्रोज इज नंबर 1 इन दैट. नंबर 2 में अपने को चॉइस है कि वो जो एक्रोनिम थे ना जैसे बहुत स्टे शाइन या हसलर, उसके आइडियाज बहुत थे. लास्ट वाला ना दैट्स व्हाट ही इज सेइंग. मेरे को तो एक्चुअली अगर मैं तो नहीं भी देता बट लेकिन अभी 2 को देना ही है. तो उसमें से अमंग द गाइज हुआ थे. तो लास्ट वाले को लेते हैं. ठीक है. ड्रीम स्टीलर्स. हाँ नंबर 2 करते हैं इसको. नंबर 1 इज क्रोज. ठीक है ये हो गया. एंड देन अभी आइए इसके ऊपर में. पहले 2 थे डिस्काउंट प्रीमियम वाले जिसने डुबाया तुमको. दैट उसके बाद ऑटो वाले 2 थे. ऑटो तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन था. तो उसको देते हैं स्टीलर्स को देते हैं. चीज़ों बेचारे समझे. अभी किसी को कोई गाइड नहीं दिया आपने. बहुत सच्चे समझे. सर गाइड तुमने क्यों एक्सेप्ट किया बिना उसके? गाइड सर यानी कि इनका जो प्री फाइनल असेसमेंट होता है ना तब उनको बताया जाता है. वो तो मना कर रहा है. कोई गाइड ही नहीं है. गाइड सप्लाई चेन वाले को गाइड मिला है. सच किसी को गाइड हम लोग अलॉट किसी को नहीं करते. वी डू नॉट अलॉट एनीवन गाइड. करना चाहिए. बट वी कैन ऑलवेज
just do it, but अभी प्री फिनाले जब होता है ना, एकदम ही irrelevant एकदम irrelevant चीज होते जाता है। Actually प्री फिनाले के टाइम में जजेस होते हैं, उनको पूरा बता देते हैं what you can do।
Obviously, despite that, Steelers ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया। बैक सीट का डिस्काउंट तो दुबाया ना, वो प्रीमियम लेके बैठी हुई थी। ऑटो के अंदर में क्योटो वॉज वेरी गुड। हरित, ये हरित थी, लेकिन कुछ क्रांति नहीं है। नंबर 3 क्योटो ने अच्छा काम किया था। ऑटो के अंदर में स्टडी नहीं लगा, एंड ऑटो का दूसरा वाला तो खैर लॉस्ट नो कम्प्लीटली। वार्डरोब भी नहीं दे सकते, वार्डरोब भी नहीं आउट ऑफ यू। व्हिच वन इज दैट? हाँ, तो वही तो ठीक है। ऑटो के अंदर में जो उसके अंदर में इन्वेस्टमेंट में चला गया था, हमको एल्यूमिनियम में जाना है, कार्बन कंपोजिट में जाना है। हाँ, बट एक्चुअली आउट ऑफ द टू आई फाउंड द अदर वन टू बी बेटर इन ऑटो, एटलीस्ट फॉर 2 मिलियन से 1.3 मिलियन बता रहा था वो क्योटो था वो। हाँ, कंपेयर टू द टू, सो मैं क्योटो को रखते हैं बिकॉज दैट इज द ऑटो थिंग। हाँ, ठीक काम किया उसके अंदर में, एंड देन एक स्टीलर्स का हो गया। सो नंबर 2 ये हुआ, नंबर 1 हुआ स्टीलर्स। तो अभी ना हो, सो नंबर 1 देखो, क्रोज हुआ, एलोमेरा हुआ, विच इज़ ऑन दिस ये वाला जो सस्टेनेबिलिटी वाला हुआ, एंड देन स्टीलर्स। मेरे को स्टीलर्स ठीक लग रहा है, वो जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन का स्ट्रेटेजी बनाना है ना। सो
very डिटेल।
हाँ, लेकिन
I think without a mentor
बहुत
they
बड़ी
have
बात
done a fantastic job।
तो काफ़ी इससे समझा। तो बाबा समझे, स्टीलर्स सबकी टीम यूनिक है ना नाम।
You write freshly।
हाँ, हेलो, तो स्टीलर्स हो गया कंट्री 1। स्टीलर्स बेसिकली ऑन द बिजनेस ट्रैक, नहीं बिजनेस ट्रैक। हाँ, दैट इज नंबर 1 कंट्री। नंबर 2 क्योटो है फॉर बिजनेस ट्रैक। हाँ, दैट इज नंबर 2। ठीक है, ये नंबर 1 हुआ। ठीक है, देन वी नीड नंबर 1 इन द पीपल ट्रैक। ओके, नंबर 1 पीपल ट्रैक इज क्रोज। ठीक है, एंड नंबर 2 इन पीपल ट्रैक इज ड्रीम स्टीलर्स। हाँ, ठीक है, क्लियर। एंड इन द सप्लाई चेन, विच इज द वैल्यू चेन, number 1 is container, no aloe mera Wolverine से aloe mera। उसका क्रूजिंग अच्छा था 34, and number 2 is Wolverine। तो ये वाला उसके अंदर में ये दोनों हो गए, दोनों एंड ये उसका ये हुआ। ओवरऑल इज स्टीलर। हाँ, सो इसके अंदर में इसको मिलेगा 2.5, इसको मिलेगा 1.5, इसको मिलेगा 2.5, 1.5, एंड इसको मिलेगा 1.5, और इसको मिलेगा 3.5।
व्हाट वी विल डू ना, वी विल पहले हर ट्रैक का एक अनाउंस करेंगे। हाँ, एंड देन फाइनली ओवरऑल विनर इनको फिर से बुलाएंगे हम लोग, एंड वी विल गिव एडिशनल इज द 3। या वो उनसे मेरा बात हो गया था।
नहीं, वो तो बात हो गई, तो उनको सीक्वेंस है। आप हर ट्रैक से शुरू कर देना कि विनर एंड
हर ट्रैक का पहले सेकंड पे,
पर रनर अप कोई नहीं है तुम्हारा।
रनर अप ही है, यानी रनर अप
सेकंड रनर अप कोई नहीं है ना। तो वी डू विनर एंड रनर अप,
रनर अप एंड विनर, एंड देन ओवरऑल,
एंड देन फिर आप उसको बुलाना। एडिशनल 1 लाख कंट्री विनर। समझ गए? क्लियर एकदम? जयराम जी की। अच्छा, ये ले लो भैया, स्कोर्स में मत पूछना बाकी हमसे कि आपने वैसे क्यों नहीं लिखा था। ये आपके अपने रिकॉर्ड में रहेगा जो भी कुछ। अब स्कोर से मैं एग्री नहीं है, मैचिंग नहीं है। हाँ, थैंक यू पार्टनर। इसका दे लिया क्वेश्चन पेपर ही हो गया। चलो ठीक है, तो कुछ 15 मिनट में आते हैं। Really? So now when we come to know that without
I would request everyone to kindly settle down. So, everyone present in the room, please do take your seats. So welcome back to Steel-a-thon Season 10, 2023. I hope that everybody present here is absolutely excited because we are going to unveil the winner's name in just a short span of time. But before that, we have something very special for you. That is, we have winners from the past season who are going to come up on stage and share their experience of Steel-a-thon with you. So I hope that everybody is excited for that. So without further ado, let me invite on stage Shruti Poddar, Tata Steel-a-thon Season 9 winner 2022. Let's give her a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone.
So hello everyone, good evening. My name is Shruti Poddar. And it feels really good to be on this side of Steel-a-thon right now because I can literally feel the jitters right before the results. All I can remember from that day is how scared we were of Piyush boss's questions because all of us just we made our presentation and we were waiting that Piyush boss abhi question karenge hame, and it went well because I'm standing on this side right now. But yes, definitely this entire experience of Steel-a-thon has to be one of the biggest learning experiences I've had till date because whatever be the results, guys, whether you win, you don't win, the questions which the panel has asked you today are going to stay with you. They are going to change the way you think, the way you approach PPTs, the way you analyze things in life. So going ahead, it's only going to be an addition. Kudos to people who win, but it's going to be a tremendous help, whichever questions have been asked. So moving on to my entire journey after I joined Tata Steel. I joined 4 months back, around 8th May, and we were onboarded. The entire management trainee cohort was onboarded in Jamshedpur, and you actually realize the scale at which Tata Steel is when you visit the plant. ऐसे बाहर से it feels like कि yes, Tata is Tata, but when you visit the plants, you realize कि okay, this is where I am. This is a great company to be a part of. And all I can say is my experience till date has been amazing. Right now, I'm working in the Sales Planning and Administration Department, FP, and it gives you a bird's eye view of everything that is going on in the flat products department. And my experience has been great. And all the best, guys. Whatever be the results, don't lose heart because you're taking back a lot from here. You're taking back a lot of learning, which is going to stay with you even after your MBA. So yes, thank you.
Thank you, Shruti. And I guess not just you, everybody here will agree that Piyush sir's questions are legendary and something to look forward to. Anyways, now let's move ahead and let me invite on stage another winner, Arjun Vidyarthi, Tata Steel-a-thon Season 9 2022. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone.
Thank you everyone. Good evening to everyone. Good evening, sirs. Good evening, ma'am. This moment actually takes me exactly 1 year back when I was sitting somewhere in the back and wondering if we'll win, how the PPI is going to go. And the entire journey of about a month where you start brainstorming, you start preparing presentations, and finally getting grilled by the jury and making it to the finals, it is a very enriching experience. And so I worked on Ashiana, and fortunately I was also given a 1-month project on Ashiana during my training. So I have a both insider and outsider view of working on a project. And at first, one might think that these experiences are very different. But the thing is, the thought process remains the same. It's just that inside the company, you have much better guidance and tools at your disposal. So in that way, I think that Steel-a-thon provides a perfect bridge between MBA and corporate world. So you get to experience how decisions and strategies made from the inside view as well. So in that way, I think Steel-a-thon was a very enriching experience. Now, coming to my experience so far with Tata Steel, we had a 3.5 month of training program. And in our management training batch, we like to call it as a 7th trimester of our MBA. And that is because during these 3.5 months, they are so jam-packed. You have your classroom sessions, you visit the plants, you go into the villages, you have rural immersion, you have Tata story. At the end of that time, you will feel as though a year has passed. That is how concentrated and jam-packed it is. And along the way, whole 150 of us have bonded so well, exactly like we did during MBA. So at this moment, I would like to quote Jamshedji. So he said that in a free enterprise, the community is not just any stakeholder, but the purpose of its existence. And you see that come to life when you visit the villages as part of the rural immersion. So you get to learn how an ideal company should be, how Tata Steel has touched the lives of so many people that they are not directly even connected to the company. And still, we have touched lives of so many people. So talking about my project with Ashiana, I was fortunate to work with Kavita ma'am and her team. And that basically serves as a primer. Before you begin your job, that is a primer, how you pitch your ideas to the management, how things are formulated within the company. And it forms a perfect primer to when you begin your job. And finally, I've been placed in Ventures Incubation. It's been 1 month, still in the learning phase. And I think I'd like to end my time by saying that it does not matter what your designation is in this company or your tenure in this company. The drive for excellence, the ethical and moral fabric, and the drive towards sustainable growth that this company instills in you, that is bound to stay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Arjun, for sharing your experience. Now, may I please invite on stage Hridaya Ramanarayanan, Tata Steel-a-thon Season 9 2022 winner. Let's give her a huge round of applause.
Hi, yeah. You know, when I look around this room, I'm reminded of Shakespeare's play, and you know, where Henry V says, "We the chosen few, we the band of brothers," right? All of you here will forever cherish this. The three of us were reminiscing our time, sitting here, waiting for the results. And this experience is probably unlike any other because of the scale at which it is conducted. So firstly, congratulations to all the 16 teams. You all have made it here out of 12,000 plus registrations. So congratulations to all of you. A big round of applause to all of you. You're sitting where, you know, a lot of people say, every year we've heard in our colleges, people say, you know, next year, Steel-a-thon. So you're sitting here in this most coveted position where a lot of people have wanted to be. So really cherish that, enjoy this moment. Standing in front of this esteemed panel of judges is not easy, right? Defending those questions, maintaining your calm, your composure is a very challenging thing to do. And that experience you will carry everywhere you go in your life. So for having done that itself, it's a great experience. It's a great learning. And it's probably, you know, they say when you die, you have some moments that come to your life. I think winning Steel-a-thon will be one of them for me. Not personally because like, oh, I won Steel-a-thon, because I remember the calls I made to my parents and how happy they felt. And you know how emotional they get when you say you've gotten into Tata Steel. That prestige that your family is going to feel is going to be unparalleled to anything, to any achievement, any accomplishment. They're going to be so proud of you. And that is something you're going to cherish forever. So to all those who win, congratulations and welcome to the family. But to all those of you who have come so far, you've done a great job. Give yourself a big pat on the back and all the very best. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hriday, and I'm sure that it feels great for everybody sitting here to know the other side of the story. So now we would like to invite our juries on stage one by one to share their experiences and what they have to say about the entire day. So first of all, let me invite on stage S. Karthik Narayanan, Chief Marketing and Sales, Tiscon Retail, Tata Steel. Let's give a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone.
Yeah, hi, good evening. First of all, I want to start by, thanking Piyush boss and Atrey ma'am for having given me the opportunity to be part of this Steel-a-thon season 10. And I think almost every one of you here, this is my first experience with Steel-a-thon, though I've been in this company for, I think, close to 16 years. And I have heard of this program, but somehow I never got the opportunity. And today I realized what a big program it is, and my compliments to the entire team which is put together this Steel-a-thon program. I think they need a round of applause for that. Season 10, amazing. I was just reflecting on my experience way back. It's over 20 years when I did my MBA, and I know how hard it is for all of you to kind of do your studies and all that projects, plus participate in all these competitions. And I know there are a few competitions, so which competition to participate? But I must really compliment each one of you, for taking that extra effort to be part of this, because as somebody mentioned, I think Arjun talked about it, this is a great bridge between what you, study in the colleges to what you face in the campus, because this gives you an opportunity to go deeper into an issue the company is facing, try to apply some of the theoretical concepts that you have prepared, and you have tried to understand and apply it. And for us as an organization, it's a great opportunity to get an outside-in view. So for me today, to listen to all the 16 presentations, I think it was wonderful to kind of understand the various challenges and the issues which is being faced, even within the organization, because as a company, Tata Steel is quite large, and it's not possible for you to understand all the nuances. So for me personally, it was a great learning opportunity to be part of this event and to understand the challenges. And I know, end of the day, there are going to be few of you will be the winners, but I think each one of you deserve a round of applause for actually putting the hard work and effort, because like any other competitive event, which is this, it's not a selection, but it's an elimination. So therefore, the challenge for us as jury is not to really pat you on the back, but don't take it otherwise. It's not to also pull you down, but really question your thought process, how you have come to it. And I'm sure if you reflect on the questions that we asked, it is basically to help you understand the work that you have done and what could have been better. So thank you once again to the team which has put together this wonderful Steel-a-thon, and I'm really hopeful to be more involved in the next Steel-a-thon competition. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now, may I please invite on stage Atrey Sanyal, Vice President HRM, Tata Steel. Let's give a huge round of applause.
Good evening, everyone. My first thanks to Mr. Piyush Gupta for being the jury member for the 10th year continuously. And it's like he's attending for the first time. The intensity of the questions and the involvement in the entire function precedes this particular day. So it's like, when is it, what time, what should we wear, how should we look at it, everything, okay? So the involvement is very high. So thanks to Piyush. The second thanks to Karthik for the very first year of being present out here and doing a wonderful job of assessing very different cases which has suddenly come up on your lap and doing such a great job out of it. I have been a part of Steel-a-thon throughout, off and on, as a process owner for the past 5 years, but as a recipient of the Steel-a-thon winners and the pre-placement interviews that happened, and we selected many of you. I see many people from Curious Challenge also out here. Can you raise your hand? Yes, so 3 of you are appearing for and I recognize and felt happy that you actually had the tenacity to say that, no, I'm going to go and compete it out again. So thank you. The faces are tensed and the heart is beating fast, but this is not the results of your class examination. So just chill. It is the corporate world where from now on, once you all are selected and all of you get the pre-placement interviews, many of you, our attempt is, when we do the interviews, to actually flag out that they were in the top 16 teams who made it out of the 12,000, which is a very big, big deal. So a big round of applause to all of you. And within our selection process, of course, every competition has winners, but believe you me, and you can ask the others, after you enter the organization, it just doesn't matter. I've seen whether you're Women of Metal, whether you're Curious Winners or Mind Over Matter or Steel-a-thon, we run so many championships. It's just a method of sensitizing you what Tata Steel is all about. From our end, it is about the width and depth of this organization, an organization which I don't hesitate to say is one of the best or the best in manufacturing worldwide. It is an organization which is steeped into purpose right from the beginning until now. Every day, everything that we do, it's about purpose. It is about the flavor of how 20 and more organizations are built into one. And when you see the kind of case studies that are there, it is about the depth of the function and how much you can do in those functions, in those particular topics that have been given to you. There's no end to it. There is structure to it. There is methodology. There's learning. There's innovation. There's creativity and all of that. Above all, it really cherishes individuals and it respects every kind of person who comes into this organization. It is the time for awards, but let me tell you that with or without awards, with or without you having a degree, just like I was talking about the contract workers, or with or without you having any all-round experience, you are valued as an employee or a prospective employee in the company. What we give back from this podium is the first feeling that when you come into Tata Steel, it's like chiseling the diamond and making it finer. It's the highest professional ethos that exists within the company, which helps you to think better, to go into the depth of business, that you are the owner of the businesses that you are going to be recruited in, and how is it that people around you hone you as a superior professional throughout. So enjoy the first flavor of it, and hope that many of you will find time to connect with us and get into the organization in the coming future. So all the very best, and very happy to have all of you here today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for motivating all the teams present here. Now, let's move ahead and let me invite on stage Piyush Gupta, Vice President, GSP and Supply Chain, Tata Steel. Let's give a huge round of applause. Come on, everyone.
Thank you, Atre, for nice words, and to the entire HR team, really, who have put together this tournament. Once again, this is a case competition. It requires, I think, 3 months of joint effort, wherein you all as teams put in the best, put in your hard work, and as an organizing teams, we try and put together a very engaging competition. So thank you very much to the entire HR team as well. Karthik, great to have you as a panelist to judge the cases, and also to share some of your insights, which come through the questions which the teams faced. But my real thanks actually go to the teams, because I'm quite mindful of the fact that MBA program is a grueling program, wherein to pull out 2 months or 3 months from your busy schedule and to dive deeper into the research, primary or secondary, to come and put together a presentation which looks at the problem, the case which is in front of you. I want to share with you 1 or 2 things. First, all cases every year are new. And these are cases, are problems which we are facing day in, day out. What you saw in electric arc furnace, green steel marketing and positioning is exactly what Karthik is on it today. We will be coming out with that brand in 2 years' time from now. And we are exactly facing the challenge what was there in front of you. The contract workforce is something which keeps Atre and entire HR team worried and concerned as to what we are going through. And of course, in the supply chain and procurement, the 5 or 6 tracks which were there are the issues which we are facing. So these are not theoretical cases. I'm quite sure that those of you who will consider to join Tata Steel as the final placements go through will really find these are the cases which we are working on, and you will really have a way to see how can this whole solution can be put together by you as a management professional. I do want to share that the reason why I've been involved for last few years is purely for a selfish reason, because I believe that only way you can do the learning is actually to spend time with people who are there and who will take forward the company and the business forward. Whatever Tata Steel had to do has not been done. And in many ways, this company will be in your hands as you spend your time and build a career. And it would be very foolish on our part to believe that how steel was manufactured and sold and reached out to markets will remain exactly the same. It won't be the same. And how do you find new ideas? You don't get it every time from the textbook. You get it from the confluence of energy which comes from, and the new ideas which comes from all of you, and some tenure and experience which comes from few of us, to say that how do we put together a winning solution which will fight in the marketplace and also reach our customers. So if you think that whatever had to be done in Tata Steel as a commercial team or as a manufacturing team has been done, not at all. And that is really only the selfish reason why I find myself excited enough to come every year to spend time with all of you. The whole tenet of this case competition is around, there's a theory, there's a concept, and then there is a case which we have put together. We are looking for justification of that answer, which is coming out in the form of your defense, what you put together with your strategy. There is nothing called as a good case I got in versus a bad case. I think the world which you will see in as you step into the corporate world, you will always feel that I'm lacking some data and I don't have enough data to take the decision. I don't have the time to get the primary data or the secondary data, but you've got to take a call. You will be in a situation that customer is waiting for an offer and you have to price it and you have to position it, you have to manufacture it. And no matter how much do you want to dig deeper, you just don't have sources available. And that is exactly what we want to create when we throw these cases back at you. I'm conscious of the fact that many of you did not have a project guide. You did not know where to search for answers. Believe me, accuracy of the data is not the way for you to feel bad about or disappointed about. It's the direction of your thinking, that if you had your way, and if you're working in the company, any company for that matter, how would you reach out for that data? And what kind of comfort you will have with the limited data which you have, so that you can defend your idea in front of the management. Very soon you will be stepping into the zone of discovery. All of you will leave behind your education and your program, which is MBA program, to join a company. And that's when you will realize that you've actually started the phase of discovery of your own self. Do you really have the competency to deal with the time pressure of a month? Do you understand what happens when a customer complains about a service or a product which you have delivered? And how do you deal with that? How do you deal with a difficult situation? Or today, when you are in running the companies and part of the company, you may not be in an office also, but yet you're supposed to provide a solution. So this phase of discovery is the most exciting part. You will see a small version of it in the induction program, which I think the 3 winners talked about. It is a 3.5-month induction program. But the real phase of discovery begins when you join the company and you start to do the work. Many places, you would have found we are looking for the quantum, which is in any case, because it's very important for us to be mindful of the impact which we cause. We are part of a steel company, and which is an industry which is worth 750,000 crores. It's a large industry, and it's the same human person who is there in the chair to decide what business will we go for. It's not a micro industry. It's a very core industry which will shape this country going forward next 15, 20, 25 years. So the power which you have in your hands as a commercial person is huge. And that's why this is such an exciting place, because you can actually change the way this country looks and operates and runs. And you have a very important role to play. You will look back on 2023 as you go forward in years that we were at that cusp of changing electric vehicles to come in the country, or metros are coming up, or for that matter, airports are being built, or the retail is growing in the country, and houses are being built. And what exactly can you do as a commercial person to make that happen? So that quantum is a very important number, and a feeling is very important, because you always want to go back and say, this is what is the difference which are caused in terms of rupees crores, or created a business of this size with so many people around. So contract workforce with 100,000, if you reduce that number to 10,000 and 1,000, then you can see the difference which will be there because of the quantum. And similarly for the markets and other things. We are also looking for some conceptual things, which is how do you prepare for a certain concept, whether it is go to market, whether it is sourcing the production facilities from somebody else, because Tata Steel of tomorrow will not be able to do everything by our own self. We will have to borrow talent and skill sets and facilities from our partners who are around in the country. So whether it is procurement, whether it is supply chain or marketing and sales, we are all the time looking for partnerships, because you are going to deliver a solution to a customer or a product to a customer which can be done by somebody else, while you retain the design and the core engineering. So because of that, it's very important to also understand how do you work in a collaborative manner with outside people who are not even in this room. And many times you will work in your workplace to say that I'm working with external partners and they are the ones who are doing all the value addition, and how do I have the control at the same time bring profitability to the company. My last thing for all of you is, so far in your life, I may be a little presumptuous because some people may have worked somewhere before, but generally speaking in India, we have undergrad and then postgrad, which is what you are part of. Somebody else decided that outcome for you. You studied, you did the class participation, you did the writing of the assignments, and then the result came out. And that result was done by your, let's say, the school and the college where you were in. Not anymore. Now you spend your year and your years, and in some ways the outcome is in your hands. And more than 50% of the outcome is in your hands. So you have to challenge your own self that, am I pushing myself enough? Am I challenging myself enough? And who will come and do that challenging for you? Not HR department, not your immediate thing. You have to get inspired, yourself to do the challenging stuff, to say, I'm responsible for my outcome. I want to make that difference. I want to deliver what this country or my consumer always wanted to happen, and therefore I have a job. And that job is the one which I want to be responsible as an outcome for. So I would like you to keep exploring yourself. This is only a milestone which we are in. This is the tournament. It will have its 5 or 6 winners, but like Karthik and Atray said, all of you who have made it to this stage, all of you are winners, and I do hope to see each and every one of you go through the PPI process and come to join Tata Steel. There are many opportunities and options which you have, but we are doing some exciting, interesting stuff, and I hope that you will find this whole thing interesting to join Tata Steel, and we'll be there to welcome you. And of course, you'll have to jhelo me for some more time. Thank you.
May I also request both of our juries to kindly join us on stage. So, everybody is excited? Yes? No? I need some excitement in the house. Come on, everybody's excited? Feeling the nerves? Are we nervous? Who all are nervous? Let me see, show of hands. Yeah, it's good. It's always good to be nervous. See, excellence is not an accident. It's a constant process. So, if you win today, you're still in the process. If you don't win today, you're still in the process. So keep going at it. And as our jury said, that always, always remember that everybody who made it till here, you all are winners. So before we start, let's start with a huge round of applause for the tremendous efforts you all have made. So now let's get started with the awards. Yes? I need some energy. Yes? Okay. So going in the same order of the presentation, first up we have value chain track, and the runners up is, do you want me to give the sound effect? Dhak, 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 dhak. No. The runners up is, oh, we already have the sound effect. The Wolverine IIFT Kolkata. Congratulations, team. Congratulations. Thank you so much, the Wolverines. Thanks a lot. And the winner is, any guesses? Come on, at least you should nominate yourself. Where's the confidence? Any guesses? I can't hear any names. And the winner is Aloy Mura from XIM Bhubaneswar. Congratulations. Let's give them a huge round of applause. Congratulations. I'll request Aloy Mura to kindly stay back on stage and the Wolverines to join us on stage for a group picture with the entire value chain team, the runners-up and the winners together. Kindly stay back. Kindly stay back. We'll take a group picture with the runners-up as well. May I request the winners and runners-up to kindly come towards the center of stage. Please come at the center of the stage. Yeah, along with the jury, let's have a group picture. Congratulations to both the teams. Thank you so much. Now let's move towards the people track, and the runners-up is, any guesses? No? Dream Stealers XIM Bhubaneswar. Congratulations, team. And now let's go towards the winners. And the winner is, do you want me to create more suspense, longer pauses? No, everybody is hating me at this moment. The winner is the one with the very interesting names. Any guesses? The Crows. Let's give a huge round of applause. The Crows, IIM Ranchi. Congratulations. Congratulations. May I also invite the runners-up on stage. Please do join us. Let's take a group picture with the runners-up and winners together with the entire jury. Congratulations to both the teams. Many congratulations, both the team, well deserved. Now let's move towards the final set of awards, that is for business track, and the runners-up is, the runners-up is Coyote IIM Raipur. Congratulations. Let's give it up for Kyoto. Come on, everybody. Put your hands together. And the winner for business track is Steelers IIM Kashipur. Congratulations. Many congratulations. May also request Kyoto to kindly join us back on stage for a group picture. Congratulations to both the team. Let's give it up for them. Okay, so everybody's thinking it's all over, we all are going back to our home. No, it's not. Before we go, I have a very important question to ask everybody present here. What's X factor? Because since morning we have been talking about season X, X factor, we have said it a lot of times. According to you, what's X factor? Let me hear something, some words. Anything? Anything? Let me hear something. What's X factor? I can't hear. How do you describe X factor? Huh? Something more, something maybe you were not expecting and it pops up from nowhere. Something more than your expectation. That is what X factor is. And this is season X and we have a surprise for you. There is one last winner who's going to be known as the X champion, overall champion of Steel-a-thon. Are you guys excited for that? I need some excitement. Come on, everyone. I just announced one extra winner, one extra title that somebody from you is going to win. And let me tell you, that particular team is also going to get additional 1 lakh rupees of prize money. So can we have some excitement for that? Come on, everyone. Okay, so without further ado, let me declare the winner. The Steel-a-thon Season X champion is Steelers IIM Kashipur. Come on, everybody, let's give them a huge round of applause. Congratulations. I would request everyone to kindly stay back. Everyone, please stay back. Steelers, they are so happy they can't hear me no more. Steelers, please come back. May I please invite all the runners up and winners on stage quickly. Can we have all the runners-up and winners on stage? And it will be followed up by a picture with all the participants as well. So can we just quickly take the picture? I think some of you please do come this side also to make a lovely frame. Some of you please join this side as well. And can we just move a little forward away from the screen? Yeah. Do we have all the runners-up and winners on stage? Yes?
It's raining, it's pouring, a black sky is falling, it's cold tonight.
Congratulations! Let's give it up for all the teams here. I would also request all the participants to join on stage because you all have also done an exceptional job. It takes a lot to reach to the stage that you have done and continue to strive for better. Let's give it up for all the participants. Please join us on stage.
We were in heaven, you and I, when I lay with you.
And may I also request the organizing team, Vipin and his team, to join us on stage.
I'm sorry, baby, you were the sad moon to me. I'll never get over you, you'll never get over me. I'm sorry, baby, you were the sad moon to me. I'll never get over you.
Some of you can actually sit in front. It will make for a lovely frame, please. Can we have few of the team members sitting right here in the front also? Wait. I don't think so it's done. Please come back. Are the pictures done? They have just joined us. Please, one more time, everybody pose, look at the camera.
Inside of a maze, I hope it's a phase. Spending way more than I save. I don't know if I'm matching my age anymore, man. I need to break out of this cage. Stuck in the days, I feel like I'm riding a wave. My life is a roller coaster inside of a maze. I hope it's a phase. I hope it's a phase.
I would request the Tata Steel, all the people who have come from Tata Steel to kindly come on stage and click a picture with the winners. Everyone who's attending from Tata Steel, please do join us. And also the HR team, please join us on stage. Everyone, please join us. you so much. Let's give it up for everybody present here for putting up a fantastic show today. Okay, one quick announcement for the runners-up and winners. Please stay around, don't go anywhere. NDTV is going to take a quick bite of you all, so don't go anywhere. Please stay here. And it's time for some celebration. You all have put a very hard work and effort into this. So a night of networking, drinks, and some music is awaiting for you all. So please do enjoy yourself and have a wonderful evening ahead. I would request everyone to kindly stay around because we have a night of cocktails and DJ waiting for everybody present here. So please don't go anywhere and enjoy the rest of the evening ahead.